Prologue. It's damn cold in hell, and suddenly arranged in nature, quite a different line, and we're not leaving here, are we going back there? Igor Guberman, April 3, 2017 14:40. What happened? Why is it dark around, was the first thought that came to my mind when I woke up. I sighed hoarsely, but hot air with an admixture of carbon monoxide immediately hit my lungs. I began to cough and call for help, but my voice was so quiet and hoarse, and the surroundings were so noisy that hardly anyone could hear it. I tried to move, but I realized that I didn't feel anything below the neck, as if there was no torso at all. I tried to catch my breath, but with every second I only felt more like I was falling into a deep sleep. An incessant hum was heard in the head, but this did not interfere, and the heavy eyelids slowly closed. Am I dying? Call an ambulance. Ambulance. A desperate male voice was heard through the noise, and then heartbreaking cries. No, I won't die. This cannot be. I have my whole life ahead of me. I haven't done so much yet. Earth. Cold. I opened my leaden eyelids with difficulty and tried to focus. The smell of damp earth and rot suddenly hit my nose, from which I immediately wrinkled my nose. The stench was so vile that I began to breathe through my mouth, just to smell less, because this aroma did not belong to rotten vegetables or fruits. It was the stench of rotten, decaying meat. I don't confuse this with anything. Before my eyes, everything was still blurry, but I tried to get up with the desire to leave as soon as possible, if only not to feel the fetid stench. But the frozen limbs refused to obey and, without ceasing, trembled from the cold. It was unusually difficult to control the body, as if I had been in a coma for 5 years and woke up only today. Suddenly, an important thought came to me, I think, which means I'm still alive. But I didn't even have time to be happy about this, because when I got up and looked around, this thought took on a completely different color. Swallowing a lump of fear, I peered into the empty semi-dark corridor, which had neither end nor edge, which was so long that in the distance everything merged into a dark mysterious fog. I turned around, looked back, and found the same thing. Looking into the distance, I seemed to be looking into an unknown infinity, from which my chest was compressed in excitement. God, exhaling nervously, I took a few steps back and, tangled in my legs, fell. What am I doing here? Where the hell am I? I exclaimed, but, frightened, I immediately fell silent. My heart was pounding in my chest, and I licked my dry lips and began to recall the events of today. It began absolutely trivially and foreshadowed nothing. Getting up at 5 in the morning, sleepy as a fly, I first of all sat down for lessons. They were not made due to the fact that yesterday I went to the evening shift at McDonald's and was at work until late. Although I am 16, I already wanted to earn money myself, and therefore I was ready to sacrifice sleep for the sake of my first money. After doing my homework in chemistry, I went to medical school and, like a zombie, served 2 classes. Then she went to physical education and, having bought a gift in the form of a mug with the image of Naruto, went to her best friend's birthday. Knowing how many figurines and posters he has for this anime, I assumed that he would definitely like the mug, especially with his favorite character. The last thing I remembered was a crowd of people in the subway, a packed train at rush hour and a suspicious man in a red down jacket and a blue hat, who was standing 3 meters from me and frantically looking around. He smelled so strongly that I wanted to go somewhere far away, but I decided not to do this, because it was only 1 stop to go. I suppose this was my fatal mistake, because when the train was already approaching the station, an explosion thundered. I didn't immediately figure out what happened, either the trains collided, or the bomb exploded, but now, remembering this, I realized that after all, I should have moved away from that man. How cold, I thought, looking around the corridor. It was not narrow, but not wide either, 2 meters wide. The walls were white cracked bricks covered with some strange dark sludge and black vines. Instead of a floor, there was trodden earth, cold, as if it were winter, and the ceiling was simply painted white and raised only one question: where does the electricity come from? After all, wires with the most ordinary incandescent lamps stretched from above, which periodically crackled, ceasing to shine, and then started again. And where does this nasty smell of rot come from? There's nothing in my line of sight. Exhaling steam from my mouth, I began to feel my pockets in search of a smartphone. But there was nothing, no keys, no documents, no phone. Damn! I gritted my teeth as I stepped forward. My entire body was shivering from the cold, right down to my jaw. Where to go, I did not know, but standing still would be the worst decision. The last thing in my life I wanted to believe that I had died and gone to hell. After all, I didn't sin in anything, I didn't do anything bad, I studied well, helped my relatives, didn't betray my friends. Anyway, I'm an atheist and all my life I believed that heaven and hell do not exist. These are fairy tales that people came up with so that there was hope when there was nothing to hope for. I'm still alive. I'm probably in a coma, and this is all nonsense of a sick brain. Yes, it's definitely nonsense, some kind of glitches. I reassured myself after several hours of wandering. Maybe it's the astral plane, or am I sleeping at all? I stopped, looking at the hands, and I was able to see them exactly, although, as I remembered, I couldn't see the hands in a dream. Seeing a turn in the distance, I decided to turn into it. Maybe there will be a way out. As I got closer and looked around the corner, I was dumbfounded. Being shackled by an all-consuming fear, I opened my eyes and stared at the whole corridor littered with bones. Human bones. Covering my mouth with my hand, I took a few steps back and pressed myself against the wall. Some of the skeletons still had pieces of flesh, and some of the turtles had hair and teeth. Some of the bones were gnawed as if they had been eaten. A few seconds later, with difficulty coping with panic, I broke into a run and rushed forward wherever my eyes looked. I wanted to scream in fear, yell, call for help, but I restrained myself. Who were these people? Who ate them up? For what? Where I am? Thoughts rushed through my head worse than a swarm of bees. I rushed forward with all my might. On the periphery, forks and intersections flashed, but I was afraid to run into them. Perhaps there are also bones? After a while, I realized that even though I was moving forward, I was walking in circles. After several hours of running, I stopped at the same corridor strewn with bones. The dead lay in the same positions, in the same place where they had been the last time. And the smell of rot that emanated from them was just as nauseating. My hands began to tremble, and I felt a lump in my throat. Like never before, I wanted to go home, buy sweets, wrap myself in a warm blanket and watch anime. It seemed to me that I had fallen into a terrible dream, that it was an ongoing nightmare. My heart fluttered in my chest, and I rushed on, hoping to see the light at the end of the tunnel. And the longer I ran along this endless corridor, the more I wanted to cry. No matter how much I ran, no matter where I turned, I always returned to this corridor of skeletons. It was as if everything around me was telling me, soon you will become these bones. I looked for a way out, but it was nowhere to be found. It was like an endless tangled maze in which I was locked forever and ever. The bitterness of resentment filled the soul. I bit my lip and felt tears roll down my cheeks. From not understanding why I was doing this and where I was at fault, it only got worse. I couldn't help but stop and weep bitterly. Leaning against the wall, I took a deep breath and sobbed. My brain refused to accept that this was the end. That there is no way out of here. Enough! I slammed my fist against the wall and wiped my wet cheeks with my sleeve. I tried to say to myself all those phrases that Naruto used to say in anime, because he taught me to never give up and believe in the best under any circumstances. But what should I believe in if there is not even a drop of hope? No, I can handle it. If I give up now, I'm sure I won't get out. Raising my morale, I stood up, about to move on, but suddenly I heard a malevolent chuckle. Something in my soul clenched sharply, and I, shuddering, crouched a little. I stood motionless for about a minute, only looking around, and already began to think about what it seemed to me, but then I heard it again. It was someone's quiet, barely audible, hoarse laugh. Inhuman. I held my breath, but my heart was pounding so wildly, as if it specifically wanted to give me away. As I looked into the distance, I noticed that it was getting darker. It took only a few seconds for me to realize that the lamps were turning off in order, and this darkness was heading straight for me. Despite trembling knees, I rushed forward to where the light was. On the way, I turned into the first intersection, hoping that the light in it would not be extinguished, but, running parallel to all these endless corridors, I saw that the lights were turning off in all of them. After making sure that there was not a single hint of an exit, I turned again and ran from the darkness. She ran as if she had believed all her life that light was safety, but I didn't have time. The darkness was faster and in a few seconds overtook me, turning off the light 100 meters ahead. Falling to my knees, I took a deep breath, not out of shortness of breath, but out of panic. I stared hopelessly ahead, watching the light get smaller and smaller, and then suddenly I heard a heart-rending scream. He seemed to be behind and somewhere to the side, in a parallel corridor. And then again, but from the other side. Someone screamed, so painful and heart-rending, as if he was being torn to pieces. I felt it getting colder with every second, and the smell of rot filled the space. Behind me, some terrible sounds began to be heard, and, squeezing a little earth in my hands, despite the pitch darkness, I rushed forward. I wanted to live. More than anything, I wanted to be saved, get out of here and finally see the sun. I wasn't going to give up so quickly. My journey should not end here and like this. Biting my lip in pain, I ran as fast as I could, repeating in my mind every second like a mantra, I'll save myself, I'll get out of here. But all my dreams were shattered in an instant when I suddenly felt something pick me up, torn off the ground and thrown somewhere. I bumped into something hard and fell, scratching my whole face. His head began to spin, and his chest responded with violent pain. I tried to get up as quickly as possible in order to hide as quickly as possible, but as soon as I ran a few meters, I was again picked up by something disgustingly slippery and slammed into the wall until my bones crunched. I didn't see who it was. I only heard devilish chuckles and felt icy breath, as if death itself was breathing down the back of my head. After several attempts to escape, I realized that they were just playing with me. Some creature throws me into the wall, watches me try to escape, and does it again. For fun. How cats play with mice. Stop doing that. I choked out my voice in desperation as I slid down the wall again. But the answer was only a nasty laugh and a devilish whisper in an incomprehensible language echoing throughout the room. I clenched my jaw in pain and tried to stand up again. But this time I didn't succeed either. Unexpectedly, I received a blow to the back, which responded with a sharp pain in my heart. My knees buckled. I deliberately grabbed my chest and felt for some kind of clawed inhuman hand sticking out of my chest. What happened next, I no longer remember. Time seemed to stretch out for centuries and compress into an instant. I plunged into darkness and emptiness, and this pitch darkness literally lasted as long as this world exists. There was something, but what exactly is beyond my comprehension. The only thing I could say for sure is that I did not give up until the last second. Everything inside was directed to one thing, someday to see the sun again. Inhale. Silent breath. So warm. I am breathing. I move slightly and squeeze my hand a little, feeling weak, as if I had just woken up. Slowly, without opening my eyes, I begin to become aware of my body. I lie on my back, in something warm and damp. It seems to be water. It is heated to such an extent that it is not felt. Silence all around, no voices, no screams. And so calm, so charmingly serene, as if it were a lost paradise. Memories of past events surfaced in my memory so abruptly, as if I had been doused with ice water. But for some reason there was no response to this in my soul. There was no fear, no excitement, no pain. All senses faded, as if someone had turned them off. I assumed a sitting position and opened my eyelids. A bright light immediately hit my eyes, and I closed my eyes. I wanted to see the sun so much. Why doesn't that make me happy? Flashed through my head. When I opened my eyes a second time, I no longer felt pain. I had no desire to look around and generally get up, but the logic repeated its own, and I decided to follow it. Looking around, I realized that I was in some unusually bright and beautiful space. It was like a starry sky, but not dark, but, on the contrary, light, an endless blue space with bright stars and floating blue clouds. And unlike that dungeon, it was warm, like I was under the hot July sun. I looked at the floor and found that everywhere there was water 10 centimeters deep, and the floor itself was like glass, under which there was the same infinity with stars. This view is probably bewitching, only, peering into it, I didn't feel anything. I love the stars so much. It would definitely cause delight, flashed through my thoughts. I filled my palms with warm water, and then poured it out, noticing that my hands did not get wet from it. I even thought it glowed. Or maybe it's not water at all. It is worth walking around, looking around. What if this is also their space, only more beautiful? Standing up and turning back to make sure I was safe, I realized that for the next half hour wandering around the room in search of a way out was postponed. I had a task more important and to some extent more interesting, to figure out what was happening with my brain. Since in front of me in a cloud of smoke hovered Rikuto Senin in a meditation pose. Definitely, I've lost my mind. A pale-skinned man with deep senile wrinkles, a long beard to his waist, gray hair, truth-seeking balls behind his back, and a purple rinnegan in his eyes. He was dressed in a white kimono with black tomoe on his chest, and he held a long black staff in his hands. Of course, I hit my head, but I didn't think it was that hard. This is Otsutsuki Hagoromo, practically the god of the shinobi world, the founder of Ninshu and just a wonderful fictional character from the Naruto world. I closed my eyes, then blinked a few times and closed them again, but he did not disappear. They hit me hard with my head, I drawled, realizing that he was still in place. He chuckled a little. I see that you are able to correlate my appearance with the ghost of the founder of a particular mythological concept. The Sage of Six Paths. They label us as a product of fantasy in your world. However, the body of the universe feeds not on a single habitable dwelling habitable to you. There is another world, one where life goes hand in hand with chakra. It is there that I lay the foundation for prosperity and order. Does he mean that the world of Naruto exists? I don't understand anything. Where are we? I calmly clarified, hardly understanding his speech. It began to seem to me that I was hallucinating, since I could not explain our dialogue in any other way. In the Sanctuary of Souls. It is also called the pure world. In practical terms, this is of particular importance to you personally. I died, I finished for him, barely catching the meaning, and he nodded. But what am I doing here? I was there. I stammered, remembering the dark corridors, the mountain of skeletons and the frightening whisper of evil spirits. You were saved from them, he began, and it dawned on me that he knew about that dungeon. They call themselves Death Eaters. Eaters? The essence of the demons that inhabit the infinity of the tangle of paths of the lifeless darkness of the body of the universe. Oh, I sighed wearily. I know that you lived many centuries ago. But can you, shorter and a little easier? I barely understand you. The sage coughed. I am an echo of the past. In my era, manners and concepts of the rules for conducting conversations were instilled. This was absorbed into the essence of my personality. But I will try to convey information to you, taking into account the times in which your consciousness developed. He somehow absent-mindedly sighed and again concentrated. Demons live between worlds and intercept dead souls. However, don't worry. You are not destined to go back to them. You don't have emotions, but you still don't believe. I don't believe it, because it goes beyond understanding. Devourers, different universes, the pure world, chakra. I thought I would die and that would be the end of it. I didn't count on anything else, I explained without tension. By the way, why did you decide that I have no emotions? He slightly raised his hand and pointed to my chest. I lowered my head, mechanically touching the wound, and realized that it didn't seem to me then. Death Eaters, pierced my heart. They didn't just pierce your soul, they took away what is responsible for emotions and feelings. My heart? I agreed and chuckled. That's why I don't feel the mood anymore. If I saw you with emotions, then my eyes would climb on my forehead. What am I supposed to do with it now? I looked at the wound. Everything passes with time, and this too will pass, the sage said slowly. By the way, why do we understand each other? Don't you have to communicate in Japanese? Primarily not a word. The idea is primary, and therefore in the pure world there is no concept of language. We communicate only with thoughts, not distorting them with primitive dialects, somehow created by people in an attempt to at least somehow understand each other. I see. Since you saved me, tell me how to get out of here. I asked succinctly. You don't owe your salvation to me, you came here for a higher purpose and all conditions are met for this. He smiled a little, hinting that I don't seem to be leaving here so easily. And there is something I must entrust to you. Trust? What is this? The world I nurture is on the brink of destruction. A shinobi world war is coming, and everything that I have so zealously guarded will be destroyed. What about Naruto and Sasuke? What are they? I asked, assuming it was in their time. They don't make it, and they always end up dying. How is it always? In the same way as the concept of language, there is no concept of time here. He waved his hands, showing space. In the name of saving my world, I sent various souls there to save the incarnations of my sons, and they, in turn, saved the world. However, the souls failed. I cannot directly intervene in the affairs of the world of the living, my powers are limited to the settlement of the necessary soul. If Naruto and Sasuke die, the whole world will die. You want to send me there as another soul? And give life in exchange for me saving your children? I summed up, and the sage nodded measuredly. And if I fail, will you rewind time and send another one? That's right. If Naruto and Sasuke die over and over, does that mean this world is somehow different from what I know? Yes, he nodded approvingly again, and I realized that since the world will be different, it means that the people in it may be different. I hope the changes are not strong, otherwise it will only get in the way. Can I refuse? I asked unemotionally. Can. They give me life in exchange for the fact that all of it will be devoted to one single goal, saving Naruto and Sasuke. He does not just offer me life. Rikudo is offering me a deal that's good for him, giving me a choice. I scanned the space, considering my options. If I refuse, will I regret it later? What if I have emotions, and I understand that I have lost my exceptional chance to live life to the fullest? Although the main thing in my life will be a mission, I will still live, and the war there lasted only a few days, not a century. Can I go back to my world, to my loved ones? I asked, and he shook his head seriously, cutting off my way back. After weighing all the pros and cons, I answered, I agree, but I have conditions, I replied seriously, causing Rikudo to slightly raise an eyebrow in surprise. Didn't anyone put forward their requests? Unlike you, others had emotions. I'm not afraid of rejection. The mission will be difficult to complete if I have chakras, as the cat cried. Therefore, there is only one key request. I want to get into the body of any uzumaki. Boy or girl, it doesn't matter, but a girl is better. Since he cannot intervene in the world, then most likely I will fall into an already dead body, or, perhaps, I will come to that world like everyone else, that is, I will be born. In any case, the chakra won't hurt me. I'll try to arrange it. Something else? Yes, I said without a twinge of conscience. I need knowledge of the language, at least conversational. You are God. I think it will be hard for me if I do not know their language. Let's assume that your remark has been heard, he snapped. If he does not do this, nothing terrible will happen, but if he does, it will greatly facilitate my work. Can you tell me how they will die? Just in case, I decided to find out. I can't be clear here. They always die differently. Okay, I nodded dispassionately, and he raised his staff and touched it to my forehead. Wait, I asked, realizing that I did not have time to find out something important. How many souls have you sent already? Which one am I? Rikudo didn't answer me. The last thing I saw was his small smile. Chapter 1. Commentary on Chapter 1. There is no turning back. This is a rewritten chapter. Update, April 8, 22. Chapter 1. No turning back. An old man told me, and I remember this phrase forever. Eyes cannot be beautiful, who never cried. A beautiful soul cannot be, who never suffered. And a person is beautiful only when there is a heart, not a piece of metal. June 16, 1048. When I took my first breath in the new world, I smelled fragrant resin, wet moss and tree dust. How familiar. It was the smell of forests, where mighty trees are exalted high, where there are so many damp stumps with rasula, wet cones, beautiful strawberry and blueberry bushes. Birds sang loudly above me, and with them I heard the distant sound of a fast stream. This is the scent of my childhood. After all, I have lived all my life in a village surrounded by an impenetrable forest. Childhood? Life? Exactly. Realizing that all I remember is not a near-death hallucination or a flight of fantasy, I opened my eyes and immediately closed them because of the bright light. How I longed to see the sun. And here it is. I did it, I didn't give up, I didn't die. That's what happiness is. I raise my heavy eyelids and, squinting, peer into the crowns of tall trees that sway a little because of the wind and only sometimes calm down. They look like sequoias. This type of tree is known for the fact that plants can grow up to 100 meters in height. I've never seen them, but I've read about them many times. Licking dry lips and feeling that my throat was dry, I decided to do something to figure out where I was and, in fact, who. I try to move, but I feel pain in my stomach. Carefully touching, I feel something wet and warm. Blood. I hiss painfully and wince. My whole body aches, my head breaks, and my eyes hurt mercilessly, as if they had been beaten for a long time and I already have purple-black eyes. I am wounded, in the middle of a dense forest, in an unknown country. I don't remember anything, and even without knowing the language. Well, Rikudo, thank you. Help me to say something, I thought. I decided to first look around to assess the damage and give myself first aid, but suddenly all the memories came at me at once. The world around me darkened, and I, unable to withstand the load, collapsed to the ground. When I was able to reopen my swollen eyelids, it was already a little easier. True, the head still ached, as if the skull had shrunk at once and pressed on the brain. Everything hurt, temples, back of the head, forehead and even eyes. I tried to get up on trembling legs and saw that I was standing in blood. I saw double, but in the bloody puddle I was able to distinguish someone's limb. Squinting, I realized that it was a torn-off female hand. Nothing responded in my chest, as if there was a void, and, looking around, I found many more corpses of people around me. Somewhere about 10 people were lying dead, and flies and some other insects were circling above them. Sage, why didn't I wake up in the body, like all normal hitmen, but ended up in the middle of some kind of meat grinder? Flashed through my thoughts, and I again looked around the clearing in search of the parents of my body, or rather what was left of them. Looking closer, I found them a few meters away from me with their throats cut. For some reason, I did not remember the cause of death of either these people or this body. There was a hole in my memory. But on the other hand, she clearly felt the echoes of pain and love in her soul at the same time. As if the love for them was transferred to me along with the memories. But it was only a memory, because now I did not feel any emotions. I decided to do something about the wound first, and then try to figure out what happened here and where I actually am. From the situation it is clear that we were attacked. Who exactly? I don't remember, either robbers or shinobi. Why this happened, it is not clear to me. Our caravan seemed to be heading to the country of rice fields and did not carry anything of value. Then why did they kill them all, including this body? If I had emotions, then I would probably start to panic. I am alone in the forest, wounded, no one knows where, no one knows when, in an unknown world, and there are a lot of dead, dismembered people around. And this is not a movie, this is reality. and I can't turn it off if I don't like it. I'll have to figure it out. It's good that I don't have emotions now. I know myself, I would start to worry. After all, I'm completely alone now. I have no one and nothing, no home, parents, documents, knowledge and strength. I need to go to Konoha, but I don't even know what country I'm in. And memory is no help here, it is vague, so I don't know anything else, and no one was going to say anything to a 5-year-old child. I did not know the country in which we lived, I practically did not remember the past, even the house surfaced in my memory only in obscure fragments. I just know exactly what my name is and how old I am, and the language, thank God. I took off my cloak and began to bandage my wound, hissing in pain along the way. A minute later, the strength to stand was no longer there, and I fell to my knees. I was very thirsty, my head was spinning, and I felt somehow too hot. I felt that a little more, and I would faint again. But suddenly a man appeared in front of me as if out of nowhere. At first I did not understand what had happened at all, and then I remembered that I was in the Naruto world. The shinobi was wearing a Konoha protector, and he himself was dressed in a green vest. The man was huge, but it only dawned on me later that I was small. The others soon appeared. What they were doing here, I have no idea. I got up with difficulty and clutching the wound on my stomach, I hobbled with a staggering gait towards my parents. After all, I am 5 years old, and it will be strange if, as if nothing had happened, I just get up and leave, not giving a damn that the bodies of the dead mom and dad lie nearby. The body was almost uncontrollable, and it took a lot of effort to walk, despite the fact that they were a couple of meters away from me. I tried to move with my right foot, but it came out with my left. She was used to taking a wide step of an adult, but her legs did not reach him. Having barely reached my parents, I began to shake them one by one, pretending to want to bring them back to consciousness. Of course, one does not have to be a doctor to understand that they are already dead, but does a child know this? Mom. Dad, I muttered softly in their language in a hoarse voice. The shinobi could not stand it and began to pull me away with phrases that were not clear to me, my brain could not translate them so quickly. But suddenly, the sharp pain from the stab wound returned, and I again lost consciousness. I woke up in the hospital. I already felt better, although my stomach still ached. I looked at the white ceiling, inhaled the smell of medicines, and only one phrase was spinning in my head, did this really happen to me? It's not a dream. Rikudo said that Naruto and Sasuke would die, and then the whole world, as I understand it, will plunge into the eternal Tsukuyomi. It turns out that Naruto and Sasuke will be killed by someone, which means that if I am equal in strength to the main characters, then I will not be able to save them. From this follows only one logical conclusion, I must become stronger than them. Otherwise, there will be no use for me. Do I regret my choice at all now? Flashed through my head, and I decided to reflect on this thought. After all, the choice is made and there is no turning back. At the moment I have no emotions about this, but perhaps when the dormant emotions and feelings return, then I can begin to regret, or rejoice. Even though I still have apathy, this does not mean that I will lie on the bed all day and stare at the ceiling. Even if I don't want anything, from the very childhood I was brought up from the concept of duty. I was always told that no matter what I want and what I don't want, there is such a word as should, and it is above all. It always helped me to approach all work responsibly without exception, even if I did not like it. The only thing that was higher than debt was my life principles. If I become a shinobi, will I have to kill? I thought, remembering the principles. I kind of asked a rhetorical question, but didn't want to answer it. I was brought up by religious people, and although I consider myself an atheist, I still willy-nilly adopted the fact that human life is priceless. That is why any murder is unacceptable. The only thing that is higher than the principle of the pricelessness of human life is close people. For me, the lives of loved ones are always above the lives of everyone else. Turning my head to the right, I looked out the open window, from which a bright ray of sunlight fell. Far behind the trees and houses, I saw a huge rock on which 4 stone faces were carved. They were so big that I could not even imagine how long it took to create them. I wonder if I was just lucky to be around Konoha, or is it the work of the Sage of the Six Paths? Looking around a typical hospital ward, I saw things piled up on the nightstand. I think they are mine. There were several beds in the ward, blocked off by narrow screens. I was lying at the first one from the window. Walking around and looking around again, I saw a mirror and decided to take a look at myself, since the memory of how I look was erased. But I did not have time to do this, because the doctor suddenly entered the ward. I lay back on the bed, and a blonde woman in her 30s, dressed in a beige suit, came up to me. "Hello, my name is Yoshi, how are you feeling?" she asked, looking at me very carefully, and I tried to remember how it is translated. Realizing that she was asking about my well-being, with difficulty finding words, answered, "It's okay, Yoshi-san, but where are my mom and dad?" Next, all dialogues will be in Russian. I drawled with an unsuccessful attempt to portray emotions. She wrote something and looked up at me with her deep gray eyes. I do not know this information, they are not in the hospital. Where could they be? I pretended to be worried. Without a doubt, a child should always worry about where his parents are if they are gone for a long time. In 2 days, on the 18th of June, you will be discharged. An escort will come to you and take you to the residence. There you will know everything. Understood, I squeezed out of myself and stared at the white ceiling. Tell me, do you remember what happened? Where were you from and where were you going? To the country of the rice fields, but from where I don't know. What happened? I don't remember. Thank you, she thanked. Partial psychogenic amnesia, the Iranian. Doctor, a shinobi who specializes in using medical-oriented techniques to treat people, whispered under her breath as she wrote something down on a piece of paper. Get well soon. Coming up to me, she put her hand on my head, and I immediately fell asleep. A few days later, June 18, 10:48, having finished with breakfast, which was brought in the morning, I decided to walk around the ward. Today I'm supposed to be taken to the residence, and my gait is still staggering, as if I was drunk. Who would have known that it would be so difficult to control a non-self body? Well, at least the state of health was better and nothing bothered me anymore. And from the wound there was only an unprepossessing scar. This once again confirmed how far medicine has stepped in this world. Going to the mirror, I saw a little girl with chubby cheeks and eyes the color of spring grass on a sunny day. They were reddened due to numerous burst vessels. I wonder why. It seems like it should not be so. Without becoming obsessed with my eyes, I began to examine myself further. After all, I had not yet got used to the new image. Her hair was not long, shoulder length, and the color gave the impression that they had been doused with pomegranate juice. My hands, as if not believing my eyes, reached out to touch these airy strands. They were fluffy to the touch and seemed to belong to the type of hair that you want to stroke once again. I remember a little what my parents looked like. The color of the hair and eyes seems to have come from my mother, and the shape of the eyes and face from my father. Mom was kind of like an uzumaki, and dad, he didn't seem to belong to any clan at all, but his hair and eye color reminded him of an uchiha. In any case, I was lucky with my appearance. In a past life, I had brown hair and sky-colored eyes. Also beautiful, but not like now. Although they told me that in 2 days an escort would come and take me to the residence, they just didn't specify the time. Will it be during the day or in the evening? Of course, I'm not in such a hurry to get to the residence, but I still need to find out who the head of the village is now. Hiruzen or Minato? Or maybe someone else. Yes, depending on what time I got there. Am I the same age as the main characters, younger or older? My thoughts were interrupted by an unfamiliar shinobi who appeared in the ward. Follow me, he said in a monotone voice and left. I made my bed and left the room without delay. In the end, I had nothing to collect, since I don't have any things. I was taken to the residence, and as we walked, I looked around with might and main. It's summer outside, full of greenery and all kinds of fauna. There are many wooden and stone houses, not exceeding 5 floors. In appearance, they are quite new, they must have been recently built. Or, to be more precise, they were built anew, as can be seen from the foundation. Most likely, these houses were destroyed during the attack of the Ninetales. But this is just a guess. Ordinary men are dressed in light trousers and shirts made of cotton of various colors. Some of them wore strange clothes, the name of which I did not know. The girls wore kimonos, yukatas, and other beautiful things, the names of which I also did not know. But their shoes were just right, open-toed sandals, which I also wear now. They are made of some strange, but ideal material, excellent cushioning, no deformation under load, softness, lightness and strength. They will definitely be in fashion for another 200 years. Ahead is a huge rock, on which 4 huge faces were carved. Looking closer, I again saw familiar faces in them, Hashirama, Tobirama, Hiruzen and Minato. Well, at least familiar people. It turns out that if Minato's face is already carved, then Naruto has either already been born, or will soon be born. Looking at the rock, which was probably 60 meters high and certainly made a good impression on tourists, I remembered my old dream, to see the mountains. In a past life, I dreamed of seeing the world, rocks, seas and oceans. A sound from the side distracted me from my contemplation, and I saw a dozen people jumping from one house to another. With one jump, they covered a distance of almost 20 meters and, as if nothing had happened, ran further along the roofs. I looked around, and some sense of forgotten nostalgia flooded my soul a little and immediately disappeared. A persistent feeling settled in my mind that I had already been here before. Maybe rewatch Naruto. However, I'm not a big fan of this anime. Roma, my best friend who was a fan of Naruto, would be here, he would die of joy. He was such an avid fan of this manga that he had a whole room hung in posters, and on every corner there were figures of characters and other decorative items. I watched Naruto once, but a friend kept talking about him, that it seemed to me that I would soon know the plot by heart. Why did Rikudo choose me? The world is full of lovers of this work and worse than me. They would agree without even thinking. It's probably for the best that I don't have emotions. After all, I would now miss my friends and family very much. After all, we had so many joint plans, because I loved them so much, and they loved me. But what's the point now? I died there and will never return. All they have to do is wish them a long and happy life. I'll have to love what's here, Konoha, new life, new friends. Even if now it is completely indifferent to what is happening around. But I force myself, with difficulty and strength, to portray emotions, or at least represent them. Every time I look at something, I diligently remember my lost moral values, and then compare it with this situation. I want to get my emotions and feelings back as soon as possible. Without them, life is empty. When we reached a large red building, I was taken to an unknown person in typical shinobi attire. With a serious face, he walked around me and made several gestures with his hands. All the forces instantly seemed to be sucked out, and the ninja unfolded some kind of scroll. Some red symbols began to appear on it, and then they turned into black. He looked at the scroll for a few seconds as if he had seen a ghost, then blinked a couple of times and looked up at me with an extremely surprised look. They must have looked at the amount of chakra in the reserve. It's strange, I feel like an ordinary person and I don't feel any superpowers. KHKH, when you give this to Lord Hokage, tell them that the data needs to be rechecked. He handed the scroll to the escort. Is there something wrong? The man asked. Too much chakra for a clanless child, he explained in surprise. Yes, even for clan children, this is a lot. Probably some kind of mistake. Oh, okay, I'll pass it on. As we climbed the stairs to the upper floors, I mentally thanked Rikudo for listening to my request, and now I have a really large uzumaki chakra reserve. With such starting buns I can really become a strong shinobi. Now it remains only to understand, but how to feel this very chakra. I was brought out of my thoughts by a knock on the door, and I noticed that while I was in my thoughts, we had already reached the Hokage. A calm male voice was heard from the office, allowing us to enter, and we crossed the threshold. The office was quite light and spacious. In the middle was a huge wooden table, on which was some kind of poster with the symbol of Konoha. And at the table sat the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Rikudo said there would be differences. Either it's a difference or I got there before Naruto was born. Minato was actually handsome, a young blonde with bottomless blue eyes. He was dressed in a blue jacket and a white coat. To all this was added a piercing look that seemed to attract. But there was no malice in his eyes, only seriousness and something else that I cannot understand. I can even argue that here he is much more beautiful than in the anime. It's even strange somehow. This is the first person who did not exist for me before, but now he is. And he is alive. Good afternoon, Hokage-sama, the shinobi said respectfully and handed over the scroll. I was also asked to convey that it is desirable to double-check the data. There is too much chakra for a clanless child. Okay, you can be free for now, I'll call you soon. He nodded to the shinobi, and he left the room. Minato opened the scroll and, after looking at it for a few seconds, smiled a little and looked at me. Hello, I said, scaredly, trying to act like a child. There was something incomprehensible in his studying gaze, a feeling as if he was remembering someone. Maybe he's just remembering Kushina. We have the same hair color. Well, he drawled mysteriously, hello. Ariza. You're probably wondering what happened. So, robbers attacked your caravan, and everyone died except you, Kage said quickly. He's not sickly enough from a running start into the canyon. I thought this was somehow special for the children, they carefully try to tell. Or is it common to lose parents in early childhood? I pretended to be like a child who has lost his parents. That is, she stood in shock mixed with pain and fear. I just didn't try to cry, I think I won't succeed. Ariza, since you are now alone, you will be sent to an orphanage. He walked around the table and stood in front of me, which caused me to lift my head, because he was very tall, and I was small. You have a good supply of chakra, so I want to offer you to become a ninja and serve for the good of the Fire Nation. Okay, I nodded. Can I just ask for something? He looked up at me and smiled a little. Come on. I heard from my parents that there are shinobi who guard the borders, and there are those who travel the world and complete cool missions. I tried to show enthusiasm and hint that I have no desire to protect the country's borders. Do you mean that you want to join the Seiki Butai in the future? He asked, and seeing that I simply didn't understand the last phrase, he added, in general, shinobi who carry out missions. Yes. I nodded happily. Well, that's great, Ariza. My son will enter the same stream as you. He smiled a little and, having a little disheveled my hair, sat back at the table. It turns out that Minato is simply alive in this world. All this time I thought that I would be 5 years older than the main characters, but it turns out that I am their age. At the age of 7, you will get an apartment in a hostel and go to the ninja academy. Everything else you can find out from the guide. You will receive your belongings and documents from him. Thank you, Hokage-sama. I was about to leave, but suddenly a brilliant idea came to my mind, and I stopped at the entrance, turned around and went back to Minato. Hokage-sama, I want to prepare to enter the academy. I'm sure there will be some kind of entrance exam, and I want to be ready for it. Can I find out if they will train at the shelter? No, they don't train there, he said calmly, putting aside his papers in which he wrote something. But I'll think of something, okay? He answered softly, and I did not read a drop of reproach in his eyes, as if we were friends. Although I understood very well that I am now the most ordinary small 5-year-old girl, that by last name I am not a member of any clan, I don't know anything. I'm not a resident of Konoha, and even have the audacity to take time from the great Lord Hokage. Why was I taken to him at all, if anyone else could say that? After all, I am no different now from any other child. And is the ruler of the village supposed to take care of the children? Maybe because I'm an uzumaki. And they are in great demand, and he himself wanted to make sure. Some other shinobi entered the office and called with him. We went to the secretary, we got my things and documents from him. This is something like a birth certificate or passport, first name, last name, date of birth, and so on. The rest of the information is in the archive, in the same place, probably, all the other data. Now my name is Ariza Saito. Emphasis in the last name and first name of GG on I. I got the surname Saito from my father, but my mother is Uzumaki. Although in general I don't remember the name Ariza Saito. However, I do not remember what my parents called me. It's probably due to amnesia. Taking things, we went to the shelter, where I will stay for another year. Upon arrival at the shelter, they told me where everything was and gave me a separate room. It seemed strange, but I don't know what's going on here. I entered the small room and looked around. One window covered with white tulle, a small made bed with a red pillow and a white blanket, and a bright children's table with coloring books and some toys. After waiting for the escort to leave the premises, I began to unpack my things, which almost everyone had bought for me. There was a lot, even pencils and paper. And what is most interesting, there were 5 books. The books were as follows: judging by the cover, the history of the shinobi world; judging by the pages, a textbook on our language, a dictionary, a book on the use of chakra, and, judging by the pictures, a guide to the development of taijutsu, Japanese art of close combat without weapons, fights. At the top is a note that reads, "Make yourself at home in Konoha and good luck with your studies." Hokage, I only recognized the last 2 hieroglyphs, and then only because they were known to me in a past life as Hokage. So, it seems that this is from Minato. But he probably didn't know that I still don't know how to read, flashed through my head. And what is most interesting, among the books there were both a thick notebook and a notebook. How did Minato figure out what I needed? Maybe he just decided that I would write down the material studied. Yes, that's probably what he thought, because I showed interest in learning. But only in this notebook I will write down something more valuable, the plot of the Naruto anime. I will write in my own language, because I don't know how to speak them yet. The main thing is to hide it, otherwise they will think that I am a spy for an enemy village. We have started dinner, we are waiting for you in dining room, somehow a little sternly declared a man, without knocking, unexpectedly opening the door. I turned around and saw a middle-aged woman. I think it was our teacher. Yes, okay, I'll be right there, I answered without hesitation, although I didn't understand where to go. Well, that's how my new life began. And I had only one thought about her: since there is no turning back, I want to live such a life that there is nothing to regret. Commentary on Chapter 1. There is no turning back. The name of the heroine is Ariza Saito. Emphasis on I, not Saito, but Saito. Dear readers who like the FIC, do not forget to add the work to the collection. The chapter uses Japanese characters. If you know Japanese and found a mistake in the translation, then just help us and write as it should be. Chapter 2. Commentary on Chapter 2. The beginning of a new life. This chapter has been rewritten. Update, January 19, 23. Chapter 2, The beginning of a new life. Who is beaten by life, he will achieve more. Whoever has eaten a pood of salt appreciates honey more. Who shed tears, he sincerely laughs. Whoever died knows that he lives. Omar Khayyam. March 14, 1050. I see you have a talent for bukijutsu. Throwing shurikens and kunai, a blonde-haired chunin named Naoki said cheerfully and patted my head. I squeezed out a smile and hurried to straighten my hair. Don't be offended, Just when I have the opportunity to get out of the shelter, I always look for someone who could train me. I clasped my hands behind my back and looked at the loose gravel on which we stood. We were at a small training ground not far from the orphanage, from which I often escaped. I had to prepare to enter the best shinobi class, where all the clan children were, who have been trained since childhood. Last year, I was told that there would be a difficult entrance exam, but at that time, all that I could do was nothing. Realizing that I could not even enter at such a pace, I had to take extreme measures, to look for teachers on my own. I ran around Konoha asking almost every shinobi I met to teach me something, since I didn't even know how to use chakra, let alone throw shurikens. Basically, everyone refused me, someone gently, someone rudely, but it didn't change the essence. It took days to find even one person who would be ready to give me at least 20 minutes. And who exactly taught you? Asked a blue-eyed boy in a standard chunin vest. Each time I found different people, but it was maybe 20 times, no more. I also asked the Hokage-sama to have someone train me, and therefore they came to me several times. I tried to portray joy, since I had no emotions. A few months ago, even Kakashi Hatake himself came to me. You're in luck. The copy ninja is one of the strongest shinobi in the village. He gave me advice on training and development of taijutsu, I added, without saying that I also asked him for an explanation of how shadow cloning is done. Hatake then looked at me very intently, and I had to justify myself by saying that I heard this from another sensei, that he promised to teach me this, since I have a huge reserve of chakra. Hatake hesitated, but he managed to beg me, albeit briefly, but he told me how this technique is created. A lot of time has passed since then, and so far I have not succeeded in creating shadow clones. Are you going to the academy soon? He looked down at me. Yes, in half a month receipt. I want to get into the best class. I exclaimed playfully in a childlike manner. Great mood. By the way, how old are you? 7. Yes, you are a baby. No, I'm not like that, I'm an adult, lol. I folded my arms across my chest and pouted my lips in deliberate outrage. Ahaha, the shinobi laughed slightly. You catch everything on the fly. I'm sure you'll be a very talented kunoichi. It's time for me to go, so take it goodbye, consider it a gift. The guy pulled out 3 kunai from a standard ninja pouch and handed it to me. Wow! I expressed surprise. Is that a kunai? To me? Yes. Kunai. To me? Thanks so. Yes, so that you can train more, by the time of admission. Just be careful, don't hurt anyone. He finally smiled and disappeared in a cloud of shunshin. The fake smile that I kept during the whole conversation fell off my face at that very moment, and I, having hidden my kunai more securely, headed to the outskirts of the village to the shelter. This training tired me out, and I didn't even know what was more difficult for me, trying to control such a large reserve of chakra that it seemed to not give in out of spite, or pretending to be a little cheerful girl, without having a single gram of emotions. Having quickly reached the orphanage, I quietly jumped up to the second floor through the open window, from which I had previously left. Taking off my street shoes, I hid my kunai and went to wash my face. This year was one of the longest in my life, every day dragged on as if there were rubber instead of time. No wonder they say that in childhood the years seem longer, and after 20 years they rush so that you don't even notice. When I returned to my room, I opened the drawer and began rummaging through the books that I begged from the caretakers of the orphanage. I was interested in everything from novels to history books. I read just to pass the time, but more often, to have at least some reason to refuse children an offer to play. I was already especially disliked, knowing that, unlike everyone else, I had a separate room. So also the unwillingness to waste time on games worsened an already shaky reputation. Due to the fact that I was constantly studying something, everyone began to call me a bookworm, and after a couple of months, not a single child called me to have fun. And this is just what I needed. Workouts and reading were a priority, and I always had an alibi where I was, reading a book in my room. And that's it. No questions. Perfect reputation as a nerd. Taking the gifted book on chakra control, I was already lying on the bed, when suddenly someone softly knocked on the door. I immediately glanced at the clock, thinking that I was late for dinner, only to find that it was only 6:30. Ariza-chan, are you there? I heard a slightly disturbing voice of the educator outside the door. Yes, answering, I hurriedly opened the door and let a pretty girl of about 30 on the threshold. She carefully, even somehow sadly, looked at me with deep brown eyes and said something that I did not expect at all. It's time for us to say goodbye, Ariza-chan. Today you are moving, she declared with a note of melancholy in her voice. Am I moving? Yes, to the hostel, they are already waiting for you downstairs. Ah! I thought I'd be here, I drawled, blinking frequently. Everyone who will enter the shinobi, move to a hostel, which is not far from the academy. That's how it's supposed to be. She smiled softly and sat down so that I wouldn't throw my head back when I talked. We are proud of every pupil who has become a shinobi, we have few of them. And I'm sure your parents would be proud of you too, she said with the bitterness of the inevitable parting and put her hand on my chest, where there was a purple pendant given by her parents. This is all I have left of them, and it needs to be protected. In a past life, everything that my parents left me and my grandmother before they said goodbye and left forever was nothing. It seems that this time I got more loving parents, although I was again left without them. Thank you. Become a wonderful kunoichi, you can do it, Ariza-chan. Necessarily. Starting to quickly pack my things, 20 minutes later I found myself with 6 huge packages. There were also books, scrolls, clothes, stationery and personal hygiene products donated by Minato. I wanted to take everything with me, because it is not known with whom I will live and whether I will have anything to exist at all. I yawned sleepily, took one last look at the room where I spent my first year and a half in this world, and left. Going down the stairs, I came to the conclusion that it was even better that the Death Eaters deprived me of all emotions and feelings. After all, I would certainly have become attached to someone during this time, made friends so that this separation would break my heart. I would feel lonely again in this unknown world, in which there is not a single person who really needs me. It would be more difficult for me to train, feeling every day the killing loneliness and endless longing for loved ones and friends. No matter what body you put me in, I'm still a fun extrovert who needs friends and family to feel good about himself. Now I have no pain, no longing, no joy. Everything is gray and dim. And, oddly enough, it doesn't bother me one bit. Nothing is as it should be, but I don't care. I wonder if my emotions will ever come back. An escort was already waiting for me downstairs. It was one of the educators, an ordinary gloomy man of about 40, as well as all the others who came to say goodbye. It was the caretakers of the orphanage and the few children who treated me well. Everyone knew that I would not return here, and the memories of a quiet orphanage on the outskirts of Konoha would forever remain only in memory. These 1.5 years, during which I learned to jump above my head, throw shurikens and fight. 1.5 years, which divided into before and after my entire life story. The educators accompanied me with encouraging parting words, wished me to pass the exams well and enter the best group. The children vied with each other yelling at me so that later I would somehow show them the techniques that I would learn, and also teach them how to fight. They didn't have enough hearth to go to the academy, but it seemed that every single one of them wanted it. Unlike me, they didn't even feel chakra, and that made a lot of people sad. If they knew that I lived for 16 years as an ordinary person, perhaps they would not envy me so much. We have all just started our journey. They will be ordinary citizens of Konoha, someone is a carpenter, someone is a merchant, and I will have to become the one who saves this world. We said goodbye. The door closed behind me. And I never saw them again. I got the same hostel that Naruto had in the anime. A 5-story beige building with a red roof, small windows on the ground floors, and green planks nailed down in random places. It was located a couple of blocks from the main street and the academy, just in the area where mostly citizens lived who did not have a lot of chakra. An unremarkable place where one could only occasionally see passing shinobi. I was here a couple of times, but, realizing that there was simply no one to beg for training from, I didn't come here anymore. For the most part, shinobi are united in clans that are located in various parts of Konoha. They have their own territory, where strangers appear infrequently, and if they do, in most cases they are instantly gently asked to leave it. I felt it on my own skin when I accidentally went to Hyuga. They quickly showed me that I had mixed up the road. With these thoughts, my companion and I climbed the stairs to the top floor. Along the way, I noticed what unusual houses are located in Konoha. Everything was of some unusual shape, round, oval, slightly cone-shaped. Each subsequent floor had less area than the previous one, because of which it was necessary to make narrow hinged roofs that go around the entire building. Most likely, this is so that shinobi can easily jump from one house to another. Such assumptions were spinning in my head along the way. The one-room shabby apartment I got was on the top floor and had a spacious balcony from which one could see almost the whole of Konoha. It will be possible to look at the stars on it, flashed through my mind. In a past life, I loved to study astronomy and look at the stars, but my relatives were categorically against this specialty, and I had to go to medical school. The escort gave me the key and told me to wait in the apartment. In a couple of hours the head of the hostel would have to come to me and tell me everything. Without waiting, I decided to start cleaning right away. Filling the bucket with water, I began to wash the floor from a thick layer of dust. The walls were painted green throughout the apartment, except for the bathroom. There was one wardrobe, a chest of drawers and a bed in the room. In the kitchen there was a refrigerator, a gas stove, a solid wooden table covered with a tablecloth, and a couple of chairs. The bathroom had ice-colored sea green tiles, slightly cracked in certain places. An old cast iron tub, probably from Hashirama's time, and a sink with a rusty faucet of the same age. There are a few dishes in the kitchen, which, apparently, have not been used for a long time. Dusty wooden cornices, and on them, old green curtains that are about to tear. Having walked around the apartment with a broom, a mop and rags, I was already ready to start laying out my things, when suddenly I was distracted by a knock on the door, loud and assertive, as if someone was in a hurry somewhere. I decided not to tempt fate and hurriedly opened the door, letting in a plump, bald man of about 60. He was all out of breath and gasping for air, showing that climbing to the 5th floor was a grueling workout for him. "Saito?" he said loudly, looking at me as if I were a small insect, and, waiting for my measured nod, without taking off his street shoes, he went to the kitchen, simultaneously pulling a thick yellow envelope from his pocket. "But I just washed the floor," flashed through my thoughts, and I tried not to step barefoot on those dirty footprints that he left. "In general, listen, I won't explain a second time." The man barked menacingly and, straightening his mustache, began to walk around the apartment in dirty boots, along the way explaining to me how to use the gas stove, where are the switches and how to take care of the refrigerator. "Where do you throw the trash?" "Around the corner of the house, on the right," he casually threw, and for some reason I suddenly became curious where the garbage goes next. Maybe I'm interested because I'm in the body of a child, and children at this age are very curious. "Is there heating in winter?" I asked, remembering that it is not only cold here in winter, but sometimes it snows. They heat, only you have to pay a communal apartment for this from above." The head of the dormitory said that he would monthly bring material benefits for orphans on the 15th day. "Until I graduate from the academy, then I myself will have to earn money on D-rank missions and pay for the dormitory, which costs 4,000 Rio. This month's allowance is 2,000 Rio more, and in total he gave me 15,000. I didn't know if this would be enough for me to eat, but I couldn't even hold it in my 2 hands. "Whoever you are, don't think that everything is allowed to you. Keep quiet and don't bring anyone here." And so that after 11 there was not a sound. Strictly shaking his finger at me and rubbing his bald head, he went out the door. "Whoever am I?" Shrugging my shoulders and closing the door behind him, I went back to get a bucket of water to wash the floor again. After waking up early the next morning and quickly making myself some rice, I cleaned myself up and headed to the store. His stomach rumbled plaintively all the way, as if no one had fed him and generally starved him for a week. And I, unable to stand it, went to the nearest eatery. Having eaten and bought groceries, I discovered that they gave me not just a lot of money, but how much more. Maybe they give out such an allowance so that there is enough for weapons. It's definitely expensive. After wandering around Konoha for another hour, I returned home in time for dinner. The plans for today were to go to the weapons store, see what is there, and look into the archive, grabbing a couple of dozen books, preferably, and then walk around Konoha in the evening. It would be nice to understand where the academy is and how long to go to it. I once saw her briefly, but that was 6 months ago and for a few minutes. After eating and getting dressed, I set out on my planned route. The weapon shop turned out to be a rather quiet and modest place, although it was located on the main street and not far from the Hokage's residence. There were many glass cases behind which were weapons of forms I had never seen before, of which I could only recognize shurikens, kunai, nunchaku and katanas. Even though I read all the books at the shinobi orphanage and studied everything the Hokage gave me, it still wasn't enough. The world I managed to enter was much deeper than what was shown in the anime. And although I watched the entire shonen from beginning to end and knew the plot, I was not called a fan. And this is not good. Unlike Naruto, I'm not the main character, and I don't have a plot armor that will save me in case of emergency. And who knows, maybe with these swords they will rip open my belly and smear my intestines on the wall. What are you dissatisfied with, Ariza? Rejoice that you ended up in peaceful Konoha at all, and not in Attack on Titan, where you would have been eaten, not slaughtered. I turned to myself. Realizing this wild thought, I averted my eyes from the next kunai of an unusual shape and saw that a gray-haired middle-aged man was standing at the checkout, carefully writing down something in his notebook and sometimes throwing a dejected look at me. I went to him and, stopping a meter from the cash register, held out hello. What do you want? He looked at me with gray eyes. How can I contact you? My name is Toshi, you can call me Toshi-san. Straightening his beard, he looked at me carefully. Okay, Toshi-san, can you please tell me how much a standard set of 10 kunai costs? I politely asked. 1,800 Rio. I thought in my mind and, realizing that I had enough in general, I clarified, can I buy it? Ha, he chuckled a little and looked up from the counter. Have you even entered the academy? Not yet, in early April I will do it, I answered calmly. Do you have any documents with you? Aha, I nodded and handed them to the man. Well. Ariza Saito, 7 years old, he looked up at me assessing me and then lowered himself down at the documents. Well, good luck with your admission. He handed me the documents back and glanced at the door, gently hinting to leave the establishment. I did not anger him and, taking the documents, silently headed towards the exit. This was to be expected, so I had another option in store, to walk around the training grounds and look for lost weapons. "Girl," he called out to me as I opened the door. I stopped and turned around. "There are some academy students who are allowed to buy weapons. After admission, come and see." I thanked him and closed the door behind me and moved on. The public archive of Konoha, the address of which she had previously begged from local shinobi, was already further away, about 30 minutes walk from the hostel. As I learned, there are no strong techniques, only the basic jutsu of the academy and scrolls with books, which are not related to the art of ninja at all. All the most interesting is in another, already secret archive, hidden, according to rumors, in the Hokage Rock. There is all the information about the past and future of the village, as well as about all the shinobi of Konoha. I didn't even decide to go there. The fact that they would send me far and for a long time from there was as obvious as possible. The local library greeted me with alarming silence. Inside, it was 3 high stories high, each of which contained many 3-meter-high shelves of books and scrolls. In order not to search long and tirelessly myself, I decided to take the easy way and go to the reception desk, behind which sat a gray-haired man in thick glasses. "Hello, sorry to interrupt, please tell me where." I do not have time to finish, as someone came out from around the corner and called out to the librarian. "Isao-san, Kihatsu was recently neutralized by a nuke Nin. Can I cross out his name myself already?" It was a guy in his 20s with short buzz cut. Having received a slight nod from, apparently, the chief of the shift, he left to work on. "What did you want?" The older man turned his attention to me. "I need the following books." I handed him a piece of paper, where there was a whole list, about the history of Konoha, cooking, our language, vocabulary, traditions of the Land of Fire, books about taijutsu, ninjutsu and genjutsu marked, preferably everything that is, and other topics necessary for learning. In bewilderment and a slight stupor, he looked at me from the category, "Are you crazy, girl?" But all that he saw was just my indifferent eyes. Exhaling tiredly and somehow irritably, he left the table, and throwing, "Let's go," went deep into the archive. We walked with him through all the departments, picking up a whole stack of old, peeled books along the way. "I won't give you all the books on taijutsu and ninjutsu, first read these 3 and return them in 2 months, and then I'll look." "What about genjutsu?" I asked. "She's been taken away, come back later." "Understand very well." When I left the archive with a whole package of books that I took before the end of May, the sky had already turned into an amazing sapphire color. Unable to resist, I raised my head to the sky, peering into the barely twinkling distant stars, and took a deep breath of the cold spring air. A light breeze blew away my red strands, and I felt the aroma of roasted chestnuts, tsukmono pickles and chrysanthemum flowers hover around me. Realizing that I was about to choke on my own saliva, I headed towards the house. The path lay through the main street, where there were so many delicious smells, and although there were no emotions, for some reason I was still drawn to something to eat. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a chiraka ramen, a sort of small wooden stall, in which there were only 6 high chairs on one leg, reminiscent of a bar counter. The aroma of noodles, fried pork and spicy additives immediately hit my nose. I could not resist and went at least to look at the prices. What if I can afford to look here periodically? Cooking this is the longest and most dreary, especially after a tiring workout. I was greeted by a pleasant elderly man named Tuchi-san and his young and cheerful daughter Ayam, who helped him with the family business, which is now 25 years old. In this atmospheric and cozy place, the cost of a huge plate of noodles turned out to be completely insignificant, only 60 ryo. So I decided that I would come here once a week. Sitting down at the table, I ordered myself a medium portion of ramen and, in order not to waste time on empty waiting, I began to write down the upcoming tasks in my notebook. There were few of them: to study some techniques, read books, completely rewrite the notebook, which describes the whole future of this world. I wrote it in Russian so that it would be faster. Now it's time to rewrite it into the local language, so that later I would not have problems with the fact that I forgot some words. "Hello, Tuchi-san." I heard a childish boyish voice behind me, but I didn't even turn around. "Oh, Jiro-kun, have a seat, what dish would you like?" The owner of the establishment happily greeted the guest. "No, I'm looking for my brother, have you seen him? Hitoshi didn't come in today, so, alas, no." Tuchi shrugged. "Got it, thank you." "Jiro-kun, what's up with your sister, what's the news?" the owner asked, and I heard only a heavy sigh from behind. "Does the clan help?" "Not anymore," the boy said bitterly, and I turned to look at him. It turned out to be a rather handsome black-haired boy with light curls, about my age, maybe a little older. His clothing vaguely resembled that of an uchiha, wearing a long-necked black t-shirt and dark shorts. The boy glanced at me briefly and, sadly lowering his gaze, left Ichiraku. "Poor kid," Ayam whispered under her breath. Tsuchi-san pursed his lips in annoyance, and I continued to write down the to-do list in a notebook. One of the points after learning the Rasengan is to try to invent your own technique in its likeness. I don't know what element I have, so it was too early to count on the creation of a Rasen Shuriken or a fireball, Rasengan with the addition of fire. What if I even have the element of water? I will definitely learn the Rasengan. At a minimum it will be useful to me for training in chakra control, and if possible, then I will create some technique that I can use openly, without fear that they will begin to interrogate me forcibly. How do I know this? Here, Ariza-chan, bon appetit. They gave me a plate of noodles, and I thanked and broke the chopsticks and began to eat. After tasting this dish, it became clear to me why Naruto loved it so much. The noodles were in perfect condition, the broth was neither too spicy nor bland, and the meat was perfectly done. The value for money was excellent. But before I even had time to praise the owners, a new guest entered the diner. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Someone's voice was heard, and I recognized a familiar baritone in it. Turning around, I saw Kakashi Hatake himself, who had dropped in, apparently for a bite to eat. The guy in his 20s was wearing the same outfit as last time, a green Jonin Konoha vest, a black forehead protector covering his left eye, and messy light gray hair combed to one side, only, unlike in the anime, it was not as long. Hello Kakashi-san, how are you? I smiled softly. Yeah, he nodded slightly and sat down to my left, practically next to me. We were separated by one chair, on which lay a whole package of books that I took from the library. While waiting for the order, he gave me a searching look, and I hastily closed my notebook, seeing that he recognized me. Ariza-chan. He smiled with one eye, and I greeted him. I didn't expect to see you here, Kakashi-san. I said emotionally, noticing that he was carefully looking at the white package that was between us. Yes, today I took it in the archive to prepare for admission. Do you mind if I take a look? He asked, and I nodded. The man reached out and took out a couple of books from the bag, about taijutsu and ninjutsu. I see you are a reader. Isn't it too much? In the archive, they give it for a limited time. Will you have time to read it all? According to my calculations, I can. There are only 8 books in the package. A month is enough for me. That's how. How are you getting on with technology? He looked at me suspiciously, and I recognized the seriousness in his eyes, as if he was wary of me. Apparently, I'm too bad at pretending to be a little girl, or in front of me is such a professional that it's useless to pretend. It hasn't worked out yet, but I'm still trying. I frowned, and then looked pleadingly at Kakashi. Help, please, explain one more time, I will be very grateful. Who knows, suddenly after the academy I will be your student. I smiled slightly and saw his surprised look. I just recently learned that after graduation, teams of 4 are formed, 3 graduates of the academy and 1 sensei. You know everything. He squinted. Language to key, Rigakure will bring. I corrected in time. I want to become a strong shinobi and, in my opinion, the easiest way to become stronger is to ask those who are already strong to tell them how they achieved this, and then just repeat. I don't think that everyone just wants to share such information. 1 in 100 will agree. I shrugged. At your age, you don't often meet such smart children. Why do you want to become stronger? I have no one, no parents, no friends, no brothers, no sisters. I am completely alone in this world. And inside it hurts so much that no one really needs me. I looked at the guy with a tired look and saw a response in his soul. He hunched his shoulders as if he were carrying an unbearable weight of guilt and looked away. Only if, due to the lack of emotions, I felt it in the very depths, in the forgotten corners of the heart, then he seemed to feel monstrous loneliness every day. Perhaps something happened to Obito and Rin in this world as well. But someday the day will come when I will have dear and beloved people who will need me, who will love me as much as I love them. And I want to be able to protect them so that no one else can take them away. I said with enthusiasm, and we seemed to have found something in common with each other at that moment. We sat talking for about an hour. I was a little pleased that I was able to share my feelings with someone, and at the same time was heard. Who, if not Kakashi, knows the pain of loneliness? Hatake became a little easier on me and explained in more detail how to create shadow clones. We even practiced creating them in the institution itself. Why he had such high confidence in me, I did not know. Why Minato sent teachers to me, and why they gave me a separate room in the orphanage, also remained a mystery. I saw that people around me treated me differently, but I could not understand how. Maybe the thing is that I could see that I was a clan child. The rest of the days were filled with training and reading. I got up early in the morning and worked hard until late at night for one single goal, to get into the best group, and then, to the team of the strongest shinobi of this century. Chapter 3. Commentary on Chapter 3. Happy Childhood. This is a rewritten chapter, updated date, March 16, 23. Chapter 3 Happy Childhood. The elevator to success is not working. Use steps. Step by step. Joe Girard, April 7, 1050. Several weeks have passed since I left the orphanage. The granted freedom has opened new horizons for me. Now there was no need to pretend and quietly run away for the sake of training. During the day, I calmly went to the training grounds on the outskirts of the village, and in the evenings I diligently prepared for the written exam, because it depended on which class I would get into. I improved my control, trained my strikes and techniques, improved my accuracy in throwing kunai, read quite a lot of books and found out everything I could about the exam. I prepared as well as I could. Getting up early today, I made myself coffee, cooked scrambled eggs and, after doing my exercises, I headed to the academy. The entrance exam was yesterday, but the results will not be published until this morning. I didn't expect to immediately get into the best class, because, unlike clan children who are trained from the age of 4, I only had a year and a half to train, so I had a backup option in mind. As I recently learned, with good grades, they can eventually be transferred to a cooler group. The weather outside was incredible. The first decade of April is the week during which the sakura blossoms. There are so many of these trees in Konoha that sometimes from afar it seems as if pink clouds have descended from heaven to earth. Sakura is associated with courage and bravery among all shinobi of the leaf. Its petals fall without fading, still full of strength. For shinobi, this is a sign that it is noble to die in the prime of life, in battle. All the way to the academy, I admired the bright blue sky and magical flowering. It felt like I was in a small fairy tale country, where there is only joy and happiness. And although I could not fully experience all this miracle, inside it was blissfully calm. As if, having died, I found myself in a lost paradise. Recently, a fair began on the main street, the kids ran back and forth, walked with their parents, there was a flower festival, everyone made maps of cherry blossoms. And the air is so clean, so fresh, as if you are walking in a coniferous forest after the rain. Over the years, Konoha has become a special place for me, although sometimes it seemed as if I had not been here for the first time and had already seen winding streets and these wonderful houses. The feeling of déjà vu was the only one I had. With such thoughts, I reached the academy. Above the main entrance, right under the Konoha logo, there was already a bright poster wishing the students a happy new school year, and a crowd of people crowded around it. They shoved each other, trying to get through the crowd and quickly see what class they entered. I saw familiar faces among them. After waiting until the crowd more or less dissipated, I went to the booth to see where I was assigned. Saito Ariza. Grade A, I read, and then skimmed through the rest of the list, noticing that Naruto and Sasuke were in the same place. Without changing my face, I moved away, making way for others. Still, I was lucky, and now I will be in the same class as the future legends of the shinobi world. As I learned in the first year, we will be taught taijutsu, hand seals, mathematics, language, geography and bokujutsu, throwing shurikens and kunai. And in the next courses, ninjutsu and genjutsu will already appear, as well as kunoichi classes, which are attended only by girls. On them, the girls study other countries and villages, since later, most often it is the kunoichi who are sent on missions to penetrate other villages as spies. I looked around the square and noticed a tree with a swing near the fence, which was shown more than once in the anime. Seeing some fair-haired boy on this swing, I decided to come closer. Suddenly it's Naruto, who, just like in the cartoon, sits and is sad. But as I got closer, I discovered that it was another boy, also my age. He, like Naruto, had blonde hair, only it gave off more of a red tint. He sat on a swing and, bowing his head, looked at the ground. Even for a moment it seemed to me that he was crying. Something happened? I asked, looking at his black breeches and white t-shirt. Eh? He raised his gray eyes to me, in which the anguish of melancholy smoldered. You are too sad. I stood a few meters away from him. Yes, so. I didn't get into the class I wanted to. I wanted to study at A, but I'll have to study at B. He drawled and pursed his lips. What is your name? Makoto. Nice to meet you. My name is Ariza. Listen, Makoto, do you know that you can transfer for good grades? I sat down in front of him to be on the same level. Yes. He almost jumped up from happiness. Yeah, cool. Hey Makoto. I heard a new, but some familiar voice behind me. Turning around, I met the eyes of the curly, black-haired Uchiha boy I saw at Ichiraka Ramen a few weeks ago. Jiro? Makoto calmed down. Did you look where you got to? Yes. To Class A. He stepped closer. But I asked for a transfer to B. What? For what? You didn't think I'd leave you, did you? The Uchiha smiled. Moreover, it is unlikely that the brother will pull the training in Class A. But, let's go already. The Hokage's speech will be coming soon, the boy said. She just told me that you can transfer. Like a puppy, Makoto pointed his finger at me. Is it true? Jiro was surprised, looking at me attentively. Yes, but better clarify, I unsuccessfully managed a smile. And where did you go? Makoto clarified. Class A, I replied calmly, and then turned my gaze to the little black-haired Uchiha. You just said that you won't pull the A class. I understand that training there is very expensive. Yeah, but do you have rich parents? The boy replied. No, I'm an orphan. Probably government benefits. Algio, what? Makoto asked, then sneezed loudly and wiped his snot with his sleeve. People like you should go to class C or B, but not to A. The Uchiha frowned. Why? I clarified. As far as I know, orphans only enter them. Then it must be subsidies, or lack of manpower in the regular Konoha troops, I suggested aloud, and 6-year-olds stared at me, not understanding the phrase. Come on, Jiro, she's strange, the red-haired man said, and without waiting, they disappeared into the crowd. A couple of minutes later, the Hokage himself appeared, accompanied by Jonin and future Chunin teachers. As they lined up, Minato stood in the middle and appeared to be preparing to deliver an inspirational speech to the kids. In order to see what was happening better, I jumped onto the branch of the tree to which Naruto's favorite swing was tied. But before delving into Minato's monologue, I decided to test my skills first. Recently, I have often felt that I have the germ of sensory abilities. To verify this, I recently borrowed a curious book from the library, How to Hide Your Chakra and Feel Someone Else's. This is a very useful ability. If you fully master it, you can not only notice the enemy nearby, but also determine by the fluctuation of the chakra whether a person is lying or not, feel when other sensors nearby use their abilities, and also determine that a person is in genjutsu. With my right hand sealing the Teritsu no In seal of confrontation, I focused on the crowd to feel it. Suddenly, everything in my chest froze, I closed my eyes, but, as before, I felt everyone present. Unfortunately, not yet separately, but simply as a large accumulation of chakra. We will need to further develop this ability. Sitting on a branch and crossing my legs, I began to silently observe the entire ceremony of admission from above, looking around at all the colored tops. While Minato solemnly performed, I found a girl with pink hair. Most likely it was Sakura. I wonder if she will be the same turned on Sasuke as in the anime. In any case, I will have to become her competitor. My plan is pretty simple. Get on the team No. 7 in place of Haruno, and for this you need to be an excellent student in theory and weak in practice. Then if Sasuke is the best student in the academy and Naruto is the worst, I will be assigned to them for team balance, and next to them, the mission success rate will increase. And in order for Sakura not to be my rival, I just have to make friends with her and pull her up in practice. I remember that the third Hokage in the anime made up just such a command for a reason, a fool with a dream, a talented protege and a smart kunoichi. Minato's command to get Kakashi to take on at least one student. I might even have to pretend to be part of Sasuke's fan club a little. It is possible not to do this, but with this my chances will increase, and it will not cost much effort. If not for the mission. Emerging from my thoughts back to reality, I looked up at the ruler of our village. Minato was not only wearing his cloak today, but also wearing a headdress, which made him monstrously handsome. He confidently held himself in front of a whole crowd of students and their parents, already finishing his fiery speech. Today you begin your journey of becoming a shinobi. This path will be long and thorny, but I am sure that among you there will definitely be ninja that will become outstanding not only in Konoha, but throughout the world. Running his eyes over the crowd of applicants, Minato lifted his gaze straight at me, held it for a few seconds, and, smiling mysteriously, disappeared in a yellow flash. And what was that? Flashed through my head, and I even felt a slight surprise. Does he remember me? How? We saw each other more than a year and a half ago and only for 10 minutes. Maybe because of the red hair. Hello kids, my name is Yumino Irika, I'm an A-class sensei. A guy with a scar on the bridge of his nose stepped forward. He was not particularly tall, about 18. Most likely, we will be his first class. He was wearing the standard shinobi uniform, which meant he was already a chunin. His hair was pulled back into a ponytail and his soft-hearted smile was reassuring. But even this did not hide the fact that he was worried. The one I'm about to name comes up to me. The ninja looked around at the crowd of children and looked down at the parchment again. Everyone suddenly fell silent, and he, in this tense silence, began to list names. As soon as he pronounced them, they left the ranks and stood behind him. Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamaru, Haruno Sakura. It was Irika who spoke as I carefully examined each one whose name was familiar to me. Uzumaki Naruto. A blonde-haired boy jumped out of the ranks, while shouting, as if arguing with someone that he would become the strongest. Not Hokage, just strong. Maybe he doesn't have that dream yet. This difference should be corrected. Otherwise, everything will not go according to the canon. I wonder why he has his mother's last name and not his father's. Maybe the Konoha Yellow Flash has so many enemies that he decided to protect his son in this way. It seems that this was even mentioned in the anime. I immediately had guesses. Suddenly, a quiet whisper was heard, "It's him, demon, monster." And the boy, as if not hearing them, ran up to Irika, who looked at him with the same contempt in his eyes and noted something on the sheet. Naruto put on a cheerful smile and disappeared into the crowd. I involuntarily began to compare it with the canon, and noticed that I had only seen the fourth with this hair color. The color of wheat under the sun, combined with ultramarine eyes, made him a real handsome man. Uchiha Sasuke. I expected the girls to start squealing, but apparently his fan club hasn't been formed yet. The youngest son of the head of the Uchiha clan stepped out of the ranks and walked on with his head held high. So few years, and already understood that he was born the heir to the elite and almost the strongest clan of Konoha, and even with a high-ranking official of the village. The boy was really cute, onyx eyes, blue-black hair and snow-white skin. Maybe you shouldn't worry about his fate, since Minato is still alive in this world. They will surely find a common language with the current head of the Uchiha clan, improve relations, and there will be no massacre. And Sasuke will grow up a happy child in a full-fledged family, I thought, and something sank in my chest. A slight resentment pinched his heart. It became irrationally bitter that someone has a loving family, but I don't have one. Not in a past life, and certainly not in this one. I don't even remember what it's like to come home and see my mother there preparing dinner. All my childhood I was haunted by the same kind of thoughts. Why not me? Why is everyone lucky and they have good and caring parents, but I don't? I probably would have analyzed these fleeting feelings further if Irika had not called my name. Saito Ariza. Hearing him, I jumped down and, breaking through the crowd, stood up to the others. Irika announced 10 more students, and when there were 30 of us, we headed to the classroom. The audience was like in higher educational institutions, that is, each subsequent desk is higher than the previous one. We sat down at them, and Irika, standing in the middle, at the very board, began to speak. "You hit the first A." He blurted out loudly, trying to interrupt the loud children. Classes are divided into A, B and C, where they got the Latin letters from. This is a mystery shrouded in darkness. But what is clear is that A is better than B, B is better than C. In Class A are the main fighters, geniuses, heirs of clans or just very outstanding children. They will be sent on difficult missions where you have to fight. And the rest will guard the borders or occupy other not very significant positions. Ordinary children also study at the academy, because they also need to get an education, only they are in a different building. I don't remember this being in the anime, but it must have been influenced by Minato. You scored more points than everyone else. Now each of you will come out and introduce yourself to the class, Sensei continued. He began to call, and everyone who came out told about himself. My name is Shikamaru, I'm 6 years old, that's all. The brown-haired man with a strange pineapple hairstyle yawned into his fist and trudged to his seat. My name is Choji, and I love to eat, said a plump boy with brown hair sticking out in all directions. There were red spirals on his cheeks, apparently the mark of the Akimichi clan. Even as he spoke, he did not stop eating chips, greedily swallowing one after another. My name is Naruto. And I will become the strongest ninja in Konoha, Databayo. Also, I love ramen. Shouted the blue-eyed man enthusiastically, almost jumping up and down. And then he went back to the desk. Uchiha Sasuke, Sensei said, and the heir calmly stood up and slowly walked towards the board. His gaze was not the same as in the anime. It does not have that hatred and coldness. Yes, he is self-confident, proud, arrogant, but not evil. I'm 6 years old, I like my family, and I don't like being molested. Ariza Saito, the teacher said calmly and began to look for me with his eyes. I did not torment him and went to the middle. My name is Ariza. I am 7 years old. I like to read books and look at the stars. I looked around the whole class and stopped at Naruto. We looked into each other's eyes for a couple of seconds before someone distracted him. I thought about telling you more about myself, but decided not to risk it. In principle, that's all. On the way to the desk, I glanced at Sasuke. So far, he had not been openly harassed, but they were already glancing and whispering. I had no desire to portray any emotions. Although, if you think about it, I didn't have any desires or dreams at all. I don't care who to sit with, where to live and what to wear. Pestering Sasuke is nothing more than the execution of a plan, like this whole mission to save the world from Rakuto. I haven't felt anything for boys yet. Yes, they were the heroes of the popular shonen, but I liked completely different characters there, such as Kakashi, Minato or Lee, who, like Naruto, earned me endless respect due to his tenacity. The only thing that really moved me was the need, even some extraordinary thirst to become stronger. I don't know where this desire originated, because the lack of emotions should have affected it. But such motivation seemed to be vital to me. Could this be the work of the Sage of the Six Paths? Sensei explained to us where he is, what lessons will be held this school year and what in all subsequent ones. This is how my first day passed in a new life stage called school years. Who knows, suddenly they will be the best in my life. After the academy, I decided to go to Ichiraku, celebrate the successful entry into the elite class. After lunch, I headed to my favorite 8th range, which was the most distant and most unloved for the inhabitants. Arriving at the clearing and sitting in a meditation pose, I began to probe the chakra and drive it through the chakra channels, increasing the speed. Chakra is such a bundle of two energies inside you, yin and yang, and both of them must be controlled. The chakra is quite warm, but you don't feel it unless you use it. But when you direct it to some other limbs, they become heavier, and energy seems to boil in them. Over time, you don't even notice how you use it, it becomes a habit and is somehow done automatically. We haven't learned it yet, but I don't want to wait another year. This year we will be going through a lot of subjects, only ninjutsu is not on their list. We will even study the seals only next year, although I already knew all the seals and their actions. The seal of the horse helps the chakra bundles to be one, and the seal of the tiger or the dragon strengthens the techniques of katon. Fire. You can do without seals, but then you need perfect chakra control, which, of course, I did not have. I couldn't wait until they started teaching this at the academy, so I started studying the techniques before the program. According to the plan, the first thing to do is to finish studying the shadow clones. Unfortunately, I could not learn as quickly as Naruto in the anime. Uzumaki did it there in half an hour or an hour, but I was busy with them for a week. There were successes, but there was a lot of work ahead. According to the schedule, I was at least a week behind, which is not good. Once I learned shadow cloning, consider half the battle done. After them, learning the rest of the basic techniques, as well as the Rasengan, will be much faster. I was also given more advanced taijutsu books in the archive. They already describe the techniques and combinations, the training of which I have planned for the next 6 months. After sitting for an hour in meditation, I went to do a warm-up, and at the same time stretching on my legs, arms, and, of course, my hands, so as not to get confused in the seals, because with the help of them, the chakra in Kirakuki-ai, chakra channel system, goes as it should. If you make a mistake, you can damage the tenketsu, and this is very painful. Having done a warm-up, I went to work out the techniques to automatism. After them there was a throwing of kunai and shurikens. For some reason, I was very good at bukijutsu, as if I were part of the uchiha caste, which is a master in this. Although who I compare myself to is a prestigious clan, and I am an ordinary girl, albeit half uzumaki. I'm just lucky in throwing shurikens and kunai, that's all. Sakura seemed to do well too. Taking 4 kunai in my hands, I launched them, and 2 of them hit the target, and the rest flew past. The result seems to suck, but at the same time, I've only been learning this for a couple of weeks, and I should not expect more just yet. As I get used to throwing, I will start throwing them in motion, and then from a jump or from a turn. As my grandmother told me, so that life does not seem like honey. At the same time, according to the plan, there is a training in walking through trees and water, which I will start in the summer-autumn of this year. Then I will train strikes using chakra. My schedule for the next 6 years is quite simple. I get up at 5, do my homework until 8, after that I go to the academy. After that I have lunch and go to the training ground, where I train with a dinner break until 9, and after that, scrolls and books are waiting for me at home. For some, such a working day in which there is not a single free minute. Even in a past life, I earned a reputation as an extremely active, hardworking and efficient person, who devoted all the time to study and work. I didn't play computer games, I didn't go out with my peers much, all this was before the age of 14. After all the years, I gave preference to my future career, keeping in touch only with my best friends. I wanted to quickly get a profession, start working and get out of the poverty in which I lived. It was my blue dream and the only goal of a past life, but the fate of the villain turned out to be quite insidious. As soon as I was almost on my feet, she knocked me to the ground, testing me for strength, as if it were part of the program. I was given a chance for a second life, and if I waste time, then I should not even promise about any victory. And discipline in this is a fundamental thing, without it nothing can be achieved. Fortunately, I know how to force myself to do what needs to be done. With this attitude, I finished today's workout at exactly 6 in the evening. After having a snack at home, I went to the village archive. Some books and scrolls were not given to me at home, but I could copy them. In the For Shinobi section, which, surprisingly, was always empty, I sat in the evenings all alone, under the light of a desk lamp, and took notes: how to sleep lightly, how to detect surveillance, a guide to the pursuit of enemies, how to pretend to be someone and so on. So today I sat in the archive until closing at 10 at night, and when I came out, I saw the black velvet of the sky, on which myriads of stars shone in a careless and bewitching scattering. These celestial bodies are so big and so far away. You can admire them endlessly, sadly realizing that you will never touch them. In a past life, looking at the Milky Way, I could hardly realize that they were billions of years before us and will be the same after our death. Astronomy has always interested me. As a teenager, I reviewed almost half of YouTube, studying this science. I sincerely believe that the stars are one of the best phenomena in the world. It's worth living for them. Why not go and look at them now? There hasn't been such a cloudless sky for a long time. A thought crept into my head, and I, stopping on a deserted street among the lamps, carefully looked at Mount Hokage. Great place to watch. Half an hour later I was sitting on the head of the third, which had an incredible view of the entire village. I thought that I would look at the stars, but my gaze was involuntarily riveted to small bright houses that were like tiny fireflies that hid in the grass. A series of thoughts took me back to the memories of the past. I was wondering, when I die, will I meet my friends and family in the pure world? How many years have they already had? How do they live? I guess my friends are already watching Boruto, which was supposed to come out on April 5th, 2 days after my death. Probably not sickly. I ruined Ronka's birthday, although if he knew where I ended up, he would rather celebrate it as a holiday. I would like to tell them somehow not to worry about me and not be sad, I said in a whisper, looking at the brightest star in the sky. It is incredibly huge, obscuring all others with its light. And against her background, the rest seemed dull and nondescript. I wonder what her name is. After all, I know the names of many stars in the sky, but her name is not. We need to find out. Suddenly, I was distracted by a noise behind me and I started, turning around immediately. Seeing someone in the foliage towards the exit, I instantly jumped up and began to look for another descent with my eyes. But they didn't let me leave. I took only a couple of steps, but was immediately stopped by someone by the brush. With no anxiety in my heart, I turned around to see little Naruto in front of me. He was somehow sad, one might even say, a little drooping. Wait, Ariza-chan, the boy whispered, loosening his grip, with streaks on his cheeks that looked more like a large mole than a scar. Hi Naruto. I put my hands in my pockets and looked into his deep eyes, which seemed blue in the dark. Only the light of the moon illuminated our faces in the darkness. Hi, the blonde mumbled dejectedly. What are you doing here? I remembered that you said that you like to look at the stars. And so I decided to look at them too. He exclaimed, looking attentively and even somehow frightened. You won't chase me away, will you? Of course not. Why did you decide that? I asked calmly. Well, it's just others. Oh, they're chasing me. Yes. Only when they saw me, and I didn't do anything to them. He lamented, tears welling up in the corners of his eyes. What about the father? He is constantly busy, but if he sees, he intercedes. Yes, he supports, just constantly at work. And these looks, they seem to follow me, wherever I am. He pursed his lips and lowered his eyes. Our conversation reminded me of my childhood, where every school day I faced hatred and ridicule, not knowing why I was so disliked. I was not smart, I was not beautiful, my sick grandmother did not have money for beautiful clothes and expensive smartphones. But did this really serve as a reason for name-calling? To this day I have not found an answer to this question. Let's sit down, next to me you have nothing to be afraid of, I smiled, and we sat down on a cool stone, directing our gaze to the starry sky. A cold wind ruffled our hair, but it didn't bother us. You know, before, I also constantly faced the fact that they despise me. Wherever I was objectionable to everyone. Yes? He exclaimed, looking at me carefully, as if he had found at least someone with whom he could share this pain. I was an outcast, like some kind of leper. What? He looked at me in confusion, and I realized that I needed to simplify. Well, you know, that feeling when everyone looks at you like a loser, and no longer expects anything? He nodded. But I wouldn't be myself if I put up with it. And what did you do, Ariza-chan? I decided to become better in order to show everyone that I am not an empty place. However, first of all I wanted to prove it to myself. I told him my story. Did you succeed? He looked at me anxiously. Yes, it's true that I had to go out of my way to earn the respect of others. At least they don't look at me like I'm trash. It took a lot of time and effort, but they began to reckon with me. You are incredibly cool, Ariza-chan, the boy exclaimed happily. Thank you, Naruto. Know that everything can be changed, even reputation. Your life is in your hands. That's right, Dadabayo. He jumped up from feeling, and then looked at me. What is a reputation? He blinked his eyes in confusion. Ask your dad, I stammered. It won't work, he twisted his face. I see something has happened. Tell me, Naruto. Yes, he waved his hand, I quarreled with my dad. He scolded me for not listening to another sensei. The boy said indignantly and brought his eyebrows to the bridge of his nose, and he did not want to teach me cool techniques, but kept saying something about meditation. Folding his arms over his chest, Naruto continued his angry tirade, and today he said that I would never become a strong ninja like that. And you prove it, I put on a sweet smile. How? He turned and looked at me in surprise. Well, I don't know who is the strongest in the village. I gently hinted at him. Exactly. Naruto cut me off. I will become Hokage. But not just, but the most powerful of all. I will surpass my father, and he will respect me. And teach me cool techniques. He clenched his fists and made a serious face. And the whole village recognizes me. And they will be proud of me. That's it, becoming Hokage is my dream. From such a speech, a smile appeared in the depths of my soul. Naruto, he turned to my calm words, as if he was about to decide whether he would pursue this dream or not. I put my hand on his shoulder and continued, never give up and don't deviate from the chosen path. Overcome all the obstacles and pain that will be in life, and fulfill your dream. You will definitely earn respect and become the strongest. With every word, sparks lit up in Naruto's eyes. You have found your true dream and I believe in you. You will definitely become the strongest Hokage in history. I stopped and thought, am I imposing a dream on him? Although, in the canon, Naruto himself came to this, which means that he would have thought of it here too, but a little later. Naruto without the dream of becoming Hokage is not Naruto. Then he will forget my words and this speech, but the dream will remain with him. And in the anime, Naruto became a good ruler. Naruto Uzumaki, the next Hokage, Dadabayo. He turned to the village and, raising his fist up, shouted at the top of his childish voice. Won't your father punish you for going out so late? It's already 10 o'clock, I asked. And you? I am an orphan. From an orphanage on the edge of the village. And my parents are dead. I'm sorry, he said with a hint of regret. My mother also died. He lowered his gaze, and the smile slipped from his face. On my birthday. I asked my dad, but he doesn't want to tell, he said in an offended voice, and I began to analyze the situation. It turns out that only his mother died that night. What happened there? Probably all these changes originate from there. If Minato died that night as well, would this world be no different from canon? However, this is just speculation. You take care of your father. Even if you quarrel. Protect. It hurts a lot to lose loved ones. I lowered my head and looked at the night streets of Konoha. You're right, Ariza-chan. Before he could finish speaking, an alarmed voice suddenly rang out from behind us. Naruto. Turning around, I saw Minato where he wasn't there a moment ago. He excitedly approached us and knelt down in front of Naruto, who immediately recoiled from him. Oh, Dad, what are you doing here? I was looking for you, don't run away anymore. Minato smiled slightly. I don't want to meditate, I want to learn cool techniques. Here. The boy exclaimed confidently in a childlike voice. And I'll be the next Hokage. Do you understand, Dad? And I will be stronger than you, Dadabayo. That's how it is. He closed his eyes, never ceasing to smile. I see you have a girlfriend. He looked at me a little. Yes. It's Ariza-chan. Naruto walked over and put his hand on my shoulder. We are still in the same class. He shouted enthusiastically and looked at me joyfully, as if he had found his first friend. And she also believes that I will become Hokage. Yes. He looked at me with some kindness in his eyes, slightly surprised. Naruto-kun can definitely do it. I tried to feign admiration. I'm glad you have such a wonderful friend. He turned to his son. Well, now it's time to go home. We'll take Ariza home and let's go have dinner, Minato said softly, placing his hand on the child's head. Dad, listen. Listen, Naruto. I want to invite Ariza-chan to visit. Let's have dinner with us. Please. We have. Namikaze was slightly surprised as he looked at me. What? I also tried to express my surprise. Please, Dad, she doesn't have parents, Dadabayo. Who's cooking Ariza-chan's dinner? He folded his hands in supplication. Naruto. I said softly. I have food, and besides, I know how to cook. But I want it. Dad, please, please, please. He began to beg. Well, if you really want to, then why not invite? There will be enough for everyone to eat. Minato smiled warmly, looking at me with kindness. I guess that's why I liked Minato in the anime, just because he's kind, flashed through my mind. Hooray! Naruto shouted cheerfully next to me, and I felt so easy next to him. Well then, let's go. Minato got up from his knee. It will get cold and taste bad. Are you sure I won't bother you? I said carefully, to which the Hokage replied, of course not, don't even say that, Ariza. By the way, what were you doing here at 11 o'clock in the evening? I love looking at the stars. I raised my head to the sky, not daring to lie. Minato's sensor would have recognized the lie by the fluctuation of the chakra. They are so beautiful. And you see that one over there, he pointed with his finger at the brightest star in the sky. Aha! This star is called Mira. It is a binary star consisting of a red giant and a white dwarf. Wow! I tried to portray a childish reaction. I wanted to know more about the star, but if you start asking questions now, such as, how many light years away from it? Is it a variable star, or what is its light magnitude? Then I will simply reveal myself. Children cannot know this. How did you hear about Mira? I just have one wonderful friend who is also fond of stars. Chapter 4. Best Friend. Part 1. Commentary on Chapter 4. Best Friend. Part 1. This is a rewritten chapter, updated date, April 15, 23. Chapter 4 Best Friend Part 1. And you will meet, when you don't expect. And you won't find it there. Where are you looking? August 19, 10:51. Something wrong, Naruto? I lifted my back from the tree, stretched my stiff shoulders, and stood up, tossing the empty bento box into my backpack. Naruto, who had been stomping on the ground by his favorite swing, immediately jumped up and stood in front of him. After entering, we got along well and often talked during breaks, and he proudly told everyone that I was his girlfriend. Well, I'm here, he scratched the back of his head. Do you need help with a task? I beat the boy, and he nodded happily. Let's see, I extended my hand to my friend and, having received his notebook, sat back on the branch, and he sat down next to me. Let's write on a separate piece of paper, and then you will rewrite. Fine. I understood history better than Naruto. It was boring for Tom to sit the whole lecture on the priest evenly and corrosively take notes. He talked with friends, whispered, and when it was time to do homework, he turned to me for help, knowing that I would not refuse him. The boy, in turn, helped me with our language. If I still somehow knew the hieroglyphs, then remembering the rules was another thorn in the fifth point. Looks like I have incompatibility with linguistics in any world. Oh, Ariza-chan, your kanji are written in the wrong order again. He pointed with his finger and began to explain in what order to write the words in a sentence. As I recently learned, Dad hires tutors for him, so he knows the program better. We can consider that we have a mutual symbiosis. Thank you for always pointing out my mistakes, I thanked the blonde, mentally continuing, although there are no emotions. I don't want to embarrass myself at the blackboard anymore. The whole class is already joking with me. Always gladly, Dadabayo. And black suits you too. He drew attention to my new clothes, which I recently bought for myself, a dark practical t-shirt, loose black breeches with cuffs in the middle of the shin, and shoes of the same color. The only light-colored thing I was wearing were my elbow pads and a shinobi hip pouch that was also attached to my leg with white bandages. I didn't think you'd notice, I faked a smile. Over the past year, I realized that wearing light-colored clothes is not at all practical. All stains are immediately visible on it. Learning to walk on water and trees, I ruined so many bright things that their purchase will never pay off. At first, I learned to walk through the trees. It took me several months, after which I started to water. At first, I trained in the bath, just taking it, but after I slipped and hit my head so that it split for 3 days, it dawned on me that it was better to practice it on the street. As soon as I discovered the river for myself, things went uphill, because with the help of clones, which I learned in my first year, the process accelerated. It seemed to me that I would learn shadow cloning in a month, but I was very mistaken. It took me about half a year. Only then did my brain figure out in what proportion it was necessary to mix the physical and spiritual chakra. And even though my limit is 10 doubles, my training still took a long step with them. In a year and a half I learned henge, illusory clones, replacement, became better at throwing kunai and shurikens, raised taijutsu and even practically learned Rasengan, though I'm doing it normally I still can't. I had no idea that chakra control would be so terribly difficult. Because of this, I have been studying Rasengan. Ariza has been studying Rasengan deep in the forest so that no one can see and on his clones so as not to leave traces, for a year now and still cannot fully form it, while Uzumaki in the anime learned this technique in a week. Mentally, I now considered Naruto a genius. Considering that I cannot use the Rasengan in future battles, I will have to create my own technique based on it. I just have a predisposition to the element of fire. After all, if I show the Rasengan, the current 4th Hokage will have a lot of questions for me, and I don't want to be tortured at all. So as soon as I learn the Rasengan, I will start Fireball. The name of the technique where fire is used instead of chakra in the Rasengan. True, I may fail again, and I'm building more castles in the air. By the way, Ariza-chan, did you tie this pouch around yourself, like all shinobi? Uzumaki looked at my thigh, where it was attached with bandages. So it is worn by all ninja graduating from the academy. Yes, Naruto. I needed a training pouch to learn how to quickly draw kunai out of it. There was no size for my foot, so I had to buy for an adult and manually alter it for myself. The children laughed at me, they quarreled for a couple of days, and they fell behind. There are kunai there? He asked enthusiastically, blinking curiously. No, there are no kunai there, I said thoughtfully, and opening the pouch showed that it was empty. I considered it short-sighted to tell him that they were at my house. After I was refused the purchase of edged weapons, I came to them for the second time after entering the academy, and surprisingly they sold me with a student ticket. At first, I thought that they were being sold to everyone in Group A, but then I was convinced of the opposite when my classmates told me how they tried to buy kunai, but they were driven away. If I'm not mistaken, only shinobi can buy weapons in Konoha. But my perks didn't end there. Having met other orphans who once also lived in the orphanage and entered the academy, I learned that my allowance should be less, but for some unknown reason it is twice as much as the rest. Recently, it seems to me that this is not a coincidence, and there is some more compelling reason than studying in an elite class. Free cheese is only in a mousetrap. It's definitely not from great love that they give me so many buns. There is some hidden meaning in this, and sooner or later the one who conceived this will require me to recoup the investment. And I hope it won't be root. It's a shitty situation, like they took out a loan for me, and pay me the interest. Ariza-chan, let's go, it looks like it's starting to rain. Naruto's voice came from beside me, and I felt a strong wind blow my hair off my shoulders. I looked up to see that it was beginning to drizzle. Last week the weather was not pleasant, and today was in no hurry to be different. A second later, I heard the call to the lesson, which finally brought me out of my thoughts. Handing him a piece of paper with the solution, I hurriedly went with him to the audience, simultaneously covering my head from the icy raindrops. As soon as we entered the classroom, I saw how Sasuke's fan club harassed him again. Logically, I should be heading there now, because when this fan club began to form, I immediately joined it so as not to stand out among the girls. It didn't cause much trouble. It was just necessary to approach Sasuke from time to time and either invite him to take a walk or ask him to sit next to him. My performance always ended with his complete disregard, and I complacently withdrew, leaving the proud prince alone. But my plans were cancelled as soon as I caught my eye on a new face, a gloomy boy with curly jet black hair, who was standing at the window, all in dark clothes. He hunched his back and put his hands in his pocket, staring at the floor, and next to him stood his classmates, Shikamaru, Chuji and Kiba. They said something to him, told him, but he obviously did not listen. I already wanted to go look for a place with thoughts. Well, so what? But he suddenly raised his graphite-colored eyes to me and looked carefully. My heart stopped for a moment and suddenly, for the first time in several years, something responded inside me. Some incomprehensible feeling of nostalgia flooded the soul and immediately disappeared. I made an interested look, but some other guy with red hair immediately approached him. They exchanged phrases and went somewhere deep into the audience. What? Uchiha? I was slightly surprised, remembering that 3 weeks ago a tragedy occurred in this clan. Newspaper headlines were full of the fact that some crazy psycho began to cut everyone out at night, leaving no one alive. The news reported that the Sasuke family only survived thanks to his genius older brother saving them. I also heard that another guy was saved, our age, which means that this Uchiha boy is he. As a result, almost the entire clan fell, Sasuke's father was seriously injured, and the Konoha police were disbanded. Before that, I was completely convinced that since Minato was alive, nothing would happen. They can find a compromise, and the Uchiha will have a happy future. However, fate turned out to be more insidious, as if an unknown hand of higher powers decided to correct the discrepancy. One thing is pleasant, since Itachi remained in the village, and he is not involved, Sasuke has no motive to leave the village for the sake of strength and revenge. And this is in my hand. Despite the fact that Minato was there, the massacre still occurred, which means that the clan interfered with someone here, but it's not clear who exactly. Is this the work of Danzo? Well, stop messing around. Wake up call. All in place. Sensei Irika ordered loudly from behind me. Everyone rustled, running around the audience and fighting for every convenient place, and I just stood silently, waiting for everyone to calm down. Ariza-chan, changing his anger to mercy, the guy put his hand on my shoulder. Sit down. He nodded and smiled gently at me. I pursed my lips in response as I looked around the audience, seeing a seat next to Shikamaru and Ino. Since Nara was a good acquaintance for me, with whom I often sat, I went to him. There's no place for tomatoes here. Yamanaka immediately objected, and half the class laughed. Seeing the next free desk, I went up to it, but they drove me out of there too. I don't sit with girls, get out. Without answering, I looked at Hinata. We also often sit next to each other, and after the academy we walked home together, because her clan is not far from my hostel and we are in the same direction. She is a calm, extremely shy girl with a sweet personality. Noticing that everything next to her was occupied, I looked around the office again, seeing the only remaining free space next to the new ones. And since I didn't care who I sit with, I went to them. Can I come to you? I asked, and the guy with the flashy red hair who was sitting in the middle looked at me studying. He thoughtfully assessed for a couple of seconds, and then nodded and turned to the uchiha. I, taking out a book and notebooks from my backpack, slowly sat down next to me, starting to repeat the last paragraph. All the time that I had at my disposal, I spent on training and education. There were almost no free minutes in my schedule. I didn't walk, I didn't have fun on the playgrounds, even the clones did the cooking. But even so, my level of taijutsu was not up to the level of the clan boys. I was strong and hardy, but it was clear from them that they were not only more experienced, their parents were training with them, and this is a significant plus, because you can't really figure out from the books how exactly to perform this or that technique. If I had emotions, then I would probably be terribly upset, because with the help of doubles I trained several times more than everyone else. After the academy, the children go for a walk with friends, and I go to the training ground, where I train with 5 clones until sunset. It sometimes seemed unfair to me, as if they had a talent for this, and I was deprived of it. Fortunately, at least the theory is well given, with the exception of linguistics, of course. Someone's gaze brought me out of my thoughts, and I turned around to see Sakura and Sasuke behind me at the desk. Both of them did not even look in my direction, and I, deciding that it seemed to me, turned back. Class, attention, we have new ones. Sensei said loudly and I looked up. Jiro, Makoto, come out, Irika called to them, and the guys got up from their seats and walked towards him. As you can see, we have new students. Previously, they studied in Class B, but for good academic performance they were transferred to us. Guys, do you want to tell something about yourself? Yumino asked, but the boys shook their heads. Okay, then sit down. After saying this, he sneezed and continued, I checked your work, what can I say? Sasuke, Sakura, you, as always, wrote the best. And I? And I? Naruto shouted at the entire audience. And you are waiting for a retake. And sit down already. Irika demanded loudly. Well, Irika-sensei. Uzumaki sighed resentfully. It's not fair. Do you have any objections? When their showdowns were over, they again began to rub the local mentality into us. You can't kill your own people, this is considered a betrayal, but you can and even need to kill enemies, without hesitation and without regret. This is what we are taught from day one, and everyone believes it implicitly. Although I pretended to agree, I secretly decided to partially preserve my worldview. Even in a past life, all my friends considered me a crazy pacifist. After all, I felt sorry for the animals, even somehow because of this, I switched to vegetarianism, until problems with anemia began. Anemia is a decrease in hemoglobin and / or a decrease in the number of red blood cells per unit volume of blood, tissues with oxygen. A common cause is iron deficiency. Iron is found in large quantities in animal protein, so you need to eat a sufficient amount of meat. I can't even imagine killing a person. I was taught from childhood that every life is sacred. The life of even a mayfly butterfly is important, which is born at lunchtime and dies at sunset. And to kill is to take away everything from a person, without giving the opportunity to atone for guilt. Probably, over the years, I will adapt to the local order of hired killers, but so far it has been difficult. If I had not been raised by religious people, it would certainly have been easier for me, I mentally summed up, continuing to listen to the lectures. And so ended the second week of study in the new semester. After the academy, I decided to start by dropping home, eat, change clothes and take everything you need. The apartment, as always, greeted me with deathly silence, only the quiet clatter of the clock in the room broke it. I've already gotten used to it. I got used to the fact that I live alone and at home for another 15 years there will be no reproaches, no instructions. That there will be no one to take care of me, no one will greet me or see me off. Now it doesn't bother me, although sometimes, on late winter evenings or when it was too gray and slushy outside the window, I felt something scratching in my soul. As if loneliness and uselessness made themselves felt and disappeared. Yes, I had comrades, once visited Naruto, but it was not friendship. Having thrown off my backpack, I left at home a clone that sat down for lessons, and I myself, having a quick bite to eat, went to the training ground. Arriving at the training site, I started the warm-up with a run. After running 50 laps, I stretched and created 7 clones. 4 will go to workout tricks, combinations and strikes until the chakra runs out. Once they dissipate, all their muscle memory will be transferred to me. The remaining 3 clones will train kunai and shuriken throws. I created them specifically before I start physical exercises. After all, my program for today, 200 push-ups, squats in a press for 5 sets, and pull-ups 2 sets of 300 times, between sets. Rest for a few minutes and stretch the muscles so that they hurt less the next day. After physical exercise, jump rope, 5,000 jumps, middle kick on a tree. Middle kick is a side kick on the average level, and practicing punching on a log. If, after doing all this, I create clones that go to throw shurikens and kunai, they will be too tired to do the exercise well. Of course, practicing bokujutsu is also not that easy, but the fatigue from it is nothing compared to physical exercise. Then I'll rest for half an hour and start finalizing the Rasengan. Tomorrow, according to my plan, I have shuriken throwing at moving targets and Fuinjutsu training, and in parallel with this, I will look for a master of the fire element in Konoha in order to beg for at least one training in the development of this element. It was clear to me as daylight that no one would tell about beautiful eyes, which is why I saved up a certain amount so that at least someone would train me at least for money. Having comprehended all this, I did not pull and began to exercise. I wanted to do everything before it started to rain. After training for about an hour and a half, I rested for 20 minutes, dispelled the past clones and created 6 more doubles. Their goal is to train dodges, half of them will throw shurikens, the other will dodge them. Having controlled the start of the clones training, I was about to start pulling up, but suddenly I felt someone's tenacious gaze. So piercing and corrosive, as if they want to drill into the back of my head. Stopping, I laid down the seal of confrontation. I wanted it to be my paranoid quibbles, but no, it really turned out to be a person. A small focus of chakra was carefully concealed in the foliage of the tree behind me. I checked the clearing before training. Where did he come from? Maybe some civilian is watching. Surveillance? Maybe some kind of shinobi. Sensei from the academy, or even the ANBU. The assumptions in my head grappled with each other like dogs, while I stood rooted to the spot. Apparently, this person, diligently hiding his chakra, came here a long time ago, otherwise I would have noticed him. All the clones that I created froze, also noticing the surveillance. To train further under someone's supervision would be blatant carelessness. The sensor from me is still rather weak, 100 or 200 meters is my limit, and I still don't know how to distinguish chakra. Although it would seem, she invested so much effort, she tried so much, but it was like a dead poultice. Professional sensors can recognize a lie, they can identify a person by a chakra, but I can hardly distinguish between foci. It's good that I didn't start practicing Minato's technique, because if you can still find excuses for shadow clones, then no for Rasengan. I decided and considered it right to leave the training ground. We'll have to look for a new one. I went to the tree where my backpack lay, and, throwing it over my shoulders, dispelled all the clones. I instantly felt uncomfortable and fell to my knees. Grabbing the tree bark like a lifeline, I couldn't stop breathing heavily. Usually I don't dispel them all at once, but the situation was now out of the ordinary. Breathing recovered in half a minute and I, somehow gathering my strength, got up, using the branches of the tree as handrails. After standing and waiting for the dizziness to pass, I took a sip of water from a flask and trudged to the exit, but they didn't let me go far. A moment later, my mysterious observer landed in front of me. Chapter 4. Best Friend. Part 2. Commentary on Chapter 4. Best Friend. Part 2. This is a rewritten Chapter 4 of the first part, updated date, April 15, 23. Chapter 4. Best Friend. Part 2. Where there is no full frankness, full power of attorney, where at least a little is hidden, there is not and cannot be friendship. Belinsky v. G. Sasuke was born into a great clan where peace of mind and strength of spirit were passed down from generation to generation from father to son. His brother always taught him to be patient and reasonable. Itachi said that in a battle, first of all, the observant ones win, those who notice the weaknesses of the enemy and immediately hit right at them. He was brought up with the understanding that a shinobi career comes first, and a member of the Uchiha clan cannot be a loser. Sasuke did not resist, he always tried to stick to the rules. The approval of the father was the most valuable thing for the boy. The Uchiha wanted him to tell him as often as possible how proud he was of him. For the sake of recognition, Sasuke ignored all the annoying girls, refused to go out with classmates and studied the fireball himself day and night to impress his dad. Seeing before him the example of a brilliant older brother who graduated from the academy in just a year, and who was revered and respected by all members of the clan. He could not afford to be worse. But despite all his hard work, no one took him as seriously. Fugaku and Itachi rarely paid attention to him as they held high positions and were often busy, gently hinting Sasuke to go train on his own. And if at first it hurt him, and he felt deep resentment and pain from the fact that the two most important authorities in his life did not notice him, then he confidently decided for himself to surpass his brother and, when he grows up, go to work in the Konoha police. The younger Uchiha's training was always held in oppressive silence, but despite this, he flatly refused to make friends at the academy. He considered all the boys of the stream to be weak, and he did not take the girls seriously. They were for him almost a decoration that simply moves after him in space. Like it or not, the heir of the strongest clan looked down on them, and even had contempt for some. But his whole worldview was shattered against the wall of harsh reality on that ill-fated day when, returning in the evening after training, he saw the cold corpses of his clanmates instead of the living streets of his beloved clan. He did not understand what happened, who did it and where he ended up. The boy began to panic, and only a series of explosions brought him out of hysterics. Realizing that it was from the side of his house, he immediately rushed forward. All the way the boy did not leave the consuming anxiety. The bubbling thoughts of the excited mind told him that his parents were also dead, but the Uchiha flatly refused to believe it. With cries of "Dad!" and "Mom!" Sasuke ran into the dark house. His legs were trembling with fear, and he didn't even know what to think about. But the clanging of iron from the courtyard behind the house forced him back to reality. He saw a wounded father and a fighting older brother, who defended his parents with might and main. As it turned out later, the killer was his friend Hitoshi, who, according to the official version, killed Shisui and went insane. His father almost died in Mikoto and Sasuke's arms, and the boy awakened his Sharingan from the resulting stress. The remaining 5 surviving members of the clan moved away from what had happened for a long time, and the awakened dojutsu of the child was noticed only after a week. Then his older brother gave him his first training to increase the duration of his Sharingan, and Sasuke walked around from time to time for days, activating his new eyes. He was already asleep and saw that when his father wakes up from a coma, he will be proud of him more than anyone else. But naive faith did not last long. When the father came to his senses, he was again not up to his son. The massive urgent cases after discharge from the hospital again did not leave a chance for the youngest heir to receive attention. Sasuke thought that when he told about his awakened dojutsu, everything would change, but Fugaku, as in the old days, left indifferently, saying in the end, "Keep up the good work. Then you will become as good a ninja as your brother." The little boy's expectations, like stormy waves, once again crashed against the rocky shore of his father's indifference. Looking at his back, it seemed to Sasuke that his dreams had been shattered. The clan was no more. He no longer wanted to work in the Konoha police. There were strangers there, not his clan members, but Itachi and his father completely stopped paying attention to him, constantly telling him to train himself. The child simply did not understand what difficulties the adults faced and how hard it was for them now, so he blamed himself for everything, as if he was too weak, extremely useless and would never be as special as his brother. He began to feel like Mom and Dad would always love Itachi more. And that made me unbearably sad. He no longer knew where to go from these experiences and how to live on. Each subsequent day was worse than the previous one, and Sasuke, probably, would have been completely disappointed in his father if he had not been distracted by something at the academy. Or rather, someone. After awakening the Sharingan, he decided to read the emotions of the girls from the school and find out what they really feel for him and why they constantly climb. Hiding his Sharingan under the henge, he began to study them. Classmates really had an interest in him, many admired, and some were even in love. The red-haired girl, whose name he did not even know, did not feel anything like that for him. She seemed to be pretending with everyone for the sake of not standing out from the crowd, which turned Sasuke's attention from her unlucky father to herself. The boy began to follow her and noticed that she did not sincerely smile at anyone, and all her emotions were false. Even Naruto, whom Sasuke considered the last loser, she fed with fake smirks. Although it would seem that they have been communicating almost every day since the first day of school, the guy did not understand what this girl needed. She mostly sat at her desk with either Shikamaru or Hinata, and chatted with Naruto during breaks. In theory, she was an excellent student, and in practical classes she received satisfactory grades, like many other representatives of the fair sex. After a couple of days, he realized that he needed to follow her outside the academy, and chose Friday, August 19, 151 for this. It was an overcast, windy, and rather dark day. Every minute it looked like it was going to rain right now. And this was what the young Uchiha needed, who decided to set aside a whole day for surveillance. My father and brother were supposed to be on a mission just late, and he told my mother that he would train. In the end, Sasuke convinced himself that this was also a kind of surveillance training, because he, having overheard that she was a censor, carefully concealed his chakra, trying not to give himself away. But deep down, he knew that he just wanted to find any occupation that would somehow distract from the tearing feeling of worthlessness. Jumping from rooftop to rooftop, the guy followed Ariza to the farthest and most abandoned training ground. He was surprised why she went here, because there are places much closer and more convenient. Hiding in the foliage, he began to observe her training. At first, the girl began to run. After running 50 laps, Sasuke expected her to collapse from exhaustion, but no, it was like it was just a warm-up for her. That's endurance. Wondering what exercises she would do next, the boy expected to see anything but clones. Nearly falling off the tree, he stretched out his face and continued to watch that this mysterious girl would show more. And the surprises didn't end there. It turned out that these clones were not at all illusory, which were according to the program, but the real ones. He had heard about such from his brother, but he couldn't imagine that someone could master such a complex jutsu. That's impossible, he mentally exclaimed. The boy held his breath as he looked on. Her clones went to throw shurikens and kunai, hitting right on target, even though she always missed targets at the academy. Sasuke couldn't figure out why she was failing her practice at school, and the closer the sensei got, the worse the result. Maybe she is worried, or is she scolded at home for good grades? His thoughts raced. When her clones started throwing kunai at each other, little Sasuke's patience snapped and he stopped hiding his chakra for a moment. He thought that this second would not be enough to find him, but the girl immediately froze, obviously figuring out the stranger. Sasuke's heart skipped a beat and he hid in fear, not knowing what to do next. But for a long time doubts did not torment him. As soon as she packed her things and headed for the exit, he clearly decided, I won't let her get away. Whispering this, the boy jumped down from the tree. There are mistakes that ruin plans and cost lives. So, it seems that this is exactly what I did. I issued a verdict while silently looking at Sasuke. Why is he the one out of all of them? Why not Naruto, not Kiba, not Choji, but Uchiha Sasuke, whom I pester at the academy? My silence did not last long. Having developed a tactic for myself, I proceeded to take action. Oh Sasuke-kun. Do you train here too? I pretended to be delighted, mentally continuing, I hope he is still a stupid child and will fall for this. Do not pretend. I saw everything. The boy shouted and activated the dojutsu. A single Tomo Sharingan burned in his eyes. It didn't look like the anime, but more realistic. Even if you do not look closely, you can notice, because they seem to be with some kind of backlight. Did you see what, Sasuke-kun? Still acting like a fool, I smiled. And what about your eyes? Just so you know, I can use my clan's dojutsu to sense people's emotions. So, all your smiles are false. Confess who you are and why you are running after me. Sasuke stood confidently in front of me and demanded clarification, as if I was obliged to report to him. He tried to be as unflappable as he could, but his chubby cheeks, big eyes, and cute face did not combine with a serious attitude. Morally, I am about 20, and I saw in him, first of all, a child, albeit extremely smart for his age. The thing is, I began, ceasing to hide. There is no point in pretending anymore, he has already noticed everything. Finita la cumbia. Although I had everything thought out, the fact that Sasuke would be able to awaken the Sharingan at the age of 8 and figure it out was unpredictable. Now the main thing was to make sure that he did not tell anyone. You're right, I have much less emotions. The thing is, I've had it since childhood. It seems that this is a feature of my clan. I shrugged my shoulders, continuing to lie hopelessly, and I was afraid to be different from everyone else. Many people in the class don't like me anyway, although I do everything like them, I said, trying to put pressure on pity. So you're just friends with the loser Naruto? Not at all. Yes, I have fewer emotions, but this does not mean that they are completely absent. I have feelings, for example, of loneliness and uselessness. I gave an example, noticing a gleam in his black eyes. Apparently, I touched the deepest strings of the soul. Few of my classmates recognize me. Everyone admires you, and no one wants to communicate with me except for Naruto, Shikamaru, and Hinata, I explained. With me, both in a past life and in this one, they don't particularly want to be friends. It's not that I really need it, but it causes problems. I suspect it's just me. Maybe I'm too boring, serious, and arrogant. I don't even know how familiar that feeling is when you want to get approval, but they don't notice you point blank. I deliberately pressed on the pain points of the child. Even when watching anime, I noticed that he lacked the attention of his father. He and his older brother never had time for Sasuke. And you see, in this life everything was the same. The words hurt him, and the boy's eyes dimmed. All right, Sasuke said firmly. I won't tell anyone about your true abilities if you defeat me. He took a few steps back and stood up. But if I win, then you will teach me that cloning technique. I blinked my eyes for a couple of seconds, trying to figure out what he was up to. Does he really want to brag about something to his father and brothers so much that he is even ready to fight because of this? And most importantly, why not immediately ask to teach? Why fight? For what? You are stronger than me, it's obvious, I objected. I'm sure it is, but I want to fight you. To test your abilities, and yours too. Let me teach you just like that, I suggested, just to avoid a fight and continue training. I don't need handouts. Okay. Then I also have a condition, I clearly said to the future teammate. If the victory is mine, then in this case you will already teach me some kind of jutsu. I heard the Uchiha clan is famous for fire techniques. Ha, the boy chuckled confidently. Deal. We moved to the middle of the training ground and stood opposite each other, each driving through the opponent with a look. His taijutsu and bukijutsu are superior to mine, but I am an uzumaki, which means I have more endurance than him. The main thing is not to let him knock me out at the beginning of the battle, and then time is on my side. As soon as he runs out of steam, I will carry out a series of blows, and victory will be mine. I thought over the strategy in my head. We fight until one is able to stand, I say firmly, and Sasuke begins to count, grinning. 1, 2, 3. At the count of 3, the boy broke loose and ran at me. We clashed in battle using only taijutsu. He attacked me with his fist, but when he saw that I intercepted the blow, he tried to kick me in the body. Dodging, I crouched, folding the shadow clone seal along the way. 2 of my clones appeared behind him. Leaning on my shoulder, he jumped up and hit them with his heel at the same time. Grabbing him by the wrist, I threw over my shoulder, slamming him into the ground. I already swung my leg to finish it off, but after rolling, he abruptly stood up and, jumping back, threw shurikens at me. Thanks to evasion training, I quickly dodged them, but some still scratched. Is he crazy? What if I didn't dodge? I wanted to shout to him, come on without a weapon, but the guy took advantage of my confusion and kicked me in the stomach with his foot. I was thrown back a few meters, and, plowed the ground with my face. I bent over from the burning pain. The blow was so strong that I felt all my guts. I thought that he would at least wait for me to get up, but this did not happen. Pulling out a black kunai, he lunged at me. Does he want to kill? Feeling the animal fear of being stabbed now, I immediately jumped up. Having created about 9 shadow clones and the same number of illusory ones, for them to distract him while I recover. In this fight, for the first time in a long time, I experienced a slight anxiety, but it was stronger than all I have experienced in these years. I felt a real threat to my life. It even intoxicated to some extent. I felt like trying them again. Is this how the instinct of self-preservation works? I asked myself and saw Sasuke jump into the air, shouting to the whole clearing, fireball. The boy exhaled a huge fiery sphere of raging flames from his mouth, which immediately dispelled all my clones. This jutsu is the main one in the Uchiha clan. It is not surprising that he masters it. That's exactly the technique I will beg from him if I win, I summed up, making a new batch of shadow clones. Landing on the burnt grass, the boy immediately ran towards me. Sasuke wasn't just good at taijutsu, he was great. In his style, he used his hands as a support and often kicked from unexpected positions. His number of feints was superior to anyone in his class, and with his Sharingan, he anticipated any clone attacks and quickly counterattacked. Parrying his attack with my hand, I wanted to make an uppercut, but Sasuke got ahead of me, crashing his head into me right on the chin. Feeling a crunch in my mouth, I realized that the Uchiha knocked out my milk tooth, and perhaps not even one. I had to spit out the interfering blood and teeth, and the Uchiha, taking advantage of this, gave me a tornado kick. A jump kick with a roundabout, right on my cheek so that even sparks from my eyes fell. I crashed to the ground, scratching my entire face and pulling a leg muscle along the way. I am unable to fight further. Sasuke will be faster lame than me. Is this really all I lost? The doubles began to distract him so that he would not have time to finish me off. And, more or less coming to my senses, I quickly replaced myself with a clone nearby, and I myself went to the tree. This technique is only taught to kids in my 3rd year at the academy, and it should be my key to victory, because Sasuke is not ready for me to use a little illusion. The double, on which I used the substitution, remained, as planned, the last one, focusing all attention on itself. Sasuke definitely thinks he's the original. The clone entered the fight with the boy and after a couple of seconds pulled out a kunai. But not in order to injure the Uchiha, but so that he also switched to fighting with melee weapons. As I expected, Sasuke also drew his weapon, and then everything went according to plan. After exchanging blows, my double accidentally missed a blow, allowing the guy to drive a kunai right into the clone's stomach. For a few seconds, the young clan heir actually believed he had stabbed me. The clone staged a whole performance of how painfully dies from a ripped belly. I took advantage of this confusion, abruptly jumping from the tree and attacking with a clear blow to the rear. The boy immediately lost consciousness, but I managed to hold his head at the last moment so that he would not crash on the ground. The lower jaw, solar plexus, groin and liver are the most vulnerable points, and my blow fell on the jaw, in the temporomandibular joint, where there are two small bones that, if you hit, a person will immediately pass out. After checking his pulse and making sure he was alive, I wiped the sweat from my forehead and fell exhausted beside him, unable to stand any longer. The chakra was running out. I wheezed intermittently, trying to regain my breath, but each breath was accompanied by anguish. Looking into the leaden clouds of the stormy sky, I could not stop moaning from the monstrous pain in my stomach. It felt like my internal organs had been torn apart and a couple of ribs broken. And how am I going to justify a huge purple black eye on my face on Monday? I'm sure Naruto won't leave me until he finds out whose hands it was, flashed through my exhausted head, and I ran my tongue over my lower jaw and discovered that 2 teeth were missing. No wonder he is the strongest in the stream. I underestimated this little genius after all, I thought before losing consciousness. How long we lay there, I didn't know. I woke up when it was already raining. The icy drops of rain nasty beat directly on the face, and then unpleasantly flowed into the ears. T-shirt and pants were soaked through and disgustingly stuck to the body. I coughed and turned to my left to find Sasuke still lying motionless on the cold grass. How much time had passed, I was not clear, but judging by the dark sky, certainly not a couple of minutes. Standing on trembling limbs and without ceasing to breathe loudly, I threw a small puppy on Sasuke henge. If I stay out in the rain and wait for him to wake up, he will surely get sick. Yes, and it is more correct to conduct negotiations in a more comfortable environment. Relegating him to his family is a foolhardy undertaking. We can't talk about what happened there. We are both interested in strength, so it would be better if we can find a common language and come to a truce, so I decided to bring him to me. At home, I immediately smelled the smell of burning. Apparently, when I lost consciousness, the clone that was cooking at home disappeared, leaving something to fry on the stove. I immediately realized and sent a new double to turn off the burner. And she turned on the light and sat Sasuke on a chair. "Bring oilcloth and ammonia," I shouted to him, and he brought everything I asked from the kitchen. The clone and I took off the guy's shoes and wet t-shirt, and then began to dry him off with a towel. Once we were done, we spread the oilcloth over the sheet so he wouldn't stain it with his shorts, and laid him down on the bed. I checked that his airway was free and that his jaw was not broken, and only then did I begin to treat the wounds. Still, he's so beaten up because of me. When all the wounds were treated and bandaged, I covered him with a blanket and, after wetting the cotton wool with ammonia, brought it to my nose. Seeing that the boy was beginning to wince and come to his senses, I left the room and went to change. I came back in a couple of minutes and with a whole first aid kit and tea in my hands. Here, I handed the boy a mug of tea, while he looked at me discouraged. "Do not boil water, do not be afraid. How are you feeling?" I thought I killed you," Sasuke said worriedly, pursing his lips. "Don't use kunai and shuriken anymore, it's dangerous. If I hadn't used the substitution, you would have killed me." "Understood," he muttered dejectedly, and began looking around my room. The last decade of August 1951 did not shine with warm and bright days. They were gloomy and damp, with an admixture of sadness from the end of summer and lyrical nostalgia. Chatting with him at home, in warmth and comfort over a cup of tea, while it was raining and lightning was flashing outside, was a really good decision. "You, if anything, are at my house," I got ahead of his question, and he, having drunk some black tea, put the mug on the bedside table. Having done this, Sasuke noticed that he was lying naked to the waist, and immediately began to look around for his clothes. "Did you undress me?" The boy was indignant, blushing to the tips of his ears. "So that you don't get sick," I squeezed out a smile, although there was emptiness in my soul, and then I created a clone. "Lie down, warm yourself and don't interfere, okay?" The boy narrowed his eyes suspiciously and began to watch my double fiddling with the first aid kit. When Sasuke threw shurikens at me, he willy-nilly left cut wounds on me, which I will have to sew up now. I sat down on a wooden chair facing the center of the room and the clone proceeded with the necessary manipulations while Sasuke looked around with curiosity as he warmed himself under the covers and sipped his tea. First, the double-performed infiltration anesthesia. Infiltration anesthesia, injection of an anesthetic drug shallowly, subcutaneously, on the shoulder at the site of the cut, and then began to stitch. "What are you doing?" the boy exclaimed in alarm, rising slightly. "What did you want to see when you threw shurikens at me? That I dodge everyone like in a blockbuster?" I asked him, but he remained silent. "I also used to train using shuriken and kunai. And the first wound was not long in coming. I went to the hospital, but they refused me. My allowance was not enough to provide medical care. Then I learned how to suture myself. And all training with shurikens is now carried out by my clones. I don't feel sorry for them. Having said this, I kept silent that in a past life I studied to be a nurse and already knew how to do a lot. Wow, the boy was amazed, continuing to watch as the clone sewed up and bandaged my wounds. Besides, next year I'm going to Iranian courses. I study everything in advance, I explained, and I was struck by the way the boy was holding on to his shoulder, squeezing his whitened lips into a thin line. Show me, I demanded unemotionally and coldly. Sasuke immediately changed his face and, frowning, looked away, even somehow childishly indignant. I won't make it worse. Besides, if you have a dislocation and not a fracture, then I can help you. No need. The Uchiha snorted proudly. Apparently, in his heart he still harbored a grudge against me for the fact that I defeated him. If you come home, won't Dad ask you who you are? I started to manipulate. If his father Fugaku finds out that his son was beaten by someone, then Sasuke will definitely fall in his eyes. And I remember from some filler series in the anime that the Uchiha, not feeling recognition, can get embittered at everyone because of this. It was clear from Sasuke's face that a whole war had flared up inside him. He was somehow offended by me, but at the same time he didn't want Mom and Dad to ask who beat him like that. Okay, the Uchiha closed his eyes and turned away slightly. And in general, I succumbed to you, because you are a girl. It was obvious. I played along and went up to the guy. Sit down, I'll take a look. The child assumed a vertical position, and I discovered that he really had an anterior dislocation of the shoulder. The end of the bone moved to the collarbone area. Apparently, when I fell, I didn't have time to completely catch him. Lie down and don't move for 20 minutes. We need to relax the contracted muscles in order to straighten them later. I helped the guy lie down correctly and created a double that sat on a chair and took a book from the table. I'll go cook and eat for now, and the clone will keep an eye on it. The boy looked at me so plaintively and sadly, as if I were leaving for good. What? Can I talk to you? Clones can also cook. What is the purpose of him talking to me? Does he despises me? I didn't understand. Okay, then go cook. I turned to my double, who was already reading the book with might and main. He nodded and went to the kitchen. Sasuke and I talked for the full 20 minutes. He asked about almost every move that I used during the fight. I also asked him about technology. And then the guy sat down in the right position, and the clones and I set his shoulder using the Koker method. Where did you learn this? The Uchiha asked. I told you, I'm going to take Iranian courses soon. I shamelessly lied, remembering how I really learned this. It's not for nothing that I was persuaded to go to medical school in a past life. Thank you, Sasuke said more relaxed as I bandaged his shoulder. Our eyes met and lingered for a moment. We looked at each other for a few seconds, and something twisted my heart. The Uchiha blushed slightly, as if he felt the same, and hurriedly looked away. What was it? Some unprecedented feelings slipped through my soul for a moment. Sorry about that, I said, sitting back on the chair, because for the first time I beat him unconscious. It's not your fault, Sasuke frowned. I challenged you to a fight, he said, making a thoughtful face as he stared at his bandages. It was unpleasant for him to lose to a girl, if at the academy the Uchiha lost only to guys, and then only once or twice. Just don't tell anyone. No one must know that I lost. Sasuke, despite the fact that I won, I got more. You have a dislocated shoulder and a bruise on your jaw, and I have a bruised internal organs, 2 teeth are knocked out, a couple of ribs are broken, a sprained leg and a black eye. I smiled a little, and the younger Uchiha grinned triumphantly, as if he liked to beat me. I wanted the boy not to harbor resentment because of the victory. So consider myself lucky. How did you learn these techniques? I asked senior students to teach me, of course, for money. And, no one refused. I shrugged. Understood. Can I ask you something? He said quickly, his eyes darting around the room. About what? I asked, but Sasuke remained silent. Apparently, he wanted to ask for something, but the Uchiha's pride would not allow it. I was about to ask again, but he suddenly chattered. Let's train together. Sasuke said loudly and looked away as if he was asking for something embarrassing. I was stunned, definitely not expecting such an offer from him. Where is his arrogance? It's risky, but it's good for me to train with him. I was just planning to study the element of fire. Good. Come on sometimes. And since you are my guest, do you want to feed me? I suggested, feeling the pleasant aroma of curry wafting from the kitchen. Me? He patted his cute eyes in surprise, and then his stomach growled, and the child covered himself with a blanket from embarrassment. Yes, let's go, let's eat, I said, and a smile appeared on my face in some unknown way. It's somehow easier with him. Listen, does your jaw hurt? I asked, remembering how I knocked him out. Well, just a little, he replied, touching his face. Do you have a stomach? Also a little, I said thoughtfully, not understanding how this could be. Either we hit each other not so hard, or we lay there for several hours. Alright, let's go, otherwise it'll get cold. Just wash your hands. And, if anything, your t-shirt dries, you can put on mine, it hangs on a chair. The clone that made us the curry has already dissipated. This dish was also eaten in Konoha, but less often, mostly beef, fried fish and rice were preferred. Sasuke, putting on a clean t-shirt and washing his hands in the bathroom, went into the kitchen, starting to inspect it. Fortunately, everything was clean and tidy, only a little smell of burnt food. The boy sat down at the table, watching me run around the kitchen, laying food for us. Do you eat curry? Yeah, by the way, why are you limping? The boy saw that I was standing on one leg. She said the other day, a sprain, didn't properly align when she fell, I explained, placing a bowl of curry and tea in front of him. I see. Did you cook this? Sasuke asked excitedly, looking at the food with gusto. And I, having taken out spare hashi, chopsticks, and a stand, handed them to him. Yes, picking up chopsticks and throwing on a warm woolen blanket, I began to eat. And your name is Ariza Saito? No, my last name is Saito, not Saito, I corrected him. Ariza, you have something old here. After tasting my cooking, he commented on the house. And you have a strange kitchen, the table is so high, everything is different at my house. The boy said in surprise. Apparently, the Uchiha clan has preserved old traditions from the Sengoku Jidai, a long violent era that preceded the formation of Kakurazato. This is a dorm, you have to be content with what you have, I calmly replied, and the boy looked out the window, wet from the rain, in which he could barely recognize the outline of the Hokage rock in the distance. The downpour incessantly drummed on the windowsill, which, in contrast, made the bright and warm kitchen even more comfortable. Will you tell me why you pester me at the academy? Sasuke looked at me with big black eyes. I do not like it. I won't do it again, I promise. I just thought that if I did everything the same as the others, then I would be liked, and they would be friends with me, I muttered childishly so as not to arouse suspicion. So far, they're just laughing at me. You write strangely on the blackboard. Not in that order, and there are a lot of mistakes, said the Uchiha. Yes, it happens. I'm a man, and I tend to make mistakes. Listen, let's practice tomorrow, he said seriously, clinging to me with his eyes, as if I would refuse at the last moment. I'm afraid that tomorrow, neither you nor I will be able to train. I have a sprain, you have a dislocated shoulder. We need to rest after today's sparring, otherwise it will get worse. The boy sighed in annoyance, and thunder rumbled outside the window. But if you really want, we can still meet at the same training ground tomorrow at 3. I'll show you one technique that doesn't require the use of hands. I managed a smile as I saw joy and happiness in Sasuke's eyes. Well, you can show me something. Sasuke definitely can't walk through trees. I hope he succeeds, and then he will brag to his loved ones. Hey! The boy smiled, and then continued with interest. Is this how your parents teach you everything? No, I lowered my head. They died a long time ago, I whispered, feeling a little pain and resentment in the region of my heart. For some unknown reason, every year I feel more and more pain from this loss. Sometimes I have a suspicion that I have not been here since I was 5, but since birth. I did not want nothing. They were killed when I was 5. Until the age of 7, I lived in an orphanage, and then they gave me an apartment in a hostel. I am taught by the academy and books. I nodded at their pile. He glanced thoughtfully at the textbooks, and then at the tea. You are not like the others. Why would you be friends with that loser Naruto? I would not say that we are close friends, but, of course, good friends. He accepts me for who I am, but no one else needs me in this world, I answered with a note of melancholy in my voice. Can you please don't call him names in front of me? Okay. We sat for a while, chatting about lessons and techniques, and then Sasuke went home, as everyone had to do their homework. I didn't run after him anymore, and later we became good friends that we spent all our childhood together. Commentary on Chapter 4. Best Friend. Part 2. Don't be scared. And if anything, if you see inconsistencies in the following chapters, write to the PB, we will fix it. Chapter 5. Commentary on Chapter 5. Training. Be careful, you are entering the territory of not yet rewritten chapters. There may be logical, semantic and stylistic errors. After the 20th chapter, the quality is greatly improved, thank you for your understanding. Chapter 5 Training. When you appreciate What do you have? Not live. Looking for ideals. Then you are for real. You will be happy. Friedrich Nietzsche. October 10th, 10:53. 7 o'clock. Beep beep, beep beep. Yes, I'm getting up. The alarm clock. Turning off the source of the sound, I sleepily stretched and, with a sweet yawn, covered myself with a blanket more tightly. Heavy eyelids did not want to rise at all, and all I wanted now was to lie down comfortably in the bed and continue such an interesting activity. But they didn't let me sleep further. When I heard the second signal, I threw off the warm, heated blanket. I immediately felt cold, and I was about to stretch to hide back, but pulled myself up. If I continue now, I'll oversleep. As soon as I got out of bed, I got dressed and went out to the balcony. A bright light immediately hit my eyes, and, grimacing in pain, I turned away. It was a bit chilly outside, and it even somehow woke me up. After doing my morning exercises, I looked around the village and noticed that festive decorations were hung everywhere. The date immediately popped up in my head, and I remembered that today is a holiday, Victory Day over the Ninetales, which means that Naruto should be congratulated. I quickly washed up and ate, got dressed and left the house. Looking around again, I made sure that this world loves to sleep, because there is not a soul on the street, even though it's already 8 o'clock in the morning. After buying Naruto a gift and going to the academy, I didn't miss the opportunity to reflect. More than 2 years have passed since that incident with Sasuke. We are in the 4th year of the academy. Since then we have been training together with him, sparring, studying techniques, reading scrolls and books. Before going to bed, I meditate and disperse the chakra through the channels. Naruto has a good Kirakuki because he is a Jinchuriki and I have to develop it myself. We have already mastered school techniques. Sasuke taught me the fireball jutsu, and I taught him how to walk on any surface. Now we beat each other's faces wherever we want. He is an interesting person, not like in anime, more emotional, attentive, sensitive. Still, Tsukiyomi affects the children's psyche, and here his family members are alive. 2 years ago, I finalized the Rasengan and started fireball. This technique is not exactly complicated, but with its own catch. At first, everything seems simple. You add Katan to the Rasengan, remove the neutral chakra, and compress it to the desired density. But if you overdo it with chakra and density, an explosion will occur. Why this happens, I still do not understand. In general, the technique is not finalized and requires completion, which may take more than 1 year. I train all this, of course, separately from Sasuke. I don't want him to know, otherwise questions will arise. Yes, fire is dangerous. Every evening I have to use the medical chakra. I am learning on my own. As I later found out, my second element is air. Well, that's good, because I remember his workouts. Thanks anime. Then I'll try to add air to the fireball. I hope it works. A few days ago, we ordered wakizashi with Sasuke at the weapons store, so today after class we will pick them up. I entered the academy and heard the already familiar screams. Yes, the children here not only yell, but also fight, and not only boys, but also girls do it quite willingly. The sensei themselves are in no hurry to intervene. After all, we will have to fight for the rest of our lives. Sometimes I'm even glad that I don't have emotions. I would be infuriated by these constant fights of children. I would be annoyed by the eternal name-calling about hair. I would already be bored with lectures in which I practically know everything, and much more. And it's completely neutral. Absolute bullshit, as I call it. I went around all the fighting youth and, having entered the already familiar auditorium, sat down next to Hinata. She doesn't mind, I know that. The first lesson is our language. The second is the history of the shinobi world. The third, sparring, overcoming obstacles, throwing kunai and the like, in general, physical training. Each lesson takes 2 hours, breaks between them are 15 minutes, and the longest break lasts 45 minutes. I even managed to eat bento on my favorite tree. The curriculum is much more difficult. We study 6 days a week, 10 months a year. The remaining 2 months, the children rest, except for me, of course. So, everything is in place, and now you can go and shout, Sasuke-kun with hearts instead of eyes. After making my way through the crowd of screaming girls led by Ino and Sakura, my friend gave me a pleading look, as if he was being tortured. I just chuckled and shook my head. I hope he remembers that we are going to buy today, because I have been saving for a year. I guess I should be sorry that I don't have feelings, because that way I would be very much looking forward to my sword, and I would be happy when I buy it. How happy Naruto was today with the coupons I gave to Ichiraka Ramen. It even somehow hurt my feelings. For a second it seemed to me that I was happy that he was happy. But back to swords. We will learn Kenjutsu together. Sasuke will hire a sensei from the country of iron, and he will train him, and Uchiha will already train me. It is said that the Land of Iron has the best Kenjutsu masters, which means that we will be able to master the sword at the highest level. The first lesson was very interesting. We were asked to write on a piece of paper the name of the person with whom we would like to spend our last day. Flashback. If humanity had one last day to live, who would you spend it with? Irika said loudly and walked over to the blackboard. Oh, come on, it's from the 10th movie. So, the fate of Naruto and Hinata is decided. We should push them towards each other. Why is he the last one? Our merry fellow began to resent loudly. He sat at the second desk with Sakura and Sasuke. Haruno couldn't take her eyes off the Uchiha and Naruto seemed to have a crush on Sakura. Well, Irika thought about it and continued, suddenly the moon falls on us, if it falls, then I guarantee that our Naruto will save everyone. I remember this 10th film. How are shinobi jumping on the moon at 270 degrees below 0 Celsius without spacesuits, violating all the laws of physics? Although this world laws are not written. If there are no more days, then let not the moon fall, but a piece of meat. Our glutton began to express his thoughts from the first desk. The entire audience laughed at his words. We write names on the sheets. And yes, it only has to be one person. I pulled a piece of paper to me and wrote without thinking. Mom died, Dad too, I have one and only friend, so I wrote his name. Although his name, probably, half of the audience will write. I looked at Sasuke, and he, thinking, wrote something, and then crossed it out. Then he wrote again and crossed out again. Interestingly, he decides there with whom to spend, brother, mother or father. It is probably difficult for him to decide, his whole family is dear to him. I glanced at my sheet, Sasuke Uchiha, and why did I write his name? Not the name Hinata. Not the name Naruto. After all, Hinata is a wonderful friend, and Naruto is just a sweetheart, a merry fellow, the soul of the company. Yes, and I met them much earlier. I took a pen from the desk. I thought. And then slowly put it back. I don't know why, but when I read his name, something seems to freeze in the depths of my soul. But what's the point of writing this? After all, even if the world suddenly ends and I want to spend the last day with Sasuke, he won't want it. After all, he has a brother whom he loves immensely and who loves him. And in this bunch, the third one is superfluous. Pushing the paper aside, she looked towards Sasuke. I met his gaze, and then he turned towards Naruto, who at that time was writing something on a piece of paper. Sasuke looked at his paper, and in response to this, Naruto immediately looked at the Uchiha's paper. I looked at Naruto's slightly surprised face before Sasuke flipped the leaf over. Why did I suddenly wonder whose name he wrote? I tried to remember the name of the emotion that I experienced for a second, but I couldn't. Then Naruto turned to me and smiled brightly in his repertoire. Such a good-natured and joyful smile that I realized something for myself. I don't care, let at least 2 bets. I pulled the piece of paper back to me and wrote my middle name on it, Naruto Uzumaki. And my heart felt a little easier. Something unusually warm. There will be no end of the world. Naruto's voice was suddenly heard. He lay down on the desk, closing his sheet, and an angry sensei stood over him. But there was no more contempt and hatred in his eyes. Rather interest and passion. Oh, right now Hyuga is supposed to spell Naruto's name. I looked at her sheet, but she did not write and did not write. Hinata-chan, why aren't you writing? I whispered to her, and she shrank even more. I can't choose, Arisa-chan. She turned the pen in her hands and looked at the blank sheet. Ah, here's another difference. We ought to fix it. As soon as possible. Naruto and Hinata are my favorite couple. After Obito and Rin, of course. And I don't care that they couldn't be together. Do you have a person you are in love with? She blushed, and I moved and showed my piece of paper, covering the name Naruto in parallel. She looked at mine, and then at hers. What if it happens? Sensei's voice was distracted. Nope, that's why you don't need to introduce him. Naruto is very stubborn. Handsome. Stand up for your point of view. The girl looked at Uzumaki and still wrote his name. End flashback. And now, in a history lesson, where they talked to us about the politics of the Third on the eve of the Third World War, I began to feel a piercing gaze on me. Turning around, I met Sasuke's eyes. He must be impatient to buy a sword. The Uchiha smiled a little, and I reciprocated. Children, now we are going to the Eastern Training Ground. The students stirred and began to put their things into backpacks. Leave your things here. Yumino took the tablet from the table and went to the door, while I put away my things and went to the exit. Choji, leave your chips here. Yamanaka, get away from Sasuke. Come on, let's go already. He waved his hand towards the exit, and we noisily left the audience. We walked along a bright corridor with windows on one side and wooden shoji on the other. Arriving at the training ground, everyone stood in front of the mannequins. And the Chunin began to announce the lists. Everyone he named came up and threw shurikens. Ariza Saito. At his words, I pulled out 8 kunai and left the crowd. Ariza-chan. Someone called my name, and I looked around to see the crowd of my classmates. Naruto immediately stood out waving at me. Come on, you can do it. I smiled at him for his support and found Sasuke in the crowd. He just stood there and smirked a little. He saw my results in Bukijutsu in training, and they are in no way inferior to him. And he is the best in the stream. With a final smile at Hinata as well, I threw the kunai at the targets from a roundabout and hit exactly where I wanted to. And this is not the center of the target. It's bad, Ariza, you still have to train and train. But for now I put 3, Irika brought out his verdict and wrote something down on his piece of paper. Well, 3 is 3, the main thing is that I know my results and without marks. Naruto Uzumaki, sensei called, and a blue-eyed boy ran towards me. I gave him a friendly pat on the shoulder and, wishing good luck, stood next to Sasuke, who, not really noticing my presence, arrogantly looked at his rival. You are given 8 attempts. The teacher somehow disapprovingly looked and took a few steps back. Naruto picked up a weapon and threw it confidently, aiming for the middle. That's just the weapon flew disobediently towards not the target, but sensei. Quickly analyzing the trajectory of the kunai, I threw mine to knock it down, and while it was flying, I gave the second one to Sasuke's hand and pushed it forward. Everyone stood in shock and looked at the teacher, and he looked at Naruto. One of the kunai was above the head, the second was near the leg, and the third was between the arm and the body. Irika looked at us and, seeing Sasuke different from everyone else, made his conclusions. Oh, thank you, Sasuke, otherwise I could have suffered like this. And here's Naruto. He turned his angry gaze to the student, who, with perspiration on his forehead, took a step back. Talk later. Sasuke, don't take it, I'll give you an A. Oh Sasuke, you're so cool. The girls immediately ran up to the Uchiha and began to praise and pester. He stood and did not understand who set him up like that, and then, it seems, having guessed, narrowed his eyes and looked at me. My lips curled into a wicked smile. Stop, how did it happen to me? I did it quickly without thinking. Reflexes, it turns out, are a very cool thing. When everyone finished throwing, we went to the sparring ground. Everyone stood in a pile, and the teacher came out in front of us. First fight, Inazuka Kiba vs Choji Akimichi, their fight was fast. Kiba knocked Choji off his feet, and as he struggled to get up, he pressed a kunai to his throat. Winner Kiba. Next fight, Naruto Uzumaki vs Jiro Uchiha. When Jiro came out, all the girls applauded, as he is also one of the best students in the class. By the way, this is the same survivor, whose brother, it turns out, cut the whole clan. I wonder if he will take the path of the Avenger. The guy himself is quite calm, by no means arrogant, even to some extent a gentleman. He is often sparred against me and of course I always lose to him. He is a rather strong opponent and is no worse in genius than Sasuke, it's just that his father and brother teach him, but Jiro does not. The Uchiha slapped Naruto without straining, and when he was getting angry, Jiro praised him to soften his resentment of losing. Naruto stood stock still, and then they calmly shook the seal of reconciliation. It turns out that Jiro is psychologically much older than Sasuke. After that, they, along with Uzumaki, went to the tree, and the guy began to explain something to him, probably to give advice. Hey, dumbass, are you even listening? Someone pushed me painfully, and then pointed a finger at the indignant sensei, next to whom stood calm Sasuke. Come on, tomato. Scared? I was pushed again, literally pushing me out of the crowd of students. Tear her. I heard Ino scream. And everyone began to discuss something vigorously. Tomato sucks. She'll lose. Shikamaru scratched his ear and looked up at the clouds again. Yes, who doubts it? Choji commented to him. She doesn't even fit him. Sasuke-kun is the best. Do it. Shouted a crowd of girls, glaring at me as I walked through them towards sensei and a friend. At the last moment, when I was already literally leaving the crowd, someone tripped me up and, having turned around, I kissed the ground. An uproar immediately arose, many laughing, someone discussing Sasuke. I looked at these children frozen and could not understand what was wrong with them. And this world I have to save? Flashed through my head in a second, and suddenly I felt that someone was helping me to stand up. You can, I heard a soft voice, and looking around, I saw Makoto, a friend of Jiro Uchiha. Handsome red-haired boy with freckles and deep gray eyes. Why? Remembering how he often made fun of me and sarcastic me, I asked. I may be joking, but I'm not quitting. He gave me his hand, and I, holding it, stood up. Good luck. After saying that, he walked towards Naruto and Jiro. Carefully continuing my way, I met Sasuke's gaze, which contained remorse and regret, even a hint of sympathy. And then he shifted his gaze to the crowd and, clenching his jaw and fists, narrowed his eyes. Third fight between Sasuke Uchiha and Ariza Saito, Sensei said as he wrote down something on his paper. Started. We stood opposite each other and got ready. When I heard the signal, I stood still, and he ran towards me. She dodged the first blow and was about to kick, but he blocked. I started throwing slow blows, which the Uchiha parried with ease. Jumping back, I wanted to take a step forward to strike, but my right foot caught on my left, and my face kissed the ground again. Yes, what a day. I don't even know what emotions to portray. Laugh or be ashamed? It probably looks ridiculous from the outside. Everyone laughed again, and I quickly got up, rolling over. Sasuke went on the attack and wanted to strike from the right, but I put a block with my hand. It's time to end the fight. It will hurt, but you have to be patient. He jumped up to kick me around with his foot, and I deliberately set myself up, although I could dodge. Flying back a few meters, I wasn't about to get up. Blood poured from my nose, and I saw the Uchiha's blurry fist in front of me. I saw double, and there was a noise in my ears, as if I was listening to a seashell. When my eyesight improved, I was able to see my friend. It was clear from his expression that he was a little angry. After all, he does not like it when I give in, but at the same time, a sense of guilt could be seen in his eyes. Irika-sensei, I think, my nose is broken. Blood dripped onto the sand as I stood up. Although I strengthened the body with chakra, it did not help. He scratched his head, noted something in the journal and looked up at us. Sasuke, take Ariza to Yoshi-san. Irionin. At the academy, but first the seal of reconciliation. I stood up on my limbs, and we formed this wonderful seal. It seems to be an ordinary gesture, but it means that we do not hold grudges and have forgiven each other. Let's go. We walked around the corner, and Sasuke gave me an unkind look. I just shrugged. You opened up great during the blow, you didn't miss the opportunity to poke a friend. I see. We entered the academy and headed towards the Irionin's office. Hi, I turned to the voice and saw a friend in a henge. He is the same brunette with dark brown eyes, but Sasuke does not recognize him. We meet under the henge on purpose so that no one will notice us together. Hi, I decided not to piss on his brains for being an hour late, but just went to meet him. Sorry, I got delayed, the Uchiha said calmly, and we headed to the store. What happened? I put my hands in my pocket and looked down. I was offered to graduate from the academy. Damn. I immediately tensed up and stared at him. It seems that in my soul I don't care, but the movements themselves turn out. And besides emotions, there are brains that perfectly understand the words spoken. And you? I asked with little hope. He looked into my eyes and smiled. Here is the infection. But I refused, he replied. For this, my parents scolded me. Now it is clear why he was late. Fugaku-san must have lost his mind because he wanted his son to graduate from the academy earlier, like Itachi. We have arrived. He entered the store and I followed him. There were various display cases with weapons whose name I do not know, unusual scrolls and strange decorations, the meaning of which is also unclear to me. This is where I always buy kunai with shurikens. They are the cheapest in Konoha, and the seller is polite. Everything you need. We took off our henge and approached Toshi-san, a short man with a gray beard. The most surprising thing is that when we ordered weapons, they only demanded from us a certificate that we were studying at the Shinobi Academy. And that's it. They just sold melee weapons. In general, I think that Sasuke's status as the heir to an elite clan is involved here. Here's your order, young shinobi. I took my wakizashi and Sasuke took his. Mine was white with a red stripe down the middle and the Uzumaki clan crest. By the way, Sasuke knows perfectly well that I have the genes of this clan. The Uchiha has a black scabbard and the same black handle, but with the coat of arms of his clan. Thank you for the wakizashi. We paid and were about to leave, but the seller's voice stopped us. Girl, this is a chikudo, not a wakizashi. He took my weapon and opened it slightly. Chikudo differs from wakizashi in that it has a straight blade and one-sided sharpening. As I listened to him carefully, he ran his finger along the blade, and this caused him to cut. As you can see, this is high-quality chakra-conducting stainless steel. I thanked for the explanation and, taking the weapon, threw on the henge and followed my friend out. I should read about swords, otherwise I don't know anything about them. Most likely, in my thoughts I will call this weapon wakizashi. Even though it's wrong, it's easier for me. Yes, it's more pleasant to listen to. Looking around, we saw a changed street, that is, it was as if we had walked along it with a brush. While we were watching, we were almost run over by a man. Turning around, we saw Naruto with paint and a brush in his hands. He was running from angry shinobi who were not averse to heaping on him. While I was looking at the blonde's art, I was distracted by someone's touch. Turning around, I saw Sasuke looking at a local landmark. Raising my gaze, I saw the painted faces of the Hokage. It's clear Naruto did it. Now he will be caught and forced to launder. Here's an idiot, the Uchiha briefly described him, and we turned around and went to the training ground. He's just lonely, so he wants to get the attention of his father and the whole village. He wants to be recognized, probably, his father is always at work and does not pay attention to him, so he wants to attract him. Sasuke bulged his eyes at my words, and I just grunted. Arriving at the training ground, we began to warm up, 50 laps around the training ground, and then 500 push-ups, sit-ups, press and pull-ups. Having finished, we went to throw kunai and shurikens. We had sparring on the ropes. Although I kept my balance better, I defeated Sasuke, who recently awakened a second tomo in his right eye. Before that, we were equal in taijutsu and usually fought until one made a mistake, and this time I took him. Having healed our abrasions, we began to train on Chikudo wakizashi. Sasuke, of course, is not a perfect sensei, but it will do just fine. We do not compete who is better, and we do not envy each other. We just get to know this world together. And so it went all the time until 8, I decided to go home, and Sasuke still remained to train. Commentary on Chapter 5. Training. I hope you did not forget to add the chapter to the collection so as not to lose it. For those who might think that this chapter is not so important and does not affect the plot, I want to say that it is not. In it, I wanted to show that their relationship to each other has changed, and that they are now friends. And of course, their training. This is just one day in the life of our heroes. Chapter 6. Chapter 6 An unexpected encounter. I think I'm losing my mind now. It's in my head, darling. I hope that you'll be here when I need you the most. So don't let me down. Don't let me down. Don't let me down by the Chainsmokers. October 10th 10:53. Fine. I extend my hand to Ariza, helping her up. She, clutching at me and covering her eyes with her hand, gets up, swaying slightly. The bruise will remain, she hisses a little in pain. But you won't give in, I chuckle. I didn't give in, you had a second tomo in your eye. Is it true? I exclaim, a little overjoyed. I thought, why are you so slow? Congratulations, she smiles a little, her fake smile. You know, I might as well go home. I'll add something cold. Until tomorrow, we say goodbye to her. She grabs her backpack and slowly heads for the exit, and I look after her and do not understand what kind of feelings are born in my soul. We have been training with her for 2 years. So many techniques have already been learned together, and she never really smiled at me. And for some reason it hurts. It has been 3 years since we entered the academy, we are in our 4th year. I met Ari 2 years ago, and since then we have been training together. Unlike her brother, she teaches me what she knows, and I teach her what I know myself. My father asked me why I don't train at the clan training ground. I told you that I train with a classmate. They think I'm the best, but that's not entirely true. Ariza is in no way inferior, and among the girls it's a genius in general. All this time I was analyzing her, trying to understand how she thinks, why she does it. But nothing came to mind. I told my father about this, and he replied that Ari was running after me, probably in order not to stand out from the crowd. But it seems to me that this is not true. She is not like the other girls, she is much smarter. As if she is not 9 years old, but more. We sometimes sit at her place for a cup of tea and discuss everything in the world. It is interesting to communicate with her. I thought that everyone else was the same. I tried to talk to the girls. But they don't listen to me, they only hear themselves. They are not interested in what I am, they look only at appearance. And then I learned that it was not given to me to understand women. I don't understand other girls, let alone Ari. But unlike other girls, she stands out for her intelligence, not her stupidity. This is what draws me to her. We finally bought a Chikudo. They gave me money for my birthday, saying that I could buy any weapon, but I waited for Ariza to save up. Today was our first joint training with our swords. In order to avoid unnecessary injuries, I trained with the Sharingan, and my friend with the help of clones. And I can assure you she has a talent for Kenjutsu. We train together twice a week, I train separately 2 more times, the rest of the days I do homework or study the material. I once watched a friend's workouts, Hers are brutal. As if the fate of the whole world depended on it. After each workout, she barely gets home, but stubbornly ignores this, as if ruining herself like this is the norm. It pisses me off that she doesn't know when to stop. After finishing the training, I was about to go home, but I noticed my friend's forgotten weapon. She left about 10 minutes ago. It's not too late to catch up and give back. Grabbing her chikudo, I rushed along the only road that led from the training ground. I'm sure Ariza hasn't gone far. As I walked down the street towards her house, I suddenly heard the sound of steel. Jumping onto the house, I looked into the alley from which the sounds were coming out, and noticed the red-haired one who covered our classmate, the fool Uzumaki, and against them were 3 leaf shinobi. They looked drunk, and I immediately knew what was going on. If they weren't wearing our village's protector, I would have killed them. The shinobi starts swinging at Arizu with a kunai, and I instantly take off. Take a bite. I activate the Sharingan and, quickly jumping off the roof, knock out the one who attacked. The rest did not wait and ran at me. Their strikes were pretty slow. They are definitely not sober. Punch, block, punch. -1. Something prickled in my eyes, but I did not pay attention. The main thing is to protect Ariza, well, this moron. After a few seconds, this brief battle was over and all the drunken ninja were knocked out. I did not wait and ran up to classmates. Naruto was bruised and battered, while Ari apparently had broken a few bones. She could not cope with them, as she overexerted herself in training. I noticed that she was tired from the very beginning. Why did she climb? She just couldn't handle them. Ariza? I called her, tried to stir her up, but nothing came of it. I quickly created a clone that Naruto picked up, and I took her in my arms, jumped onto the roof and rushed to the hospital. Why did they do it? I gritted my teeth with anger. I wanted to go back and finish them off. See how these creatures die. When I took them to the hospital, Ariza was immediately sent for surgery, and Naruto was put in the ward and informed his father. I don't know why they are like that, but I hope they get it well. My wounds were also treated here, but they were essentially nothing more than scratches. So I had to wait about half an hour for the operation to end. They told me to go home, but I flatly refused. I won't go anywhere until I see my girlfriend. As soon as Ariza was brought to the ward, I immediately followed, but they kicked me out. They spent a few more minutes there and only then allowed to enter. Only not for long. She is still weak, Irinan said, letting her into the ward. Understood, I answered curtly and, entering the ward, sat down on a chair by the bed. I felt like I should be with her now. She's alone. She has no family to come after her. She has no one but me. I sat quietly and watched her breathe. She seemed so defenseless and innocent, and I could not even imagine that this girl could be stronger than me. I could not resist and touched her red curls. God, they are soft and thick. Are they like that or does she take good care of them? I gently took her cold hand in mine and squeezed it. She always has cold hands, although I have touched them before only out of necessity or in battle, but I always noticed this fact. And I always wanted to warm them up. I don't know how it happened that I even feel these emotions now. Everything used to be easier, but more boring. We met her on November 3, 1951. For 6 months we just trained at the same training ground. We warmed up separately, trained in different parts, only occasionally coming up and asking each other for advice. After sparring, we did not approach each other. I bandaged my wounds myself, and she herself. She offered me, but I envied her and did not want to accept her help. But little by little we began to communicate with her. I knew that it would be so, but I did not burn with a special desire. But still, over the weeks, a few phrases grew into long conversations. We started going to do our homework. We walked together under henge. She even somehow dragged me into Ichiraka ramen. And how did I sign up for this? At first she was like a rival to me, then as a friend, then as a friend. And now I am no longer shy about telling my parents that she is my friend. Yes, and I already introduced them to her. Today my father and I had a big fight about this. He expects me to repeat Itachi's story. And I wanted that too at first, until Ari explained to me that I am a unique person who has every right to my own, not copied path. That I am not Itachi and should not be like him. I let go of her hair and took my hand back. I didn't understand what I felt. My mother told me that my attention towards Ariza is due to the fact that we are friends. But I walk and train not only with her. My brother often trains with Jiro, and I don't remember worrying about him during a fight. When I hit other guys and girls, I don't think about them, all my attention is focused on combat and tactics, but with her, it's different. October 15, 1053. 1533. I don't know what to call these shinobi. They beat a defenseless child. It's not his fault that he has a nine-tailed fox in him. Why don't they understand it? Moreover, he is the son of the fourth Hokage. What, they don't know? Although, as they say, the drunken sea is knee-deep. I woke up in the hospital 4 days ago. The last thing I remembered was Sasuke yelling something. And then pain and darkness. Yes, chakra relieves a lot of pain and the pain threshold of shinobi is many times higher than ordinary people, but this does not make it any easier. In that fight, I felt like I felt all my bones in my body. Fighting those who have powers and chakra while having neither is much more difficult than I thought. No, I understood that I did not have enough strength to defeat them. But I didn't even have a question about what to do. I ran to save Naruto, even somehow especially and without thinking about the consequences. I don't even know whether to praise myself for courage or scold myself for stupidity. After I woke up, it was very painful, my whole body ached, as if it had been driven over by a skating rink. There were many purple bruises and scratches. The first days I walked with a limp and on crutches. And about the broken bones, perhaps, I will not say anything. Thank God, medicine in this world is excellent, and all my fractures healed in 4 days. Although, if I had not dispersed the medical chakra through the body, it would have been much longer. Being an Iranian is very difficult, you have to cram a lot of textbooks. And they contain genetics, microbiology, anatomy, pathology and the like in one bottle. Yes, and excellent control is needed. All this science was very difficult for me. Only thanks to the clones I was able to learn all this. The creaking of the door pulled me out of my thoughts. Sasuke stood on the threshold with new flowers in his hands, fruits and some kind of package. Hello. How are you? Sasuke asked, placing fruits on the nightstand and flowers in a vase. Okay, thank you very much. I tried to smile, but it came out crooked. In this world, everyone who is not lazy beats me. I feel like a training bag. Get well. You will be discharged in 3 days, and what am I going to do here all this time? At my mental question, he pulled out my textbooks and clothes. Oh, thanks. Although okay, reading will brighten up my pastime. Wait, how did he get into my house? Oh, right, I left the window open. What about Naruto? And what will happen to those shinobi? I took a sitting position and immediately felt pain in my right side. Naruto will be discharged tomorrow, he already knows who saved him. And those Chunin have 6 months of D-rank missions and a fine of 20,000 Ryo. Well, that's what they told me. That's how it is. Actually, attacking your own is a betrayal, but their punishment was reduced, since they were in a state of intoxication. I see, I squeezed out of myself and lay back down. Eyes treacherously stuck together, and I realized that I was about to fall asleep. Thank you. 3 days later. Kami, this is terrible, I'm so sick of sitting here that now I understand why Naruto ran away from the hospital. Maybe I should repeat his feat too. By the way, I noticed that I begin to feel emotions, but only a little. That's what Rikudo meant when he said it will pass by itself. Need to communicate. I'm being discharged today, I told Sasuke not to come pick me up. Tomorrow, as always, at the academy. I think I will give myself a rest and will not train for 2 or 3 days, let the body get stronger, otherwise my health will not say, thank you, later. But there will be time to start developing a technique, if possible, I will call it Angel. In general, the point is to create 2 wings behind the back from chakra. I remember Choji used something like that in the 4th Shinobi World War. But he had the usual blue and transparent, but I want to make it denser. It's like Susanoo, bones begin to form from the chakra and muscles there, somehow I want it. And then either make it denser, or take on the appearance, as in shadow cloning, there the chakra takes shape and color. But this is not for beauty, I hope with the help of this it will be possible to fly. So I'll have to study the structure of the wings of birds. Of course, this will take a lot of time. It's just that nothing is given. On the same principle, I want to learn how to create fortified shadow clones. Make an exoskeleton with muscles inside or something like that, but I need to increase the reserve, because such clones will be very chakra intensive and will require additional seals. The amount of chakra I have now is half that of the anime Naruto at 12 years old. And I mean him, not Kurama's chakra. After leaving the hospital, I went to Ichiraku. It seems that I have one bad habit of eating sweets and another bad habit of eating ramen. But I don't really care. After all, the noodles are really tasty. And I don't think that gastritis will ever look at me as a guest. After a snack, I decided to go to the hot springs. In a past life, I really did not like such establishments, because I was a rather shy girl. And here, even with a man, I won't feel anything. This lack of emotion sometimes works to my advantage. I don't even know if I was lucky or not. As soon as I was about to undress and go into the water of the hot springs, I felt a strong chakra in the bushes near the fence. And the supply of this chakra is huge. Who's the pervert Sannin over there? Of course Jiraiya. If there were emotions, I would probably get angry, but now I just have to portray it. It's good that I was alone, no one will interfere with me and my plan. I hid in the house and, barely making a couple of clones, threw a henge of hot beauties with the 5th size on them. And that is, harem no jutsu Naruto. So I put on a towel, jumped over the fence and stood behind Jiraiya, who was now squealing like a girl. I quietly created clones that surrounded him and threw a henge of evil adult women on them. Jiraiya is a pervert. The women shouted viciously. Out of surprise, he turned around and sat on the 5th point. This way I was able to see it better. A man of about 45 is rather tall and muscular. He was dressed in a green kimono and a red haori, and on his cheeks there were 2 red stripes from the eyes. Sorry, just don't hit me. He put his hands out in front of him and closed his eyes. Apparently he was often beaten. Not so easy. You are one of the Sannin. So right? He nodded and looked at me incredulously. I'll forgive you if you teach me Shunshin. Having dispelled the clones, I began to extort the technique. Well, really, why miss the opportunity? Standing in front of me is one of the most powerful shinobi on earth. No, he said in a serious voice, narrowing his eyes. Why yes, then go to plan B. In general, I take a lot of risks, but for the sake of this technique, it's worth it. And so, all the clones that stood with him turned into different beauties with colored swimsuits. They climbed up to him, and he drooled. After holding them for 3 seconds, I dispelled them. Yes, just leave them. Jiraiya waved his hands indignantly. Here's the pervert. Teach technique first. I folded my arms across my chest and grinned. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes at me and then said, so be it, juvenile extortionist. You still don't understand. Shaking himself off, he got up and went somewhere. Something he too easily agreed, apparently expecting that I would not understand a word. He took me to the bushes, and I put on a henge, but already in clothes. And on the way, she created a clone to write down the explanation and then copy it at home on a piece of paper. And then after all, I don't have a Sharingan to quickly memorize. And he seems to explain to me only once. Listen carefully, I explain once, how predictable. He began to speak the principle of Shunshin, while carefully looking at me. You can also add your elemental chakra. This requires very good control. He explained to me how this technique could be learned and improved, and the clone, having written everything down, went home. So be it, they deserve it. I smirked and did a harem no jutsu. He was drooling. I don't know why, but his behavior amuses me. While he admired, I left, and after a few minutes dispelled the technique. My idea was successful. Still, it's good that people like Jiraiya exist. While not forgetting anything, I broke my promise to myself and went to the training ground to learn the technique of bodily flicker. After all, what kind of hero am I without a spectacular appearance? Well, in general, if for garlic, then nothing happened to me. It's really difficult. It is necessary to accelerate the chakra through the channels very quickly, which is extremely difficult. I also tried to make a fireball, but as always not very successful. Half of the attempts explode on touch. This does a lot of damage to me too. I burned my hand quite a few times while creating this technique. Therefore, now only my clones train her. Until I remove it from the rank of Kenjutsu, forbidden techniques that cause damage to the user, I myself will not use it. After training, I went home to do my homework. Tomorrow we have to go back to the academy. But I even like it. I like to explore this universe. Everything here is so unknown, something that needs to be understood and studied. This is a world of magic, and here, unlike in the past, a person can jump above his head. I am drawn to knowledge. After the lessons were done, I sat in a meditation pose on my bed and began to drive the chakra through the chakra channels. I concentrated like this for 30 minutes, and then I began to feel that I was falling inside. Opening my eyes to figure out what happened, I found myself, instead of my apartment, in some incomprehensible room. She was something else, like an ordinary one, but not from this world. This room had one window. What was behind it, I do not know, because the blinds covered it. In the middle of the room is a wooden desk with a laptop and a dimly lit desk lamp on it. There are empty sheets on the corner of the table, and next to the table is an office chair, like from a past life. The wallpaper was the most ordinary green color, and the floor was ordinary linoleum. Looking around the entire small room, I noticed behind me, opposite the table, a red door. From the door in the left corner was an empty rack, and next to it was a burgundy leather sofa, also a campaign office, which added coziness to this atmosphere. If this is my inner world, then it is much better than Naruto's sewer. This is probably the only thing that will remind me of the 21st century from my past life, I sighed without nostalgia. After looking around, I went to the table and sat down in a chair. In front of me was a laptop, which for some reason my brain always perceived as a computer. That's just it, did not have any symbols indicating the manufacturer. I pressed the button and the device turned on. But instead of the usual desktop, there were my characteristics. Just Russian letters on a blue background. I started poking at the keys until I hit the spacebar. And in the first place was the state of health. With good status. As I understand it, here it was divided into 4 statuses. Bad, normal, good, and excellent. Since I'm after training in the hospital, I'm good. Under this status was a line from 0 to 100. What is this, some kind of game? Now I have 88. I pressed the space again, and the state of mind was displayed to me. Status, okay. Think, I wanted to press the space bar again, but I was thrown out of my subconscious. Quickly picking up a piece of paper, I wrote down everything I saw and how it all turned out. Before, I did not penetrate into the subconscious. So, something could have influenced this, and now I have to find what, and use it for my own good. Looking at the clock, I realized that I hadn't spent much time there. This computer is somehow connected with the soul and body, and it seems that the main thing is not to break it. Of course, I don't know what will happen, but obviously something bad. After sitting and thinking about what it was, I went to bed. October 18, 10:53. I woke up very early today. But if you look at what time students in the past world have to get up in order to have time to get from one part of the city to another to the first couple, then I got up late. After doing my exercises, I wrote a plan for the day, ate, and went to the academy. Arrived 20 minutes before class started. I come early to give the seniors my completed tests, and Sasuke to chat with me, because he can't do it openly during the break. Firstly, I forbid it, and secondly, I will have problems later because of this, and he knows this very well. I sat down at my desk, and the uchiha heir immediately plopped down next to me, who knew that, as always, I would come before anyone else. Hello. Are you okay? Does your hand hurt? He asked, and I pulled out notebooks and textbooks on the desk and shook my head. Everything is fine. How are you doing? Father let me finish my studies. Sasuke smiled a little. Why did you decide to stay? I couldn't resist asking this question. Nobody keeps him here. He doesn't have any group of friends to stay for. So why would he? It doesn't matter. He turned away a little, and I realized that he didn't want to talk about it. What was discussed in the history lesson? I asked. Yes, the conflict between Konohagakure and Iwagakure, other villages, and the direct role in the War of Minato Namikaze and the Nameless Shinobi. Nameless? I asked, and Sasuke shrugged, saying he didn't know. Well, okay, then do not care. I heard footsteps in the hallway and felt the familiar chakra of the girls. You'd better sit down in your seat. In a few minutes, your entire fan club will be here. Hearing those words, he grimaced. I'm already tired of them, I'll sit with you. He did not take his piercing gaze off me, as if he was specially bewitching. No need. Better sit where you were, please. And by the way, give me back my chikudo. I looked at him demandingly, but he didn't even move. I'll return. I'll sit down if you promise that we'll take a walk today. He stared at me, waiting, but I didn't get it. Walk? Seriously? Okay, I quickly agreed, because there were 10 seconds left before they arrived. As soon as he sat down in his seat, Ino and Sakura rushed into the classroom, vigorously debating who would sit with the Uchiha. Commentary on Chapter 6. Unexpected encounter. And Sasuke will sometimes call Ariza for short, Ari. So that there are no questions, I suddenly did not finish writing for Chapter 7. Chapter 7. A young genin in the cruel world of shinobi. Strive not to succeed, and to ensure that your life made sense. Albert Einstein. Copyright, April 3, 1056. Here, come back. After taking my photo from the old man and thanking him, I headed to the Hokage residence. The path was not long, but I managed to feel all the delights of spring. The first rays of the sun slid down her face, and the fragrant smell of fresh herbs hit her nose. It was rather quiet on the street, as if the world had frozen in anticipation of something grandiose. Only the birds sometimes disturbed this peace with their chirping. This early morning, many of the villagers were still asleep, so I didn't meet many people on my way. Yes, they were mostly shinobi. For many years I got used to this world, even fell in love with it, one might say. And most importantly, I stopped comparing him. Due to the lack of emotions, of course, I was not surprised at almost anything, but many things caused a certain dissonance in the depths of my soul. Sometimes I felt like I was in a fairy tale. And sometimes I dreamed of the past world, so old and forgotten. And I woke up with the thought, it's time to get dressed, I'll be late for the bus, I won't find an office, and that's it, they'll call my grandmother to school, they say she's skipping. But after a moment, the dream images faded, and I looked around my dorm room. And somehow unexpectedly, in the very depths of my soul, in the backwaters of frozen feelings, I felt a little sick. I don't know why exactly, but I plunged into it for a second and again emerged into a neutral reality. There is no grandmother and godmother, there are no those friends and relatives. All this remained in the previous world, and, probably, it hurt a little from this. The people with whom I have been close for most of my existence have forever remained in the distant, irretrievable past. In a past that I will never return to. Okay, enough, Ariza, the morning has just begun, and you are already talking about sad things. I took a deep breath of the fresh morning air and switched my thoughts. Yesterday, our entire stream passed the exam for the rank of Genin. All of us now with difficulty, with a huge stretch, can be called shinobi. After the exam, even Sasuke and I celebrated it. It was nice. Past Naruto or not, I don't know, because I left before him. But I'm sure he succeeded. I remembered that Naruto would fall on illusory clones, so I invited him to train for a month or two. I pulled him up to the minimum in this technique, but did not help much with the theory. In order to get into the team, he must score the least points. If Naruto doesn't learn the shadow cloning technique, then it's okay. The main thing is that he passed and got into our team, and there I will teach him this. Thinking, I did not notice how I came. I was about to enter, but suddenly the shoji opened on their own, and Uzumaki ran out of there, who almost knocked me off my feet. Oh, hi, Ariza-chan. And yet, he flashed his dazzling smile and ran away. Here is a small golden tornado. Although he does not have a protector, he is too happy, which means he passed. I was just about to knock when the shoji opened again, and a dark-haired boy of about 8 or 9 ran out. The boy ran into me and, falling, began to rub his back. Hey! Are you standing here? Blind? He began kawaii rubbing the pug, and my lips broke into a smile. Is the maternal instinct awakening? But this is not surprising, because now I am mentally somewhere around 29. Probably, I would already have children, if I were alive. Well, nothing, they gave me a second chance. There will be a husband, family and children. Oops, got distracted. I looked at this interesting little boy and realized that I was seeing him for the first time. He wore a beige t-shirt with the list sign and a long blue scarf. And why is he in the summer? She also kept silent about his headdress. Get up, she gave him her hand, but he did not accept help and stood up himself. What is your name? My name is Konohamaru. This boy said proudly, and I remembered who was standing in front of me. Nice to meet you, my name is Ari. Where did the blonde in the orange suit go? The loud Sarutobi interrupted me. I just silently pointed my finger around the corner, and the brunette, having taken off, disappeared behind him. Looks like Naruto has an apprentice. Shrugging my shoulders, I crossed the threshold and found myself in a large room. It was practically empty, and there were only 2 people sitting at the table, the third and some other unknown shinobi. Why it is they who collect the documents of graduates, and not Minato, is unknown. Although what is my business, perhaps helping the fourth, who is busy with something important, or maybe he's just bored. Maybe Naruto's father just had a day off. Still, it is impossible to work 12 years without rest. In all these years I have never fallen asleep. How did I do it? Yes, easy. I did not look for trouble and did not get involved in politics at all. I am here and they are there. I'm not one of those hitmen who in the first week are already climbing budding with the root. If someone wants to kill Danzo, then the flag is in their hands, but personally I am not a kamikaze. Dealing with him is a bummer. The feel of a shinobi sometimes told me that someone was watching, but I checked with sensory abilities and then looked around the entire training ground in search of guests. However, I never came across. Apparently, my paranoia is already blooming and smelling. Hello, I said to Hiruzen. He was sitting in the clothes of the Hokage and lingering, somehow slowly, as if stretching out the pleasure, smoked a pipe. And if it weren't for the open windows, then the whole office would probably have smelled of smoke. Hello, Ariza-chan, he smiled sweetly, and I handed him the documents. Well, congratulations, you are now officially a Konoha shinobi. Thank you, but I think a real shinobi is someone who has been through thousands of battles, not someone who wears an eye patch. Oh, yes, he raised his eyebrows slightly. Interesting thoughts. Well, you can be free, come tomorrow for distribution. Necessarily. I put on a smile and said goodbye and left the office. Today I have a whole free day, which is called a day off, but I will spend it on training. Let's get started. 15 laps around the whole of Konoha flashed through my thoughts, and I, breaking off, ran along my route. Yes, I have already explored the entire village, and I have favorite streets and places. After jogging at my local stall, I always buy a drink, plus okonomiyaki, as a reward for hard work. I believe that one should always reward oneself for the achieved goals. This will consolidate a useful habit of working. And this habit will help move mountains. Yes, and I love to eat, even if it's not healthy. I'm still a sweet tooth, I can always find sweets, cookies, chocolates, or some cakes at home. Most often, I buy all this as a reward for the completed weekly or monthly goal. Improved combination. For a yummy. Learned a new trick. Here's your reward. Created a new technique. Keep a present. You need to love and protect yourself, and now it is necessary to run up to the award. At the same time, and time to summarize. It's been about 4 years. Sasuke and I got good at ninjutsu, kenjutsu and taijutsu. Bukijutsu has long been almost perfect. We are excellent at both shurikens and kunais, as well as fishing line, which we can expertly use. And Uchiha also worked on genjutsu, so I had to fight his illusions. To do this, she stopped the flow of the chakra. Genjutsu is difficult, although now I know how to cast them with the Sharingan and how to detect in a second that you are already under an illusion. Over the years, I have noticeably increased the focus, but I hide 7 out of 10. Sasuke and I have become a little more than friends. We do homework together, go to each other's houses, train and even go for a walk sometimes. Yes. Just like this in Konoha under the henge, of course. The only thing we don't do together anymore is fight at full strength with each other. Since a year and a half ago there was one unpleasant incident, after which I ended up in the hospital for a long time. Therefore, we do not know which of the two of us is stronger, and we do not want to know more in fact. Things have improved with the fireball. But at first, the hand burned notably. It's good that I'm a C-ranked Irionin and coped with small injuries. Just when I thought the fireball was safe now, it exploded in my hand again. The burns were so bad that I had to go to the hospital. I got a big hit there for it. After all layers of the epidermis and dermis were affected along with the chakra channels. The pain was monstrous. As a result, I increased the distance from the hand to the fireball, and then completely transferred it to the fist. I have a lot of scars from burns, so now I always go with a bandaged hand. My classmates and Sasuke looked at me strangely at first, but then they got used to it. It's a lot of trouble to bandage my hand every morning, but I have no choice. Scars are disgusting even to me, although I'm used to them. In 4 years, I was able to cut a leaf and a waterfall with air. There is one small one on the outskirts of List, where I studied. Then I decided to add wind to the technique. The result exceeded all expectations. I invented 2 types of fireball. The first is similar to Naruto's Rasen Shuriken, the same shape but different effect. I named it Fire Shuriken. Upon contact, an explosion is obtained on the surface, and inside, just like Naruto, destruction at the cellular level. Due to the damage and chakra cost, I will only use this as a last resort. Yes, and there is no desire to shoot S-rank vehicles. Can a student of the academy not only learn it, but invent it? Of course not, only geniuses can do this, only I'm a cheater, not a genius. I have been working on the second one for a very, very long time. This is the most difficult and dangerous technique in my arsenal, already a real kenjutsu, techniques that cause damage to the user. I create a fireball with my fist and with the help of a clone I spin the wind in the form of a meter-long drill. The peak of the wind is sharpest. The effect is amazing. The damage is colossal. -1, tears off the arm right up to the shoulder. All the clones that were used were left without an arm. Therefore, I will not use this technique for the time being. Somehow I still want to walk with my hand. If only clones, and then as a last resort, after all, this technique eats up half of the reserve. She also learned a lot of fire techniques. The Uchiha clan helped me with them, especially Itachi. But I didn't study the futon. Wind techniques, so I only have in my arsenal those simple ones that I invented myself and which were shown with an explanation in the anime. Well, I'll deal with the air later, the main thing is that I pumped up other techniques. Now I can easily move with Shunshin over long distances, and Sasuke taught me this. Shunshin is a body flickering technique. It seems to others that the user is teleporting. This is achieved through the use of chakra, which temporarily lightens the body and moves at great speed. Instead of smoke, I decided to use fire and air, creating a kind of hurricane around me. From the outside it looks decent. As for fortified clones, I'm still learning. This is much more difficult than I thought. Fortunately, I already know how to create wings. They turn out the color of my hair, it comes out pretty stylish. True, I never learned how to fly with their help. After all, you can't learn this in a room, you need air. Therefore, just tomorrow, after distribution, I have plans to fly from a cliff in the northeast of Konoha. I hope everything works out. And if not, then I will get out like Itachi. By the way, in the new set of things that I will receive tonight, there are holes for the wings. I ordered 10 sets so that if it gets dirty or torn, I can replace it with another one. Things are made of very strong fabric and will not tear at the first fall. They are exactly the same as on art, only on the right hand instead of a glove there are special bandages. Since I am right-handed, I do fireball in my right hand. The formation takes 5 seconds and requires a lot of chakra. But I am learning to reduce that time and cost. On my left hand I have a glove with open fingers and a piece of iron on the back of my hand. On my left hand, I put on a wristband with a seal where shurikens are stored. I took the idea from the anime Sasuke. I dug up a scroll about seals in the archive. There were light, like sealing, or explosive, but that's enough for me. Since I'm Uzumaki's mom, they were easy for me. Now I have a variety of seals on my clothes, hiding the chakra, strengthening or for storing things. Classmates dress the same as in the anime. This amuses me a little, but at the same time I understand that they are still children, so they dress up as they want. Naruto in orange, Hinata in beige, Ino in purple, Sakura in pink. I don't understand, are they produced by shinobi or clowns? Okay, in the anime, the authors had to somehow mark them for the audience. But should they be aware here that their pink color is visible among the foliage for a kilometer? Sakura is so generally in pink. I don't understand, are they produced by shinobi or clowns? Okay, in the anime, the authors had to somehow mark them for the audience. But should they be aware here that their pink color is visible among the foliage for a kilometer? Sakura is so generally in pink. I don't understand, are they produced by shinobi or clowns? Okay, in the anime, the authors had to somehow mark them for the audience. But should they be aware here that their pink color is visible among the foliage for a kilometer? Okay, to hell, the main thing is that I will be in black. So on to the techniques. Through long training, I managed to get the elemental chakra through the sword, but I try not to let the fire melt the weapon. Sasuke does not know how to do this yet, but I think in the future he will be able to learn. Recently got the hang of punching with the help of concentrating chakra in her fists, like Sakura from the second season of the anime, albeit weaker. You just need to concentrate all the chakra in the fist during the blow and, upon contact, instantly release it from the tenketsu. So far, I don't always succeed in delivering such blows. Sometimes I release chakra earlier than expected, sometimes later. In general, there is room to grow. The main thing is that there is progress, which means that everything is on track. In the future, I will get the hang of releasing chakra from other parts of the body, legs, knees, elbows, and so on. Everything goes according to plan. Naruto was the worst student, in a ridiculous orange suit with glasses, and Sasuke was the best handsome of the stream. In general, now I have a good preparation. The other kids are busy. Ino runs a flower shop, Shikamaru is lazy, Choji eats, some people play in the yard, misbehave and so on, and I work out from morning to night until I sweat. Often I flunked the entire practical part at the academy only because I was very tired. And it did me good. I train 8 hours a day, all 10 on Saturdays. At the same time, I use clones. 3 years ago I trained with 5 clones, then I started using 10. As a result, I developed 10 times faster than my peers. And if the guys for all the years of training get about 10,000 hours of training, then for me this figure exceeds 70,000. If we translate these figures into years, then this is 8 years of continuous training without food, water, sleep and a toilet. And I did not take into account the lessons at the academy. Every time I remember Rikudo, I thank him that he listened to me and moved his soul to Uzumaki. This is the most correct decision in my life. In no other body would I have withstood such a monstrous load. If Sasuke and my future team recognize my true abilities, they will probably think that I am a genius, but this is not at all the case. I'm just a stubborn sheep, breaking through the wall of the impossible with my own head. I'm not the smartest or most talented person in the room, but I can't be recycled. April 4th, 10:56. Waking up early in the morning on distribution day, I drank coffee as always and went for a morning run and warm up. She is necessary. After training, my legs hardly dragged me home. I wanted to sleep a lot, because yesterday I trained until 10 in the evening. Okay, let's eat, get dressed and for the briefing. After changing my clothes, I proudly tied the bandage around my forehead. Sometimes I will wear it on my arm, but right now I wanted to tie it on my head. As if informing the others that now I am not just a girl, but a Konoha shinobi. Am I proud? Slightly yes. After all, you can say that I am a patriot of my village. I was about to leave when I discovered that I had forgotten to put on my weights. I bought them 3 years ago to increase my speed. They weigh 30 kilograms each, but compared to Lee, they are feathers. I walk with the help of chakra. They have 8 cells with iron and sand. I started with 5 kilograms and increased every 4 months by another 5. I used to wear weights and have 20 kilograms on my hands, but I stopped a week ago. They won't do me any good, and I don't want to buy new ones. I have never once regretted that I went to the Iranian courses. After all, with the help of a mystical hand, damaged tendons, ligaments, muscle fibers, and the rest heal much more intensively. And in general, according to doctors, I have frenzied regeneration and endurance. If it wasn't for uzumaki, I definitely wouldn't have coped with such loads. Okay, stop thinking, I'm late, and that's bad. Leaving the clone to clean up the creative mess, I went to the academy. 6 months ago, I offered Sakura to go train together, but she refused, like she would not go anywhere with her rival. Then I decided after each sparring to point out her mistakes. Haruno only snorted at this and arrogantly lifted her nose, but corrected, significantly improving taijutsu. Now she is not my competitor for admission to the team. Number 7. Entering the audience, I saw confusion at one desk and immediately remembered the first kiss of the main characters. Okay, first I'll let Hyuga know that I'm going to sit with the uchiha, and then I'll head over to them. For the last year, we have been sitting with Hinata together. If I suddenly change seats, she will think that I was offended or that she was to blame for something. Hinata-chan, if anything, today I will sit down with Sasuke-kun. She smiled at her friend. And she just nodded a little, shy, and whispered good luck. What did you find in it? Kiba, who was sitting at the same desk with Hyuga, teased me. The brunette stretched his lips in a grin and put his dog on his head. At first, it was very uncomfortable for me to communicate with him, because his vertical pupils were very distracting, but then I somehow got used to it. There is nothing special about it. All the girls want to sit with him, Shino said and adjusted his glasses. Weird guy, but interesting. I've always wondered why he speaks with an inversion and never takes off his glasses. However, everyone has their own cockroaches in the head. I just wanted to. Without waiting for comments, I turned around and walked towards the group of girls. That's what they have for love carrots? At their age, I was chasing the ball and hooligans, and they have a great lie-off. It's funny even. Making my way through the crowd, I realized what everyone was looking at. Naruto was sitting on the desk and, narrowing his eyes, looked at Sasuke, and he looked at him. I noticed that the day before yesterday, Naruto again outlined the rock with faces. And especially the 4th. Because of this, by the way, we were forced to retake some exams, as a result of which many were not happy. I remember Naruto then came up to me after the exam and invited me to Ichiraka Ramen to apologize for forcing me to retake. I could not refuse such a cool offer, so in spite of Sasuke, who was dissatisfied with my consent, I went with a friend to eat the most delicious noodles in the world. Hey Naruto, what do you want from Sasuke-kun? Some girls shouted from the crowd, pushing me out of my memories. Someone is pushing Naruto, and, they are kissing. It's a pity that I don't have full-fledged emotions now, I would have laughed. And so I have to pretend that I was very angry, although I did it very badly, because the small emotions of laughter knocked me down. Run Naruto! Run! All the girls rushed to beat Naruto, but I, using the chance, quickly sat down to Sasuke, who was now holding his neck and writhing as if he had eaten a fly. It looked pretty funny. Seems like you can't go against canon. This kiss still happened, even though I interfered in the story. But there will be something to remember. Well, how? Did you enjoy kissing Naruto? I smiled a little. Sasuke looked at me out of the corner of his eye, and I noticed surprise and joy in his eyes. However, this is normal, I very rarely sat at a desk with him. Logically, it was uncomfortable for me to sit with him, he often distracted me with conversations or questions, but at the same time, I felt some kind of inner warmth, being next to him. As if in contact with something close and dear. Kchar. Ugh! What a disgusting thing, the Uchiha said, rubbing his lips. That Uzumaki is a jerk. Hey, look! Tomato Village with Sasuke-kun. A crowd of girls, leaving Naruto to beat, ran towards us. I do not want to offend anyone, but from the outside they looked like a flock of sheep. It seems that me and Hinata are the only adequate girls in this stream. Hey, get down now! I should be the one sitting with Sasuke-kun. Sakura yelled, gritting her teeth. And from one of her squeals above my ear, I wanted to go somewhere and hide. Shut up, big head, I'll sit with him. Ino shoved Sakura away. My friend didn't care about them, however, as did I, until one of them pulled me by the hand, almost throwing me out of the table. It's good that I held on to the desk. The Uchiha noticed this, and anger twisted in his eyes. Do not dare. Her. Touch. Sasuke didn't have time to finish, because Irika, who entered the class, interrupted him. Everyone looked at him in surprise and quickly sat down in their seats. For the first time, he stood up for me only because I asked him not to interfere and pretend to annoy me. He was very angry with me and sometimes really interfered when others crossed all boundaries, attacking me in a crowd. Only now, when emotions are slightly returning to me, do I realize that he is really dear to him as a friend. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be angry. After all, the heir to the great Uchiha clan did not care about everyone else. Who beats whom there, who does not beat, fights at the academy are commonplace. It was as if they had not heard about discipline here. In general, Sasuke was indifferent to everyone. The guys despised and envied his strength and pride, and the girls. Better not to comment. Sometimes it seemed to me that his feelings for me were a little more than for a friend, but I did not pay attention to it. I'm sure it was just my imagination, and the Uchiha didn't even think about it. He has training, strength and a career in the first place. And in general, I have nothing to compare with. I never had guys in a past life, so how they behave when they are in love, I just don't know. I'm even a little afraid that when the feelings return in full, I myself will fall in love with him, sending our many years of friendship down the drain. And I don't want to ruin it. While Sensei was talking about distribution, the battered son of the Hokage sat down next to us. And they beat him well, as many bruises are visible. And this is not a cartoon where the bruises will disappear on the next frame. Although with his regeneration, looking at the drooping Naruto, I did not even notice how the lists began to be announced. Team No. 6, Jiro Uchiha, Haruno Sakura and Mikoto Hamada. Mentor, Itachi Uchiha, but this was unexpected, even too much. Jiro is our classmate and the only one from their clan of Sasuke's age. And it was against him that I was often put in sparring. I do not know what happened to them there, but they say that after that incident, he became more withdrawn. He came to us right after the massacre, and before that he was quite a talented guy in Class B. It seems that it was his brother who arranged this clan tragedy. Sasuke and I don't talk about this. I know it's hard for him and I don't touch him. I wonder why Itachi was not put with his brother. Although there are guesses, there is no trust in the Uchiha clan, and since Naruto is the weapon of the village, he was not appointed captain. Team No. 7, Naruto Uzumaki, the boy started up and looked at Yumino carefully. Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto's forehead met the desk rather loudly, and I seemed to be getting excited. After all, if I don't do it, then I will have to act according to Plan B, and I don't like it at all, and... Ariza Saito. Mentor, Kakashi Hatake, the first part is completed. A little joy surged in my soul, but it portrayed that there was no limit to my happiness. After all, it will be very strange if a person changes in one day. Yes, they will send me to Yamanaka for torture, no, of course. So I will gradually become myself, so as not to show it. It seems that Naruto was not happy, like many girls, because it was they who wanted to be on the same team with the successful handsome Sasuke. Team No. 8, then we didn't really listen to him and, having exchanged a few phrases with Sasuke, we began to think about something of our own. The main thing is that the teams were almost the same as the anime. It is most important. These are the results. Sensei Irika. Why do I have to be on the same team as this Sasuke? Rising from the desk, Naruto made his claims, and the black-eyed man only snorted at him. Because Sasuke has the best grades in the stream and you have the worst. To maintain balance, you have been assigned to one team. So sit down and shut up, Naruto. I will introduce you to your mentors later. Now everything. Come here in 2 hours. I jumped out the window to go for a walk and Sasuke followed me. Damn, he must have attracted a lot of attention. Lest I get scolded by his fans later. Are you glad you ended up with Naruto? I asked as I looked at Sasuke as we jumped across the rooftops. Personally, I'm glad too. Still, Naruto is a good kid, and the future Hokage besides. I talked with him, although less than with the Uchiha, but I cherish him very much. In the end, he brightened up my loneliness by becoming my childhood friend. No, but I'm glad that I got with you, and for this I'm even ready to endure. Uzumaki, looking at me, he smiled a little. Good looking. Thank you. I looked at the dango stand and continued, maybe we should go for a bite to eat, come on. We jumped down to the street in front of the store. I'm eating. Wait here. Before 5 minutes had passed, 6 girls from our group approached me. Hey! Tomato! How dare you be on the same team as Sasuke-kun? Yo mine, could not resist the hand-face gesture. Well. Probably, noticing that we ran away together, they followed us. They think I'll take him away and flirt with him. And yes. Now you can get it from us. Just try it, and I can't vouch for myself, Sasuke interrupted her in a voice as cold as ice. Everyone looked fearfully at the heir, who left the store with 2 dango sticks. Sasuke-kun! Yelled a smiling Sakura. Sasuke-kun! But Ino seemed smarter. He gave me dango balls on a stick, and we, understanding each other without words, effectively disappeared into the shunshin, leaving the shocked girls alone. POV Kakashi. Yesterday my sensei called in some jonin, including me. We were told that we would become mentors. I didn't like it right away. Besides the fact that now I will have to carry out low-ranking missions, I will also have to watch out for children who do not understand the dangers of the shinobi world. Girls run after boys, the same ones do not perceive the full responsibility of being a ninja. For them, it's like a game. I was given a small report on new students, and I was only convinced of this. Naruto Uzumaki. October 10, 1043. Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Son of the Hokage. A cheerful boy, but very irresponsible, skips lessons, the main bully. More than once he was seen in fights. Always competes with Sasuke. Kami-sama, what am I doing this for? He won't even listen. And how did it happen? Everyone thought that he would follow his father, he would be a genius. And it turned out that the worst student in the class. And self-confident upstart. Okay, who's next? Ariza Saito. January 17, 1043. Orphan. Parents died 8 years ago. He visits the academy. Does not conflict with classmates. Like the rest of the girls, she runs after Sasuke Uchiha. Excellent in theory, but poor in practice. Despite the fact that the name seemed familiar to me, I did not even read further. With her, everything is clear. I hope there won't be any problems. Probably not enough chakra. The most ordinary girl. He will learn medical techniques, will sit in the rear and treat the guys. Nothing special. Like all. Sasuke Uchiha. July 23, 1043. Youngest son of a former Konoha military police captain. Genius of the Uchiha clan. The best in the stream. He is unsociable and has no friends among his classmates. Very arrogant and selfish, used to doing everything alone. While I was reading the report, the others had already left. I put the information back and was about to leave. But Namikaze's serious voice stopped me. Kakashi, stop. Yes, Hokage-sama, I turned to my sensei. He placed the alumni reports on the edge of the table and scratched the back of his head. Do you understand why I put the clan heir and the Jinchuriki together? Minato leaned back in his chair and looked at me carefully. I understood perfectly well that behind these persons you need an eye to eye. Yes, and the sensei expects that if the fox breaks out of control, then the Uchiha will pacify him. And I, as a former leader of the ANBU, am fit to keep an eye on them. Although I don't care. They will not pass this test, like all previous teams. The girl will run after the Uchiha, and the Uzumaki will argue with him. Sasuke himself will view the others as an obstacle and will act on his own. Yes, I sighed resignedly. And why did I get these 3? An upstart loser, a clanless weak orphan and an arrogant egoist. One is worse than the other. Free then, he breathed a sigh of relief, clearly hoping for a better result. End POV Kakashi. Naruto, calm down and just wait, I said with a sleepy yawn to our restless comrade, who couldn't sit still for a minute, and then lay back on the desk. I didn't get enough sleep, and now, at 5 o'clock in the evening, I felt sleepy most of all, and a few more clones dissipated, giving me their fatigue. It's not fair. He is late. Others are already training. I want to learn. Iruka-sensei has already gone home. Naruto says, and with my eyelids almost closed, I see Naruto placing a board brush between the shoji. Yawning again, I begin to remember that I saw this somewhere. Naruto, stop making noise, Ariza wants to sleep. Yes, and our mentor will not fall for this, Sasuke said confidently, and by the sound, I realized that he sat down next to me. I'm already beginning to feel sleepy, and my head is becoming wadded. Another minute and I would have gone to the kingdom of Morpheus, but this was not destined to happen. Unfortunately, I heard the sound of the shoji opening, and then Naruto's loud laugh. Who was laughing at the whole audience from the fact that our sensei fell into his trap. I opened my heavy eyelids and lifted my head to look. He was 6 years older than we had last met and didn't seem to recognize me at all, although so much time has flown by that it's not surprising. Well, how can I tell you, my team is a bunch of idiots, he said indifferently, raising an eyebrow. Meet me on a nearby rooftop. Having said that, he disappeared into a white cloud. And it was not a Shunshin, but a clone. Well, tell us about yourself, Hatake said tiredly, sitting on the fence. What exactly? Asked a joyful Naruto, who was sitting on the steps to my left. 100 pounds rejoices that he passed. After all, he, according to Irika, scored the lowest score. What you love, what you don't like. Dreams, hobbies. And all that. The teacher looked at us with such a tired look that I got the impression that he was unloading the wagons. But thank Kami that he is our mentor. After all, he is one of the strongest shinobi in the village. Tell us so we understand what you want from us, Naruto said in anticipation. My name is Kakashi Hatake. What I like and dislike, I won't say about a dream either, but my favorite activities, a lot. Propping his head on his fist, he slowly spoke. He showed with all his appearance that he did not care about us and he wanted to get out of here as soon as possible. He probably thinks that we will not pass, like all the other teams. In the end, you only said the name, I said in an emotionless voice. Now I was not in the mood to express emotions. It sounds kind of delusional, doesn't it? Now you, the one on the left, Kakashi said, pointing at Sasuke. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. I only love my family and more. He paused for a bit, and then continued, it doesn't matter. What I don't like, I won't say. Hobby is training. And the dream is to surpass your brother, he said this somehow annoyed. He doesn't seem to like sensei. I see. The next one, he narrowed his eyes and looked at Naruto. The blonde smiled with a 32 is not the limit smile and adjusted his forehead protector. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. I love my father and instant noodles. I hate waiting 3 minutes for it to cook. Favorite pastime, eating noodles for speed. My dream is to become the strongest Hokage and prove my worth to my father, Dadabayo. Naruto shouted happily. Naruto, you will definitely become Hokage, I believe in you, I put on a smile, turning to the Jinchuriki. He, without ceasing to blink his eyes, looked at me and was about to answer something, but sensei was ahead of him. Now you, Kakashi pointed at me, and all eyes locked on me. I yawned, blinking my eyes sleepily. My name is Ariza Saito. I thought for a long time what to portray. In the end, I decided to put on the expression stone face. More than anything in the world, I love my friends, as well as train in art. I already wanted to say the word invent techniques, but shut up in time. I don't like killing people more than anything in the world, and I also don't like cleaning houses, I mumbled and yawned again. A dream, well, to travel around the world with friends, I smiled a little at the thought. But this is sometime far in the future, but for now, only goals, I said and mentally continued. One of the goals is to protect those who are dear to me, and then it is desirable to stop the 4th Shinobi World War and save the world. Yes, my goals are the size of stars. Hobbies, cooking different sweets, walking in the evenings, reading books. Well, each of you is unique and interesting. Tomorrow we have our first mission, Hatake said thoughtfully and quickly, seemingly ignoring everything we said. What's the mission, sensei? The Hokage's son shouted with a smile. Exercise for survival, he said with a hint of something and slyly smiled, which was visible only by the eye. What kind of exercise? Naruto's eyebrows slowly crept up to the bridge of his nose, and the teacher laughed softly. Answer the question, I said in a serious voice. This year there are 36 graduates, after the test there will be 12. Only 1/3 will pass, the rest will return to the academy. The probability of failure is 66%, but I don't remember this now. So, we need to prepare a plan. Sasuke immediately tensed up and Naruto trembled. I decided to pretend to be shocked and scared. What? The Uzumaki yelled as he jumped up and down. We passed the exam. That's all. Get the ninja gear. Tomorrow strictly at 5 in the morning at the 6th training ground. And yes, don't eat breakfast or you'll be sick. Sensei ignored Naruto's question and left. I know him strictly at 5, he will be late for 3 or 4 hours and say that a black cat crossed the road, several times. As soon as he left, I immediately took all the equipment from the house and went to the ravine, east of Konoha. But all my plans went to waste when I felt Sasuke following me in the middle of the road. He betrayed himself only for a moment, but I already realized that he would not even let me go to the cliff. Why is he watching, And what should I do now? Jump right in front of him? And what will he think? What did I take and out of nowhere decided to commit suicide? I am sure that even if I explain to him 100 times that everything will be alright, that I have thought everything through and just want to test my new technique, he still won't let me go to the ravine. When I was there, I threw my backpack on the ground and, pulling out 2 kunais, approached the cliff, stopping a meter away from it. No, I was not going to jump. I had already decided that it would not be here and not today. But I wanted to follow Sasuke's reaction. In such an incomprehensible extreme situation, I can at least understand a little what he feels. I have long noticed that he somehow unevenly breathes in relation to me or something. Somehow he communicates with me differently than before. And since I have the opportunity to find out exactly what he feels, then I will use it. I took 2 steps forward and, having already stood on the very edge, I felt that someone grabbed my forearm. Turning around, I saw an uchiha looking at me in a strange way, either upset, or with anger, or with disappointment. What is he thinking about? What does it feel? He pulled me towards him and silently embraced me. Without a single sound. He just put his arm around my waist and burrowed into my loose hair. Without thinking, I hugged him back, throwing my arms around his shoulders and gently wrapping my arms around his neck. We stood as close as ever to each other, our bodies touching. And because of this, my heart became so incredibly warm, as if someone had lit a fire inside, melting the ice of my many years of indifference. I pressed my head against him, inhaling his pleasant scent. We stood like that without saying a word for about 5 seconds, and then slightly moved away from each other, but also remaining close. Is this the Sasuke I knew from the anime? I have long since realized that it is not. And it is unlikely that he will ever become one. Stupid. Sasuke was the first to break the silence. You got it all wrong, but let's not come back to this again, I asked my friend so that he would not ask me strange questions about this moment later. Promise that nothing like this will come to your mind again. He pulled away from me, but continued to hold my hand, as if afraid to let go. Okay, Sasuke, I nodded, and to divert the topic, I continued, I have clones at home preparing various sweets now, do you want to visit me? I suggested to him, hinting that I was going to return home safe and sound after all this. I don't think a person who decides to commit suicide would cook himself a delicious dinner. I hope that after my words he will understand my intentions. Sasuke smiled a little and also, without letting go of my hand, headed towards the forest, picking up my backpack along the way. Everything in my head fell into place. Sasuke is clearly not indifferent to me, that's not how friends are hugged. I also realized that our sensei was sticking his nose in other people's business, all the while spying on us. Chapter 8. Chapter 8 Test of Survival. Only he is worthy of life and freedom, who goes to fight for them every day. Gerda, copyright, April 5, 1056. I exclaimed. What an interesting start to my day. I fell out of bed and hit my head on the nightstand. Hurt. I fake anger. If you pretend that you have emotions, someday you will really believe in it, probably. After doing a lot of morning fuss, I took everything I needed, that is, equipment, food, wakizashi, and trudged to the training ground. Neither light nor dawn. I'm sure our sensei is still sleeping in bed. And our luminary has not risen yet. Yesterday I went to bed at 8 o'clock, so now I'm in a normal state. Yes, and the sacred drink of vivacity, coffee, helps. It is like a super battery for the whole day. It seems that addictions are passed on to the next life. I saw a small stone ahead on the road and wanted to kick it so that it would not interfere with people along the way. And who put it in the very middle? From the impact, he flew into the wall and split into many fragments, leaving a dent on the wall. At that moment, it dawned on me that out of habit I put on weights. They will only hinder me today. After spending 3 minutes to take them off, I decided to put them in my bag, but it's good that it dawned on me in time that it would break to hell. After creating a clone and handing them to him, I sent him home, and I myself went on. Walking without weights is a thrill. I seem to be floating, and the body becomes light as a feather. Now I have a speed of 170 meters per second for short distances. Kakashi's speed, I'm sure, exceeds sound. Yes, with the right movement it is possible. Only if you do not strengthen the body with chakra, then at such a speed it will not be sweet for him. Yes, at the academy we did not only sit at our desks. We were also taught to properly, quietly, run and jump up trees. Of course, I jumped before that, but I almost broke my legs. Having appeared at the training ground, my teammates appeared to my eyes, and not only them to the sensory abilities. In the foliage, a few tens of meters away from us, our sensei was hiding, who, apparently, did not want to go to us. I was a little surprised, but decided not to pretend that he was not there. Hi! Sitting down on the grass, I pulled out 3 bento boxes. This is the breakfast I prepared earlier for everyone. Hello Ariza-chan. Sensei said not to eat. Naruto grumbled sleepily under his ear, rubbing his eyes. He looked so rumpled, as if Freddy Krueger fucked him at night. There were circles under the eyes, and the view left much to be desired. He went to bed late last night because he was exercising. How did I understand it? Yes, he has a lot of bruises and abrasions on his arm. Considering his regeneration, they were received last night. According to calculations, by noon they will be gone. I would be like that when I broke my fists into the blood, tore muscles and ligaments and broke bones in training. He will come in 3 hours, not earlier. He was late yesterday, I said and opened my breakfast. Take it, just don't say it, I hand them other portions. I got you too. Personally, I don't want to fight on an empty stomach. By the way, here's another bottle of water. Thank you, little sister Ariza. Seeing food and water, Naruto no longer listened to anyone else, but only ate. How delicious, Dadabayo. Thanks, Sasuke thanked me and began to eat. Whether there is a sensei here or not is not important. I want to feed my childhood friends so that they feel good. Delicious. Sensei recommended us, not ordered us, so eat healthy. I smiled. Having finished with the meal, without delay, took out a map of the landfill. Although I rarely train on it, I know it by heart. Why do you need a map, Ariza-chan? Our sensei is very, very strong, we need to make a plan of action. I'm going to tell you something that you might not like, but listen, we can only defeat him together. Do you understand? Okay, But why do we need this loser? Sasuke nodded at Naruto. What did you say, you bastard? Uzumaki shouted across the clearing, and I exhaled noisily. Naruto, can you use shadow clones? I asked and Naruto nodded. Handsome. This will help us, and now everyone lean over here, I will tell you the most important thing. Moving closer and bending down, continued in a whisper. The purpose of the test in teamwork. The main thing for us is to show that we are acting together, I said quietly so that Kakashi would not hear. How do you know this? Listen carefully to your sources, Naruto. Kakashi-sensei is one of the most powerful shinobi in the village, he is an experienced jonin, a former captain of an elite unit. We are simply no match for him. The reaction of the guys to my words was different and interesting. Sasuke frowned, while Naruto, on the contrary, smiled, apparently glad that we had such a cool mentor. Are we going to have to defeat him? Sasuke asked carefully. I don't think it's just impossible. I think we just need to take something away from him. Take it away. But what, date? Naruto said a little loudly, and Sasuke shut him up. Ma. Don't make a fuss, idiot, he's watching us, Sasuke said in his ear, and the Jinchuriki's eyes bulged. Is it true? He looked at me. Yes, he has been following us from the very beginning, he is waiting for something. If he is stronger and more experienced than us, then how can we defeat him, Dadabayo? Do you have a plan? Sasuke looked at me with his obsidian eyes, and yesterday's moment surfaced in his memory. Always loved hugs, but there were no partners. And here for the first time in the last 8 years they hugged. I haven't hugged anyone in years. I even want to repeat a little. Although it's weird, I usually don't want anything. And now I want a little. And what will it be like when all my emotions are restored? Yes, I'll tell you now. I laid out my strategy, and we finalized it. Basically, they developed a strategy where they lured Sensei into a trap. Being a shinobi means being able to deceive. If you use something, show that you do not use it, lure profit. If you know something, show that you don't know. Attack when the enemy is not ready. Show up when he's not expecting. After all the discussion, Naruto and I headed into the bushes. Kakashi was watching us, and I was not allowed to show the shadow cloning technique. Therefore, I created clones and, using Naruto's henge on them, sent me to look for traps to eliminate them, as well as prepare a place for the main trap into which we will lure Kakashi. We also thought about what we should do if he suddenly gives us another task, such as fighting each other. In general, we tried to think through everything in the smallest detail. We don't really count on what we can take away, but we still hope. The most annoying thing is that I will have to restrain myself. My taijutsu is much better than Sasuke's, the speed at the level of the Chunin is at least, and the ninjutsu of the level of the Jonin, for sure. But I can't show it. That's where the trouble is. Good morning. Ready? The calm voice of the teacher interrupted me from my thoughts. It had a hint of guilt. Or it seemed to me. You late! Shouted our friend. I wanted to release ki, at the same time try it out, but my friends, brains and logic, dissuaded me from such a rash act. I ended up agreeing with Naruto. If I started to push with energy, then unnecessary questions might arise. I remember I said that he would come in 3 hours, and so, he was late for all 6. It's now 11 o'clock and 10 minutes, and we've been here since 5. The black cat crossed the road. I had to make a detour, turned on his player Kakashi. And I wondered, to what galaxy did he make a detour? Let him put ramen on someone else's ears. He's been here from the very beginning. Well, let's get started. I set the alarm for noon. All you have to do is take those bells away from me. This is your task, Sensei said, setting the alarm clock on one of the poles and showing the bells. Whoever fails will be left without lunch. I'll tie you to these posts and eat in front of you. Our stomachs rumbled and we lowered our heads, but we had a stimulus. We ate many hours ago. And, to be honest, I did not expect that he would be gone for so long. These were small portions, but there are only 2 bells. Naruto was indignant, showing a number with his fingers. Kakashi was very amused by this fact. That's right, one will go to the academy. But keep in mind that you and everyone can be excluded. He began to put pressure on us on a psychological level. But it won't work. I already told my friends that he can deliberately set us against each other. You can use any weapon. Anyone? I asked, to which I received a nod. Although I'm good at Kenjutsu, I'm not sure if it will help. What if we seriously hurt you? Naruto was nervous. Don't worry, Naruto, a weak link like you can't hurt me. Naruto wanted to pull out his kunai and pounce, but I stopped him. You still have time, Naruto, don't waste your strength. He looked at me in surprise and, clenching his fists, nodded. Children always throw themselves into the fire, in a figurative sense, of course, without thinking about the consequences. They are seized by the excitement of the battle, and the head no longer understands. Only choices made in anger cannot be fixed. Started. In a second we were no longer in the clearing. We all left clones that pretended to be watching Sensei, and we ourselves disappeared into the foliage on the tree. Guys, we act according to the 3rd strategy. We need to get him out of the clearing into the forest. The open area is his advantage, I said, and the guys nodded seriously. Let's show him what dough they're made of, Dadabayo. At this phrase, we smiled and went to take their positions. Naruto created hundreds of clones, sending them all to Kakashi-sensei's clearing. His goal is to distract him, while Sasuke took several positions to attack with shuriken and various kunai, up to explosives. I sat down in the foliage in different positions. As soon as the mentor uses a substitute to leave the clearing, there I will meet him. My goal will be to drive him deeper into the forest to Sasuke. Kakashi used Millennium of Pain on Naruto, sending him flying. And while I was laughing softly, Sasuke started attacking with shurikens and kunais. So, Ariza, stop laughing, don't care that Naruto just lost his virginity, we need to prepare for the attack. I applied the terrain scan seal and found Kakashi in the foliage that he had already left by substitution. After laying down the seals for the Shunshin, I ended up next to him and went on the attack. I pulled the Chikudo out of its scabbard and forced Sensei to fight me with both hands. And you're pretty fast. I smiled a little at Hitaki's words and created 10 more clones that attacked him, forcing him to jump onto a nearby branch. But that's still not enough. Is it true? I chuckled as I watched the huge fireball rush towards Sensei. I immediately Shunshin to Sasuke and we henge each other. Now I am Sasuke and Sasuke is me. After a moment, we hear a series of explosions. Did that idiot have the skill to set a trap? Sasuke smiled triumphantly, realizing that Naruto had set the explosive seals in the right place. Let's go, I say, and we run to Kakashi, who managed to avoid the explosion. We start with Sasuke, our combination of strikes that we have been honing for many years, and after a few seconds Kakashi stops, looking at his bells in surprise. But how? He asks in amazement, and I understand that Sasuke managed to quietly catch him with a genjutsu. Kakashi purposely didn't look me in the eyes, under Sasuke's henge, but looked into Sasuke's eyes, under henge me. Without noticing it, he himself fell into the illusion of a friend, where he showed that we had already quietly removed the bells from him. I'm creating a clone that starts making seals for the fire technique. Hitaki was distracted by this for a moment, and this moment, where he has not yet realized that he is under an illusion, is enough for me to move towards him with a Shunshin and pluck the bells at full speed. The clone, having completed a series of seals, simply vanishes, and Kakashi looks at us in surprise. We, smiling victoriously, hold bells in our hands. But, he begins, and as he folds the genjutsu removal seal, he looks at the belt. Kakashi-sensei, your mistake was that you underestimated the snotty genin, I said, clutching the bell in my palm. If he fought us with the Sharingan, that would be difficult. Over time. Sasuke, Ariza, you're great, you can eat, but don't give Naruto anything. We sat on opposite sides of the post, but didn't touch the bento. You won't be going back to the academy either. I passed, Dadabayo. Naruto began to rejoice and diligently dangle his legs. And Sasuke was upset, though he didn't show it. He wanted to be on the team only with me, and preferably without Naruto. Yes, you won't be a ninja. Never, Kakashi said syllable by syllable, as if he had pronounced a verdict. True, with Naruto's dream, this is how it is. Kakashi-sensei, but this is no longer fair. Naruto helped us, without him we would not have coped. Why shouldn't he be a shinobi? I stood up and looked seriously at my mentor. Naruto has shown himself worthy, so sending him to the academy is mean. Ariza-chan? Naruto wondered, piercingly looking at me with deep blue eyes. Only you and Sasuke showed themselves worthy, and Naruto acted together only for their own benefit. Kakashi pronounced his verdict. He keeps pushing us. He's still not sure about our team spirit. If it comes to that, you better send me to the academy. I put the bell in Naruto's hands and turned to him. You have a dream, Naruto. You should definitely become Hokage. Therefore, it's better if I don't be a ninja. I glanced at Sasuke and realized that he was going to kill me now, and along with Naruto. But I immediately signaled for him to act like me. Now the show of pity begins. Ariza-chan, he began, but the Uchiha interrupted him. No, I'd rather go back to the academy than you don't become a ninja. Kakashi only had time to look away and be amazed. Guys, the blue-eyed man lowered his head and continued, you tried and took it away, but I tried, but I couldn't. Naruto, Sasuke, and Ariza seemed to understand the meaning of the test, and you, Naruto? I don't understand you, sensei. He began to twitch even harder, and I mentally slapped myself on the forehead. How could he forget? I said at the very beginning that the main meaning is teamwork. Had he forgotten in 7 hours? Naruto, the meaning of the test was teamwork, I reminded my friend, and he seemed to remember, his mouth gaping in surprise. Ariza is right. Since there are 2 bells, one of you had to sacrifice yourself. Put the team's goals ahead of your own. He held up a finger to confirm his words. I wonder if he is preparing the speech for all the teams. Sacrifice yourself if need be, I said in a low voice, looking directly at Sensei. There was a heavy silence, and everyone pondered this phrase. A question was spinning in my head, to which I could not find an answer. Am I ready to sacrifice myself for the sake of saving this world? The life of a shinobi is not easy, and it is always at stake. He put his hand into his pouch and continued, you can not only be taken hostage and tortured, but also forced to make a difficult choice under pain of death. Which one? The Uchiha asked this question in vain. Because after a moment they laid him on his shoulder blades and put a kunai under his throat. Ariza, kill Naruto or I'll kill Sasuke. And if you don't kill me, I'll kill them both. Take your pick, Kakashi said harshly, and I was stunned, unable to move. I did not depict anything, but I felt in the depths of my soul notes of fear and despair. This choice. It's too hard. I wasn't ready for it. Nobody is ready for it. Naruto shook his head in panic as if he was about to be cut. Kakashi-sensei. I drawled, lowering my head slightly. It's an impossible choice. Either way, I would choose myself. And in general, with such a choice, everyone would die, even if one remained alive. Kakashi exhaled heavily and, removing the kunai from Sasuke's flesh, walked over to the memorial stone. Look at the rock. Here are the names of the ninja heroes, Sasuke, and I fell silent, and Naruto shouted. I also want my name to be immortalized in stone. I want to be a hero. Shut up, Naruto, you don't know what you're talking about. These words came out of my mouth on their own. I won't let him be there. Never. There are no ordinary heroes here, Naruto, they are all UVB. The mentor did not take his eyes off the stone, and the Jinchuriki seemed to have no idea what it was. Sounds cool. It means, killed in battle, I whispered under my breath. He heard, and his smile faded from his face as quickly as it came. Here is the name of my best friend. We were silent and thought about something of our own. So, either Obito became a fake Madara, or he really died. Okay, eat. After dinner I will give you a second chance to act together and go through the 3 of us. But Naruto doesn't give anything. Anyone who tries to feed him will immediately fly out. Clear. He disappeared in a puff of smoke, leaving us alone. And I thought for a second, Naruto had been acting with us all this time, why the hell didn't he realize that this was a teamwork? Why does he need to prove it again? Okay. Think about it. I do not want to eat. Naruto shouted out of my thoughts, and his stomach, refuting what was said, grumbled for a long time. Sasuke and I looked at each other, and standing up, handed him food on sticks. Eat, Naruto. We must help each other. Kakashi is not here, and you will let the team down hungry, the brunette said, looking askance at me. He is waiting for an explanation. She knows that I wouldn't do it just like that. In general, I rarely do just that. Guys, thanks. He shed a tear and began to eat, as if they were about to take it away. USS violated the ban. The wind increased 3 times, Naruto yelled, and Hatake appeared in front of us. Take your punishment. He began to fold the seals, and I quickly closed Naruto, and Sasuke me. Suddenly the wind turned cold. Black clouds with thunder appeared in the sky. Here are the special effects. Ah, no. It's an illusion. Do you have anything to say? He held the seal of the rat. We are a team. Naruto justified behind us. We must stand up for each other. I said nothing and only silently nodded at the words of the young genius of the Uchiha clan. Team. Is this your excuse? He walked over to us and leaned over. His face softened, and he said what we were all waiting for, you passed. What? We said almost at the same time. You are the first team to pass. The others blindly followed my orders and did not think for themselves. He straightened up, and the storm clouds dissipated, making way for the sun's rays. A ninja should be able to think ahead. Those who break the law are garbage, but those who betray friends are even worse than garbage. He said my favorite quote from anime. So, the past is here as in the canon. It would be necessary to calculate the turning point. Where everything went the other way. If we compare the world with a pendulum, then it will tend to the original state, that is, the canon. It's just not clear, is this a forced oscillation or a free one? And the amplitude is unknown. Although this cannot be compared, if something once happened wrong, then the scenario will only change further. And the further, the more. Unfortunately, I still don't know the correct answer. People do not understand the system of the universe. Just boil your brains. Hooray, I'm a ninja. Ninja. I was snapped out of my thoughts by the cry of a tearful genin. He beamed with happiness. And Sasuke and I just smiled a little. Tomorrow is the first mission. Let's go home. Sasuke and Hatake went. And I, not forgetting to free Naruto, ran after them. Are we going to take pictures? I asked a question that had long interested me. Yes, cool. Let's take a photo, Dadabayo. The smiling Jinchuriki supported me, and the black-eyed one only snorted. And what does he not like about it? Yes, tomorrow morning, Hatake said the meeting place, and we parted ways. Chapter 9 No.7. Chapter 19 No.7. Life flies by in an instant, and we live as if we are writing a draft, not understanding in the bustle of the scandalous, that our life is just a moment. Ludmila Bugrova. Copyright, April 5, 1056. To go to Ichiraku, or not to go? That is the question, I argued with myself, admiring the surrounding reality. After the ordeal, my legs headed home on their own. My body was sweaty, not from Kakashi's ordeal, but from the merciless heat. Fluffy clouds could not hold back the defense, and the sun's rays overcame the line. The current situation forced me to put myself in order, which I wanted to do, since the clothes were quite clean. I can't stand the dirty one, and also the one that is taken out of the 5th point. But I'll have to. You have to get used to dirty clothes, a sweaty body, an empty stomach and eternal pain. This is our profession. This is my price for life. So, stop whining. I'm already a shinobi, after all. So I'd better get back to thinking about noodles. It is necessary to celebrate, therefore, in the evening for Sasuke and in Ichiraku. I walked home along the main street, where a crowd of onlookers traded in the market. This daily hustle and bustle tempted me to buy something tasty, but I assiduously ignored the hunger. I still have dinner waiting for me at home, so let's not cheat on him. I was pulled out of my dreams by sensory abilities that recognized a friend in a gloomy alley. I feel his chakra automatically, but for the rest of the sources I have, as it were, filtering. If I don't concentrate, I won't feel. Turning 90 degrees, I walked towards him, thinking ahead of time. Yes, it's my fault for not letting you know. As if I could not justify myself, but he is a dear person to me. I have no desire to quarrel and spoil relations with him. It's easier to say. The sound of the crowd did not reach here, and it was somehow gloomy. The smell is not particularly pleasant, but tolerable. I stopped, peering into the dark alley, and suddenly felt Sasuke's chakra behind me. Shunshin. He stood very close and, like death, breathed into the back of his head. Can you explain? Why do we need Naruto? Came the familiar baritone in the silence, and oddly enough, it sounded soft but demanding. And I was not going to lie to him, so I told him like it is, half-truth. We wouldn't have made it without Naruto. The essence of the distribution is such that the teams consist of 4 people, counting the sensei. If he hadn't passed, we wouldn't have passed, I enlightened him, and silence hung for a few seconds. Also, can I ask you something? Turning around, I asked almost in a whisper. I didn't want to spoil this moment. They were so close that they could feel their breath. Anything, he replied just as quietly. Don't fight him, please. I want us to become a friendly team. One could tell from his face that he did not understand at all. What do you think of Naruto? He narrowed his eyes, and for a second I thought he was jealous. Is it for Naruto? PF. Naruto is certainly a cool guy, but the bird is not my flight. He is a great friend, better not to find. Well, he's a good friend and a funny eccentric. I tried to foresee how he would react to the following words, and someday, he will turn out to be a really strong ninja who will change this world. I believe that both of you will become legendary shinobi. And I believe in you. No, I don't. I know. 100%. It cannot be otherwise. With each word, his eyes grew wider and wider, but then he closed them and asked, You said you don't have a dream, but I know you don't. Sasuke abruptly changed the subject, making me think. Do I have a dream? Indeed, I have it, but now I'm not up to it. I just want to live in peace. Just breathe. Just to love. Just enjoy every moment. But my goal is the complete opposite of my dream. I cannot live peacefully, knowing that people dear to me will soon die. I can't, and I don't think I'll be able to breathe if they die because of me. Because of my weakness. I need to get stronger no matter what. Why strive for something that kills dreams? A rather logical question my friend uttered, but he doesn't know a little scarlet nuance. The whole shinobi world depends on my goal. And I have no right to put my dreams above others. I am responsible not only for the lives of friends, but for the entire earth as a whole. Of course, you can tell everyone about the future, but how will people behave if you say that they are all drawn manga characters? And I have no substantiated facts that there will be a war. So I will be provided with a ticket to a psychiatric hospital, or to a biki. If I don't fulfill the goal, then my dream will not see the light. He only opened his mouth to ask some question, but, Sasuke-kun. A familiar squeaky voice was heard. Turning our heads, we were a little taken aback. In front of us was a whole gang of friends fans. Turning their peepers on me, their faces contorted into an angry grimace. I am sure that in their imagination they have already quartered me, if not worse. We need to make legs. Without thinking, we rushed to hell. Of course, they could use Shunshin, but Sasuke is tired now, and I can't bear myself and someone else. Of course, one would have to learn, but first it is worth finding out if this is possible at all. They fled for a long time, but still broke away. Poor guy, no rest. When we stopped and caught our breath, I said that I would call for him in the evening. Fortunately for me, he forgot what he wanted to say, maybe the conversation itself, or did not want to. I don't know why, but I'm glad we were interrupted. I'm afraid to imagine how it could end. He doesn't need to know my purpose. I hope he never finds out, but I need to think carefully, take full responsibility, come up with plans for the future. The jokes are over, like our academy. Soon we will have serious missions, and I just know one suitable place for this. POV Kakashi. I got a very interesting team. They are the first of those who passed the test and understood the meaning. This is what they liked. Firstly, the dossier is too exaggerated. Sasuke isn't that arrogant and selfish. The girl doesn't run after him like a fan following an idol, and Naruto isn't such a jerk. Secondly, they are a close-knit team and a worthy generation that will transcend the past. Considered individually, they have great potential. Sasuke Uchiha. He is all like a brother. Perhaps even surpass. Excellent ninjutsu and taijutsu, he already has a Sharingan that he uses very well. Very strong genjutsu. He is clearly not at the level of an academy graduate. I heard from Minato that he was offered to graduate from the academy a few years ago, but he refused, which is rather strange. As for Naruto, his dream is the same as my best friend, who died in the war a long time ago. And he has chakras, like Bijou, perhaps even more than mine. But, unfortunately, the control is terrible. Before his dream, he still has to work and work. He and Sasuke are clearly at odds, but he gets along great with Ariza, even, one might say, more, he hears and listens to her. And the last one is Ariza Saito. It turns out I knew her. This is the girl I taught 8 years ago at the request of Minato-sensei. The child ended up in an orphanage after the death of his parents. And the fourth decided that it would be right to send her to the academy, since she has the genes of the Uzumaki clan. If I had remembered her name before meeting at the academy, I would definitely have given a different impression. She seemed to me quite smart for 5 years. Further on the dossier, she studied perfectly in theory, the practice was lame, but the relationship was the same as the rest of the girls. And that is, she did not like Naruto and was head over heels in love with Sasuke. That's just the dossier lies. Almost the opposite is true. She cares about Naruto and considers him her friend, but she does not run after Sasuke at all. Rather, on the contrary, the uchiha is definitely in love with the girl, and yesterday it was noticeable on the slope, but so far she has a neutral positive attitude towards him. As for strength, it is still more confusing. Speed, taijutsu and ninjutsu are an order of magnitude higher than the academy, and she herself was clearly holding herself back. I decided that this dossier was clearly compiled through a stump deck, and went to the residence to inform the teacher about this. In general, I originally planned to go to the cemetery, but apparently I will have to postpone. Oh Kakashi, how was the test? Minato-sensei immediately asked when he saw me at the door. I scratched the back of my head and walked over to the table. They passed. But the fact is that the dossier on them is wrong. I held out the papers, and sensei, slowly taking them, began to read. After a few seconds, he laughed softly and put them aside. I gave you the wrong dossier, or rather, what was compiled by the senseis and is official. He smiled a little and looked mysteriously out the window. In terms of... Is there anything else? I was amazed. Yes, there are 2 dossiers on Ariza Saito, he nodded. Can I read the second one? No, it's classified. He shook his head, and I suddenly became extremely curious. What is my student hiding, since the dossier on her is extremely classified and compiled separately from everyone else? This dossier was compiled by members of the ANBU? I clarified, and Minato nodded slightly. You'll soon find out for yourself, so go ahead. Tomorrow I will give the first mission. Hey! I nodded and disappeared into the shunshin. End of POV Kakashi. After the cemetery, I popped into the house to eat and take a bath. A conversation with sensei was constantly spinning in my head. I don't know how it happened that we crossed paths there. But it made an impression on me. For a long time I had no such emotions as sadness. I often go to the cemetery to think. Only this time there were thoughts not about the meaning of life, but ideas about new techniques. The first idea is to create clones without printing. I remember reading one fanfic where the main character could create them at the snap of his fingers, and so, I also want that. When we add the seals, the chakra in the channels begins to flow differently. It is difficult to simply throw out some kind of seal or replace it, since each signifies one action, otherwise you can break the chakra channels, and this is quite painful. But difficult does not mean impossible. Experienced shinobi have as few seals as possible in order to activate the technique faster. Creating a technique without seals is the highest level of energy management. Sasuke was just lengthening the Chidori, through the Kusanagi sword without any seals there, although this is an extremely strong and complex technique. This is a good idea, a thought flashed through my mind, and I noticed to experiment like this with a fireball. You see, first through the Chikudo, and then through the hand it will work out. I will become a Jedi. True, I will practice later. I still do not have enough control for this. The next tasks are difficult. These will be D-ranked missions. They are long and boring. Therefore, I will go practice for 4 hours. At the same time I will try to create clones without printing. After I finished my workout, I went home to change. During these 4 hours, to be honest, I did not succeed. No matter how much chakras you swell, no matter how much you meditate, there is no cloud without a seal. But this is not a reason to retreat, so next time I will approach from the other side. And now for Sasuke. I would also take Naruto. I heard he and his father moved to a new house, and Uzumaki had not yet had time to give his address. Therefore, today we will celebrate without him, and then with him. Just like Mikoto-san said, the younger Uchiha ended up at the clan training ground. This is such a small training area behind the main house. There are many trees and bushes, and in the middle there is a small lake, where clan techniques are usually taught. The landfill itself is surrounded by a wooden fence, like a backyard. I only practiced on it 3 times when Itachi decided to train Sasuke and at the same time invited me, and so most often we spent time at the 8th training ground. In general, Itachi and I got along well. Quite a handsome guy, no wonder they ran after him too. He knows I'm a little stronger, but we asked him not to tell anyone. I looked around and looked at Sasuke. He sat on the grass and drank something. Looks like his training is over. In one jump, I covered the distance and landed behind him. My friend noticed this, but did not move. Hi. I ruffled his hair and smiled. Damn, he's so cute, let's go to Ichiraku. Again. After several diligent attempts to fix her hair, the duckling but fell into place. And, assuming a serious look, which he could hardly contain, he rose to his feet. Yeah. Approaching our favorite eatery, we smelled the aroma of ramen. Apparently, there are already visitors. This is a small restaurant with only 2 chefs. But they cook like gods. A few hundred meters away, I felt that we would not be celebrating alone. After all, Naruto was already there, as if he had heard my mental suggestion to celebrate graduation in Ichiraku. Sasuke and I walked into a restaurant and I plopped down next to Naruto. Oh, hi. He greeted with his usual smile, which always made you calm. It's nice to be around people like that. Anyway, it's nice to sit here with someone and discuss something. We used to spend time like this with Sasuke. After exhausting workouts, we went here to relax and have fun. We told funny stories, joked, chatted about everything in the world, about homework, new techniques, plans for the future. This place has firmly entered my heart as a piece of paradise, which is associated with childhood. Here, in this small cozy house, you feel warmth not only with your body, but also with your soul. It's a peace that can't be taken away. Hi, Naruto, smiling back at him, I noticed a very strange look on Sasuke's face. But I didn't understand what it meant. Hello Tuchi-san, I'll have 2 large portions of roast pork ramen. It will be done, Ariza-chan, it's good that your name is remembered in your favorite place. It seems to be a trifle, but nice. Grandpa smiled sweetly and looked at the uchiha. What about you, Sasuke-kun? 1 small portion for me, he said, and we began to wait in anticipation for the dish. But Naruto did not like to be silent, so even a mouthful of ramen was not a hindrance to him. MYH on the same team, Databayo. Fully agree. Now we have to earn money on D-rank missions for several months, but this does not please me. You now have to pay for mansions, and you won't earn much on low-paying missions. In what sense, D-ranked? Naruto asked confused. Are we going to save the princesses and protect the daimyo? Of course we will, but there is no one but us. Great. Cannot wait. Naruto replied to Sasuke's sarcasm, seeming to believe him. Actually, we will weed the beds and clean something, I informed my friend, who began to glare at the brunette. We won't be given such difficult missions right away. Hey! I will become Hokage, so I need difficult missions. Uzumaki jumped up from his seat, and then sat back down again. We were served portions of ramen on the table, and we quietly began to eat. Don't worry, we'll still have time to save the world, I joked a little, but, as they say, there is some truth in every joke. By the way, can we come up with call signs? I changed the topic of the conversation. That's a good idea, the Uchiha encouraged me. Then you'll be team, the Jinchuriki said loudly, rising from his chair and pointing at Sasuke. My gray matter bubbled up and began to remember where I'd heard that word. It was somewhere, but I don't remember where. And you, Dobe. They have already grabbed each other by the collar, and I decided to stop the nuclear war between brothers in spirit. And then who am I? And you? Ari, Sasuke said ahead of Naruto. Not like that. The blonde was outraged, but as... He opened his mouth to my question and sat back down. A thoughtful look doesn't suit him. All invented. You'll be Ari. Sasuke covered his face at Naruto's joke, and I just laughed. With him, I will quickly restore emotions. Okay, I smiled, remembering where I had heard that word. In general, the word dobe means moron, worst and something like that. Team, freak, bastard, but this is more likely not a name calling. They are not from evil. And I think it's a diminutive. These are not call signs, but some nicknames. We had a good chat and went home. Almost. And to be more precise, Sasuke is right behind me. Does he really think that I want to repeat yesterday's attempt? Looking ahead, I paused. It was already dark outside, and only night lights illuminated my path. Lights have already gone out in many windows. The world went to sleep, and only some drunken shinobi broke this silence. Yes, many neglect the 3 rules: alcohol, money and women. And it is they who ruin the career of a ninja. And none of them apply to me. I don't drink alcohol and don't intend to. Although, maybe someday I will try to compare sake with champagne or wine. And I have a measure in money. There is nothing to say about women. My passion is delicious food, preferably more. Local fast food is quite high in calories, but with my workouts, there is no chance of getting fat even by a gram, and how did I not gain weight in a past life? Now is a good day to admire the stars, I mentally concluded, raising my head and looking at the brightest star in the sky. Because of the lights on, it was difficult for me to see the night lights of the sky, but it was shining and, despite the lighting, it was visible. I had been admiring her for 8 years, but I only recently found out about her fully. Okay, let's postpone thinking about the stars for later, otherwise the team will now turn into a stone exhibit. Get out. I noticed you. That means how? Sasuke appeared next to me, and we moved on. Your radius has increased. That's right, I nodded at his suggestion. My hands became cold, and I, repeating Sasuke's movement, put them in my pocket. Did you want to ask something? What do you mean by, we'll still have time to save the world? Still remembered. Okay. There is nothing wrong with that. In fact, I understood that he said this to divert the topic. And why is he watching? I already know, he wants to see him home. It doesn't matter, she decided to divert the topic of conversation, but, apparently, to no avail. But I'm just curious, insisted the man with the eyes of the cosmos. Naruto's eyes are like the sky on a clear day, while Sasuke's are like the sky on a cloudless night. On the way to the stars, we will have many obstacles and the biggest mousetrap. Are there mice in nature that invent mousetraps? Why I told him this, I don't know. Somehow it worked out. Mousetraps? What does it mean? He stopped, and I walked a little forward and, without turning around, answered, "You'll understand," and, so that he wouldn't hear, she whispered, "When the time comes. Sometimes it seems to me that you know everything in advance. Oh, Sasuke, if you knew that you hit not in the eyebrow, but in the eye. You have to be more careful in dealing with him." And then I'll blurt out too much. Unfortunately, neither in my past life nor in this one did I learn to think first, and then speak and do. Otherwise things would have turned out differently. It just seems to you, so that there are no more questions, I burned out. In a figurative sense, of course, but she simply used shunshin. The situation was too tense, and in order not to say too much, I just took off my feet. I know it's not very pretty, but he was closer than ever to the truth. Chapter 10. Chapter 10. Serious mission. Against the grain should be a way of life. What's worth the prize is always worth the fight. Every second counts, 'cause there's no second try. So live like you'll never live it twice. Don't take the free ride in your own life. If today was your last day. Nickelback, June 14th, 10:56. Cammy, I've been taken aback by these fucking missions. Now a garden, then a nanny. As if we are not shinobi, but cleaners. Oh, here come the emotions. Of course, I will not feel such emotions as fear, envy and disgust soon, but I already feel joy, pleasure and irritation. Especially the last one, these missions annoy me. However, like my teammates, today it was necessary to catch a cat. Kakashi, by the way, found out that I can use clones, but he won't allow me to use them. Generally tin. Although I am deeply orange on this rule, and I use them, however, in a slightly different way. While we were fooling around, they were training at the training ground and inventing new techniques. I suddenly got the memory of the clones, and I realized that today's training went too well, and they came up with something great. I smiled a little at this fact and, taking Tora more comfortably, went on. Today is a great day, not particularly different from all the others. Summer is in full swing, the sun is baking, but we, as shinobi, do not pay attention to it. People hurriedly run about their business or just walk. We decided to walk to the residence to enjoy and relax along the way, because we have been running after this four-legged little devil since morning. Whatever methods they used, they bought Valerian and set traps, but he bypassed everything. Apparently, already an expert in this matter. It would be faster if I worked to the fullest, but I did not dare to reveal all my abilities. In the end, I carry this warm brown lump and stroke it a little. And he sniffles and purrs something on his own. Oh, cats, how I love animals, and especially soft and fluffy ones. But I can't start it, because during long missions there will be no one to look after them. Namely, today we should be given it, judging by the canon. Well, of course, we'll have to beg her. If not Naruto, then me. It's just that this mission is very important for the future. If you fail it or do something differently, then fate will take a different turn, and I will no longer be able to control the situation in my hands. And even more so to know the future. During this time, Kakashi did not show much desire to train us. Most often he gave instructions and reeled, so we developed ourselves. They even took Naruto with them sometimes. But it was only in my favor, so I did not restrain myself. And during this month I learned to lengthen the beam from the wakizashi by 5 centimeters, yes, a little, but progress. Still, it was difficult to maintain such a temperature that the sword would not melt. Unfortunately, I don't use it often. After all, this Jedi sword eats chakra like a hungry Naruto ramen. With clones, things are better. I have almost learned how to do without printing, at least a little clumsy, and a week ago I started working on fortified ones. They just need a few more seals, but there's nothing to worry about. The only strange thing is that it is easier for me. Although I thought otherwise. Hello, Hokage-sama, our sensei addressed Naruto's father. And the feudal lord's wife had already left the office, having exhausted the poor cat before that. And as soon as she left, it became very quiet. The room itself was quite spacious. There were 2 large tables and 1 small one. Behind the little one sat the Hokage and Irika-sensei, and behind the rest there were people I didn't understand. It seems that customers are giving money to them. And then this money goes to the treasury of the village. Minato sighed heavily and took another sheet from the pile of papers. I'm guessing this pile of papers and scrolls are reports and assignments. Oh, I would not agree to become Hokage in my life. There are so many things to do that you can spend the night at work. But who offers me? Hello, Kakashi-kun, he gave us a sick look. Minato's face is pale as snow, and there are black circles under his eyes. He has some kind of unhealthy look, and something I don't like it. The next mission is the excavation of vegetable gardens, he said quietly. What? Father? Give us a normal mission. I am a real ninja and I want the corresponding tasks. Our comrade shouted loudly and waved his arms. Thank you Naruto, I can only support you. No, he replied in the same monotone, and looked back at the documents. Well, Dad. Naruto yelled, and Minato looked up at his son with a weary look and sighed in anguish. I completely agree with Naruto, she put in her 5 ryos, and the Uchiha summed up some results in his thoughts and also nodded. The head of the village looked at Kakashi, who grunted like, I knew it would be like this. Naruto. They started lecturing him, but I didn't listen to them. In fact, they are right, but Sasuke and I did not train so much to harvest crops and help in a nursing home. In the end, Naruto took his. Yes, and Namikaze Sr. would not have argued with him for a long time. He knows that this is pointless. Okay, since you're so persistent, I'll give you a C-rank mission. You will be the guards. Enter a guest. A minute after Minato's weary words, something with a small beard and glasses entered the threshold, from which it reeked throughout the land of fire. This is a middle-aged man with a straw hat on his head and a backpack on his back. He can still be confused with a traveler. What the hell? And these children will protect me? Especially the little one with the stupid face. He took a small sip and pointed at Naruto. Small with a stupid face? The boy compared himself with us and rushed at the architect with the intention of killing. But Kakashi managed to catch him by the collar. Watch your speech, Naruto, the word is not a sparrow, it will fly out, you will rake, I informed my friend. So, for the future. Naruto, he needs to be protected. Hatake held him like a kitten, and he tried to get out. My name is Tazuna, I am an architect, you will protect me along the way. And I hope you will ensure my safety even at the cost of your own life. He took a sip of sake, looked at us displeasedly once more and left. Everyone is free, said 4, continuing to rummage through his papers. We quickly left the office and went home to get the equipment. I remember what will be there, so I took a first aid kit, a lot of shurikens, kunai and spare sets of clothes. In an hour and a half, we should be at the gates of Konoha. So I'll have time to wash and leave the clone to clean up the endless mess, which mainly consists of weapons scattered throughout the house, although I know where everything is. If you look closely, you can find it everywhere, on the bedside table, in the closet, in the kitchen next to the coffee packaging, under the pillow, and even in the toilet. Sometimes it seems to me that things themselves move around the house. Well, okay, I confess, the whole mess appears thanks to me, but as the Germans say, Ordnung muss sein. Ordnung ist Ordnung means. Having done everything and already crossed the threshold of the apartment, I remembered that I had forgotten the chikudo. Hell, I don't like going back, but I have to. Having grabbed a thing, I was about to leave, but I stopped at the mirror. I looked at myself a little, and I wanted to tie a protector on my forehead and generally change my hairstyle. I loosened my hair and started combing my hair. I'm already used to hair of this color, but I don't like that my eyebrows and eyelashes are also red. Throwing out unnecessary thoughts, I looked at my reflection. I had a high bun of hair and 2 long hanging strands on either side of my face. Great, now let's go. Hooray! We were standing near the gate with Sensei and Tazuna, and Naruto was shouting something and looking around. I'm leaving the village for the first time in my life. I don't think he's fit for the job, Grandpa grumbled, pointing his finger at Naruto. And when did he manage to bulge the bottle and sober up? Amazing and funny at the same time. Ah, I'm a jonin, you don't have to worry, Kakashi drawled lazily and shoved his hands into his pocket. That's what I don't agree with. On this mission, we will be prescribed such a thing that somehow makes me feel uncomfortable. My intuition says something, but I ignore it, writing it off as excitement. Still, the first serious fight and a strong enemy will make any novice ninja worry. And I am no exception. Hey! Old man! Don't underestimate me. One day I'll be Hokage. Remember me. Naruto jabbed his finger at the man, who was probably already drinking another batch of sake. Hokage is a powerful ninja, you can't be one, he said calmly. What did you say there? Naruto was about to rush at him, but I held him by the backpack. Naruto, don't worry, you will definitely fulfill your dream, I smiled sweetly, not letting go of him and at the same time looking around. It feels like we're not alone here. Sasuke gave me a blank look, but I gestured that everything was fine so far. But in any case, you have to be careful. I have no evidence that we will be attacked, and I have no right to refuse the mission. It is our duty to protect the weak. We have the power to protect those who lack it. If you refuse this mission, then they can send someone else to it. Let's say the Inoshikacho team, but they may not be able to cope. I can't change the canon even more, otherwise those who should live will die. So I'm still at a stalemate. While we were walking, Naruto was arguing with Tazuna that he would become Hokage, and I was silent and came up with a plan. But then I got tired, and I listened to Kakashi's lecture on the structure of our world, which I already know. Although not completely, I have one question that haunts. Sensei, is there a hidden Maelstrom village? The guys, like Hatake, looked at me with incomprehension, and I was waiting for an answer. There was, but it was destroyed during the Second Shinobi World War. Members of the Uzumaki clan, whose few descendants are now scattered around the world, lived on its territories. He looked at me with interest, and I just nodded and thought, what are the abilities of the Uzumaki clan? Sasuke suddenly asked, and I shuddered at his words. The descendants of this clan are distinguished by a huge supply of chakra, high stamina, longevity, as well as red hair. Kakashi is an infection. He could have kept silent about the latter, because after a second 4 pairs of eyes stared at me, almost 4, Kakashi and we do not count. Why are you looking at me like that? I was even a little embarrassed from such gazes. Well, we don't have red hair, Sasuke said. Kakashi smiled and I laughed a little. 3 hours later, we reached that stupid puddle disguise that I forgot to write about in the diary with the plot. But thanks to my sensory abilities, I sensed a disgusting chakra. And in any case, I would have figured it out, because I have never seen such a stupid disguise. They could have come up with something more original. Looking towards Sasuke, I realized that he saw through them, just like our sensei, who had already made a substitution and was sitting on a tree. My friend and I nodded and got ready, but they didn't decide to warn Dobe. He wouldn't understand anything and would panic. So, Ariza, get ready, it should be in 3, 2, 1. Forward. They instantly crawled out of the puddle and attacked Hatake using their claws and chain. Sensei! Shouted a frightened Naruto when he saw a lot of blood and the corpse of the teacher. Actually, it's a spectacle. They crushed him with chains, and pieces of flesh fell to the ground. I created 3 clones, and we prepared to protect the architect, and at that time the Uchiha relieved them of the chain in the same way as in the anime, that is, he chained them with a shuriken and kuni the chain to a tree, and then tore it off. As soon as they separated from each other, a shinobi in a black suit and mask headed for the architect, and the second for Naruto. But the speed of the first one was slow, and I knocked him out with 2 hits. Is he really a chunin? And some are too weak. I was already preparing to attack the second one when I saw that my friend dealt with him, while saving Dobe from the fate of being stabbed. The same from fear and could not say anything. It is immediately clear that the first time in battle. As soon as both bodies hit the ground, Sensei appeared with a guilty smile. Here's a smart one. Wanted to check us out. Well done, Sasuke, Ariza, quickly coped. We threw unfriendly glances at him, and he only scratched his head. Sorry Naruto, I didn't mean for you to get hurt, but I didn't think you'd be standing around like this doing nothing. Uchiha saw a thoughtful blonde and, pretending to be macho, decided to mock. Are you alive there, baby? Sasuke? He muttered, gritting his teeth. Yes, they like to tease each other. Always arguing and competing. Ah, boys. Naruto, calm down, they had poison claws, you need to treat the wounds, Sensei said, taking the enemy shinobi by the scruff of the neck. Naruto stared blankly at the wound on the inside of his hand instead of the outside like in the manga. Tazuna-san. Yes? The man began to wriggle. We need to talk. These are the Chunin of the Hidden Mist, Sensei said and rubbed the back of his head in his favorite gesture before looking back at me. All this time he looked at me strangely. Am I better at taijutsu than he thought? What is he thinking about? How did you anticipate the attack? One of the two demon brothers tied to the tree asked angrily. Puddles, I answered shortly, deciding to keep silent about the chakra. It hasn't rained for several days, Sasuke finished my words, who was standing to my right, and next to him stood and looked at the wound without knowing anything. Naruto. He seems to be the kind of person who doesn't understand anything but does 90% of the work. You knew in advance, but why did you let them attack? The old man asked our teacher in surprise. Because I wanted to know what they need, us, or you. He narrowed his eyes and looked askance at the customer. When you filled out the application, you did not indicate that you were followed by enemy shinobi, otherwise we would have chosen a different team. This mission is at least rank B. You tricked us. Then Kakashi looked at the Uzumaki and us. Naruto will put the mission in jeopardy. We returned to the village. No! Naruto yelled, suddenly thrusting a kunai into his hand. And, holding the weapon, swore on the blood. He told how much he trained, that he wants to fulfill his dream and surpass all Hokage. He didn't say anything about Sasuke either. The speech, of course, was impressive, but one must be beautiful not only in words. Although I know he will try. This is what I like about him. As a friend, of course. Well done Naruto, but you could bleed to death this way. Dobe turned pale and then started shaking his hand. Does he really have a head? Why didn't you say earlier? Naruto, I said calmly and walked over to him, while Kakashi sat next to him. Let me see your hand. His hand was trembling from fear and pain, but that didn't stop Kurama from healing his Jinchuriki, though not on purpose. That's regeneration. Amazing thing. For a shinobi, it is 3 times faster than for ordinary people, and for me it is 4 times faster, because Uzumaki. There is no need to talk about Naruto, his wound heals before our eyes. My help is not needed here, it remains only to tie. You will live, Naruto, I pronounced the verdict, taking out a special bandage and ointment from my bag. But from now on, think with your head before you go on about the emotions, because I may not be around. Listen to her. Ariza thinks like a real ninja. Hatake raised his index finger up and smiled, and I, having smeared the wound with ointment, bandaged it. Ari-chan. Don't worry, Dobe, you are my friend, so I will be there and will definitely help. He looked at me with such childlike naive eyes that I could not resist and, smiling, ruffled his golden hair. Why didn't you use medical jutsu? Sasuke asked as I moved away from Naruto. That doesn't make sense. He has inhuman regeneration. He looked curiously at Naruto and then at me. To prevent him from waiting for an answer, I shrugged my shoulders, pretending not to know. To be honest, I'm not a particularly good doctor, but his wound could easily be cured. But I should not do this, because it will still affect the plot. Cheater, Sasuke said quietly under his breath. Ha, he got words from me. Although the fact that Naruto is a cheater, I myself know. While we sailed to the land of waves, consisting of many separate islands, Tazuna told us about Gato, and I just admired the water surface. There was such a thick fog around that nothing could be seen beyond the boat. It's like everything is soaked in water. Up to this point, I had never been able to sail a boat like this in silence, as my past life was quite boring. I don't even know what I did to deserve this. Why was I chosen out of all? Again questions to which there is no answer. The customer told us about this shipowner, drug dealer, and then began to put pressure on Pity. But I didn't care, I don't feel it yet. But that's for now. Closer to the shore, I checked all the equipment, I pulled on the bandages, placed the kunai in the seals, in short, I prepared for battle. We moored at one of the houses and went ashore. We have a magnificent view of this village, there is a lot of greenery and water, almost all wooden houses are built above the water. Clean air and a little warm breeze. Everything around me cheered me up, forcing me to forget about the future. After saying goodbye to the person who dropped us off, we went to Tazuna's house. We're about to be attacked. That's just who. If Sabuza, then I know how to proceed. And if someone is stronger, damn it. What if this is the same mission on which they will die? Wow, Rikudo, could you be more specific? And I seem to be worried. So, pull yourself together, Ariza, whoever it is, he is stronger than the previous ones. Our path lay through the forest, and Naruto, who decided to show off, began to suspect all the bushes. In a sense, he is right, we are indeed being watched. Even I felt strong chakra in the bushes for a second, and it was quite unpleasant. It belonged to the real killer. The sound of a tree cracking pulled me out of my thoughts. Turning around, I saw that Naruto had almost killed the rabbit. White rabbit, damn, we got into the most I don't want to. Before that, there was at least a little faith that everything would be fine, but, alas, not today. I heard the sound of a cutting wind, and then the words of the teacher, beware. A huge sword flew over our heads and stuck deep into a tree, and Momochi Zabuza stood on his handle. He had a bare torso, and bandages covered his face, leaving only his eyes open. He was quite tall and muscular, and his skin color was somehow unnatural, pale gray. I'm not used to it. From his behavior, you can immediately see that all shinobi love to show off. Just as powerful as chatting during battle, saying the names of techniques and revealing your tactics at the end of the battle. So the demon of the hidden mist, Momochi Zabuza, copy ninja, Kakashi Hatake, we heard an unpleasant voice. Oh yes, no fight will begin until strong shinobi introduce themselves to each other. But it makes sense, shinobi live for a short time, in constant struggle, and knowing the name of the person who will kill you is a great honor. Especially if you are famous, and everyone knows that nicknames are given only to the strongest. I was distracted from my thoughts and analysis of the situation by the grinding of teeth behind me. It turned out to be Naruto, who had already started, if not for the words of the sensei, protect the customer and do not get into battle. With him, I'll have to use this one, Kakashi said and began to slowly lift the bandage. When we saw a dojutsu in his left eye socket that should not be, we were surprised. Kakashi Sharingan. I'm really sorry, but the old man will come with me. An impenetrable fog began to thicken after his words. So, quickly line up in position Manji. Without a second's delay, we surrounded the customer, and I used the clones to cover the rear. Sharingan, what is it? Naruto repeated. This is my clan's dojutsu, Sasuke said and activated his Sharingan and then removed it. Naruto was even more surprised by this, and then Sasuke briefly explained his features, until the Nuke-nin interrupted him. Give your grandfather here, and I'll stab him a bit. From such statements, the customer almost lost points, and the team and I pulled out weapons and got ready. What? You do not want? Then let's start with you, Kakashi, get ready. The last word sounded like a death sentence, and the enemy disappeared from view. So our first serious battle began. Chapter 11. Chapter 11. Victory or death. To what extent a person conquers fear, he is so human. Thomas Carlyle, give your grandfather here, and we will slaughter him slightly. From such statements, the customer almost lost points, and the team and I pulled out weapons and got ready. What? You do not want? Then let's start with you, Kakashi, get ready. The last word sounded like a death sentence, and the enemy disappeared from view. The fog was getting thicker, and after a minute, not even Sensei could be seen. Standing in a large open clearing, we felt like cornered victims, as if a predator is circling nearby, waiting for the best moment to attack. The atmosphere around became so terrible that the moist air could not be inhaled, as if in a second your throat would be silently cut and dragged away. This loud silence pressed, forcing you to turn around at every rustle. Even I get goosebumps, even though I don't feel emotions. As if the body understands the impending danger, but the brain does not. But this is only for the good, otherwise my heart would beat as wildly as my friend's now. One thing is clear, we are under pressure from Ki. A second later, a strong wind blew along with chakra. It turned out that Kakashi poured out energy to improve visibility. Sasuke, calm down. I will fight to the death for you and will not let my comrades die, he reassured us all with one phrase. There was complete confidence in his voice. My gaze fell on the object of his words, and it immediately became clear that Sasuke was at his breaking point. He was shaking and gripping the kunai tightly. However, Naruto and the architect were no better. But thanks to the mentor, we became a little calmer, albeit not for long. After all, in a moment we felt the killer behind us. When did he get it? Is this a body flickering technique? Damn, now there is no time to think. My clones took the customer, and we jumped away from him. And when we were already on the ground, a picture appeared before us. Kakashi pierced Zabuza's stomach with a kunai, but water flows from the wound instead of blood. This is a clone. Sensei. Behind. Naruto shouted. And behind the back of the teacher appeared Nuke-nin, who cut him in half with a swing. But instead of viscera, there was water. What? Another water clone. But when did Kakashi copy his technique? Universe, where's my slow motion? I barely noticed their movements. They are so clear and fast, real shinobi, worthy of respect. Don't move, we heard the steely voice of the teacher, who stood behind the swordsman and held a kunai to his throat. Here, then, how, those words were told to us by a clone, and all this time Kakashi hid in the fog and waited. Cool, don't say anything. Shinobi calculate everything in advance, and the one who is one step ahead always wins. Naruto was already delighted with the quick victory, but we didn't even have time to blink an eye, as Kakashi was almost shredded to pieces. The architect couldn't see anything, but the Uchiha and Uzumaki's breath was in their throats. Hatake dodged the sword but got a good kick into the water. And while he was flying, Zabuza ran after him. It turns out that from the very beginning, Momochi foresaw that it was a clone, and created two of his own. Too bad Kakashi isn't that perceptive. Although both are well physically prepared, and there is plenty of chakra. But I think Zabuza is stronger, at least in this location. Sensei! The Jinchuriki exclaimed. What happened next, I don't know, but when it became a little clearer through the fog, Kakashi was already in the water prison. Damn, was he hiding in the water? So silly. Now we will most likely have to fight against his clone, because he himself will not be able to move now. It won't be easy. There is a plan, but we have to wait until a certain moment. I hope everything goes according to canon. Water clone jutsu. From this action, Naruto and the customer's hair stood on end at the back of their heads. You think you put on a bandage and are already a ninja? That's when you've been between life and death so many times that you don't care anymore, only then will you be considered a ninja. When you are dangerous even for me, the clone said the last sentences almost in a whisper, and then drew his sword. Well, to be honest, I agree with him. We're just larvae shinobi. And the fact that we put on bandages does not mean anything. He closed the seal and disappeared from sight, and after a few seconds, a beaten Naruto flew to us. And they hit him pretty good. Something is rather weak, as if provoking, he stood on the bandage. Grab the architect and run, you can't beat him. So he will not catch up with you. Kakashi shouted to us, and how has he not run out of air yet? However, it doesn't matter. Running from the battlefield is not in my rules. I hate cowards and traitors. And I promised myself that I would protect my friends at all costs. May this be my path to the stars. Yes, I can't die, but I'm not going to leave my comrades. If I sit on the sidelines forever, I will never gain experience. And if you run away, then only in the next life. I already took a step to fucking attack him, but I was ahead of Sasuke, who could not stand it and attacked earlier. But he was hit and sent back. This caused me a storm of emotions that were unclear to me, and, in addition, some incomprehensible sensations. I wanted to break away and dismember it, but at the same time, it cooled my ardor. Was I going to forget my plan and headlong into battle? If I intervene now, I'll be doing a disservice. After all, they also have to do something. Therefore, damn it, Oriza, pull yourself together. Don't fall for emotions. Naruto was shaking and he wanted to run away. But he swore that he would not run away, would not give in to Sasuke and would not give up. Naruto, prove that these are not empty words. You must defend your bandage. I believe in you. After a little thought, the guy pulled away, but he was sent back hard. He broke all his bones. Even a red trickle of blood dripped from his mouth. He staggered to his feet with a bandage in his hands. Well done, Dobe, I knew you could. Hey, you ugly, eyebrowless ninja who becomes Hokage never gives up. Naruto said proudly as he put on the bandage and wiped away the blood. And his name is Naruto Uzumaki, Databayo. In the next second, he said something that we did not expect. Look, I have a plan. Listen, let's knock him on the turnip. Kakashi began to shout something again, but we were not going to listen to him. And yet, how has he not suffocated yet? Forward. They just started moving, but Momochi's black laughter stopped them. You are simply amazingly stupid. Think you're cool ninjas? At your age, I unscrewed the heads of more than one such person. Momochi began his story. Naruto and Sasuke listened in surprise. This is exactly the moment I was waiting for. They need to understand that being a shinobi is not about playing games. This is not a joke, and pink elephants will not fly here. Each battle forms a personality and worldview. I already have everything set up. I know perfectly well who I am, why I exist and what I need. For them, this first fight is very important. The killer told us the story of the blood mist and his inhumane exam. And he ended the story with a phrase that shocked everyone. It was cute. I liked it. He rolled his eyes, as if remembering something beautiful. He took the lives of more than 100 children and finds it fun. He sharply attacked Sasuke, but at the last moment I pushed Zabuza away and stood between them with a weapon in my hands. If he touches him again, I don't know what I'll do. I haven't felt such strong emotions in a long time. Enough, play and enough. Naruto, Sasuke, carry out your plan. And I take it upon myself, I filed a calm voice with a hint of coldness and confidence. Showing your emotions is not worth it, so go ahead with the poker face. You are crazy. The teammates shouted at the top of their voices, but I did not take my eyes off the clone. Yes, he's just a clone, but controlled directly by the original, which means that it is 20 to 30% stronger than the usual one. I need to stay away from water, because this is his main element. You're interfering in vain, girl. I'll quickly tear your head off. We'll see who will tear off what and who. I am fully prepared, and my weights are already in my backpack. Let's play a little, at the same time and check what I can do. Dispersing the chakra and directing it to my legs, I ran. We started with taijutsu and kenjutsu. They moved fast, but after all, he was faster. The swordsman hit me hard in the solar plexus, and I flew off, but managed to create many clones. I signaled Naruto to help with the clones too and we all attacked one together. Zabuza could not withstand the pressure, and we won our first joint victory. Impressive. 3 genin dispelled my clone. And you are better than I thought. This praise sounded like an insult, and after wiping the blood from my chin, I intended to fight again. But suddenly a huge shuriken flew by next to me. Oh, he flew so close that he even scared a little. I looked back and saw the Uchiha with a grin and a frightened Naruto. It seems that he thought that I was a skiff. But the brunette decided to teach a lesson for amateur performance, or did it happen by chance? That's the infection. Zabuza grabbed the first one and noticed the second flying towards him. He jumped, and it flew under him. He was about to say something, but suddenly the weapon turned into Naruto, and he threw a kunai. And the guys are great, no worse than in the canon. Probably, when I attacked the enemy, they created the wind ghost shuriken. The demon interrupted the technique to avoid the attack, but the kunai still left a scratch on its face. And that made him furious. He spun a huge shuriken and was about to shoot at our friend, but at the last moment he was stopped by the hand of sensei. Naruto, smelling the taste of victory, smugly began to tell his plan, but I decided to interrupt his speech and, using Shunshin, appeared next to me. Yes, well done, and now do not bother them to fight. Standing on the water, I picked him up like a kitten by the scruff of the neck and also returned back. Fuck off, Ariza. You are cool. Naruto admired looking at me. And I was silent and looked at the jonins, who jumped away from each other and began to fold the seals. Hatake repeated all the actions, and as a result, 2 huge dragons appeared from the water. They were from a 6-story building. And it's much cooler than the anime. They collided, causing a huge wave that almost knocked us over. And when everything settled down, they continued the battle. The copy ninja pissed off his partner, repeating everything after him, but he could not do anything. If I had fought him, I would have freaked out too. Suddenly I felt a cold, but pure as snow chakra. Here comes our ice prince. While I was distracted by the new character, Kakashi used some cool technique. As a result, a large whirlpool formed, which knocked the blood mist demon into a tree. It seems that Hatake performed his technique before he did. Smart, though. Just as Zabuza was about to stand up, kunai pierced his arms and legs, immobilizing him. And then, out of nowhere, senbons flew into the neck. I knew where they came from, but my friend's jaws dropped. Thank you, I have long wanted to kill him, we heard a beautiful voice. On the tree stood a brunette about 15 years of age. Her long hair was pulled back into a bun, and the hidden Mist Anbu mask obscured her facial features. His white-trimmed green haori over a standard kirigakure kimono fluttered in the wind. And in the hands were senbons, which immediately made it clear who killed the nuke nin. Sensei jumped down first and checked his pulse. It turned out there was nothing to check. The swordsman is dead. Are you an oinin from the village hidden in the mist? Kakashi looked at him carefully. And you are well informed, he said quietly, and I stood rooted to the spot, amazed by his velvety voice. We should decide, burn Haku or let everything go according to the canon. If I open it now, we will most likely have to fight. And the victory is unlikely to be in our favor, since Hatake is now too weak, and Haku is not an easy opponent. With high speed and the Yuki clan's Kekkei Genkai, it will quickly grind us to powder. Even if we are lucky and we win, then Gato can hire others who are stronger. And everything converges to the fact that now I need to keep my mouth shut. Oinin? Came the cry of the most unpredictable ninja next to my ear. I almost jumped in surprise. Naruto already wanted to rush to fight, but I stopped him and gave a lecture on who they were. After all, he skipped this job. And he does not know that they, like hunters, are looking for traitors in the village in order to clean it up. Here they will do anything for good genetic material. Judging by his voice, he is a little older than Naruto. But this is not a child, but an experienced killer, Hatake said under his breath. And Uzumaki started almost a whole tantrum about why we are needed. And then he began to beat his fists on the ground. I got tired of looking at it, and I stopped his hand. Naruto, it's impossible to become strong all at once. Everyone starts somewhere. And now our journey is just beginning. Naruto, we have to go, we heard the tired voice of Sensei. The blonde calmed down, and we were about to go, but we didn't go far. The teacher fainted, so Sasuke and Naruto had to drag him to the old man's house. 3 days later, while we were at Tazuna's house, I patched everyone up with honey chakra. Naruto was hurt the most. He has many bruises, sprains, and several broken ribs. And he recovers the fastest. Sasuke and I weren't seriously hurt. But the teacher got capitally in a different way. He has chakra depletion. And from this, and skates can be discarded. Yes, the Sharingan is overstretched. In short, he won't be able to walk anytime soon. Today he called to him and said that we were fucked up in a big way. Oh, more precisely, they left us with a nose. But I already knew this. He also looked at me strangely all this time again. But okay, let him look, he won't make a hole, unless, of course, Amaterasu uses, which he doesn't have. The topic of today's lesson is purge the chakra. Or how does a ninja get chakra, Kakashi said, holding on to his crutches. She knew that she would not lie in bed. Therefore, now we were standing on a green meadow, in the middle of a large forest. Despite the tall trees blocking the sun, it was very light, as if each leaf, like a mirror, reflected a ray of our star. A cool breeze carried the pleasant smell of amaryllis, my favorite flowers. And I would have enjoyed the fragrance for a long time if it wasn't for Sensei. Ariza will tell this theoretical part. Exhaling heavily and rubbing my eyes, I pulled out a special scroll, where everything is described in detail. Chakra is particles of vital energy used by shinobi for jutsu. In the physical form, the chakra is located throughout the body, in every cell. Not in the physical form, this is the spirit of the ninja. And their fusion is achieved by experience and training. Both are necessary for normal functioning. And in order to create a normal technique, and not a crooked one or not hurt anything at all, you need to control the chakra well. This process of implementation is called blowing. Oh, you should have gone to bed earlier yesterday, and not admired the sky. And to set a certain chakra current in the channels, you need to use seals. I don't understand anything. Can't it be sooner? My head is in my pants. Naruto started grumbling, and I went up and gave him the scroll. Let him see if he can find familiar kanji. No, Dobe. Calm down and listen to my words. Yawning a little, I continued to explain. To make a certain technique, you need to mix chakra in different proportions. It is desirable that the components of the spiritual and physical chakras be equal. And you can't go wrong with that. Otherwise, I fell silent for a bit, thinking about how to put it mildly. It will be bad, in general. At best, the technique will turn out to be crooked. At the best? What's the worst? The Uzumaki tilted his head to the side as his eye twitched. Then, somehow turning the scroll, he gave it back. At worst, you'll tear the chakra channels, the silent Sasuke said. Or they'll knock on the head. He looked at me, and I remembered those moments when I forced him to learn theory. And no, I didn't hit him on the head. You are still far from such techniques that can break the chakra channels, the cheerful sensei replied. Sasuke and I looked at each other skeptically and stared at him. So, most likely, they will snitch. And now let's start. Climb up the tree, Sensei said with a look of anticipation. But he only got the expected reaction from Naruto alone. What about? Direct your chakra to your feet and walk through the tree. Without thinking twice, he walked through the tree under Naruto's gasps. Like this. Clear. I'll be the first to reach the top. The blonde's thirst for competition woke up, and he looked first at Sasuke, then at the kunai that Kakashi had thrown a second earlier. I'm not sure about that, I said calmly walking along the tree, and then hung upside down. Still, being a shinobi in this world is a class. Here the laws of physics can be safely circumvented. I already know how. Anything else? And no, Ariza, you can be free. Naruto, let me explain how it's done. Jumping off the branch, I stood next to my friend, who was already ready to climb even to the moon. Come on, Ariza-chan, Naruto smiled. I explained it to him in more detail. and with full enthusiasm he ran to complete the task. "Arisa-chan, you're Uzumaki's mother, like Naruto, why then do you have little chakra?" Kakashi asked a stupid question, but he doesn't know what I can hide. "Because I hide. And how much are you hiding?" he asked, frowning slightly. 7 out of 10 chakra volume. Although my reserve is not much lower than Naruto's, I manage it much better. Okay, I'll send a clone to guard the bridge. If something happens, he will inform me, and I myself will go to train on the neighboring rocks. Bye everyone. POV Kakashi. After she left, I looked after her for a long time. And he could not understand, where did Saito learn all this? And most importantly, who taught? If Sasuke could be taught by his brother, then Araizu could not be taught by anyone. Yes, and her hearth, it is only slightly inferior to Naruto's reserve. But this question disappears since she is an Uzumaki. But still, she's strange, you need to look after her. Why doesn't it work? Naruto yelled and turned around again. He didn't get very far. How long will he work on this? I'll show that Sasuke. I will surpass everyone. Fact. Who was going to be Hokage? It seems that it will be Ariza. It seems that I turned him on. Him chakra still purge and purge. Otherwise, it won't go far. Look, it will come out of it. Then, someday, I'll overtake Ariza. And then Sasuke. And then I'll be Hokage. He would have fewer words and more deeds. I don't advise you to underestimate her, she is not weaker than me, Sasuke said, who was standing next to him and watching Naruto fall over and over again. Does he like to watch it? I'd rather blow it myself. One more time won't hurt. You had the best results in the whole stream. Naruto shouted, uncomprehending, but I don't know either. He is the genius of the clan and many times he was offered to graduate from the academy much earlier, but for some unknown reason he refused. And now he says that Ariza is stronger than we think. Although it is possible, in battle she has shown quite a good level of taijutsu and kenjutsu, plus she used the body flicker technique which requires good chakra control. Therefore, the fact that she knows how to blow chakra is quite logical. Because I have known her for a very long time, he said, climbing up the tree to me. And what? I've known her for a long time too. We studied together at the academy. What a fool you are, Dobe, the Uchiha said with a little chuckle. If he was on the ground, then the Uzumaki would have climbed to fight. That one, that the other, both are worth each other. Kakashi-sensei, teach me something else, he said with a bit of sarcasm, glancing at Naruto. Let's go and find out what your second element is, and I was so hoping that at least today they would lag behind me with their training. Well, tactics of amorous affairs will have to wait. Although you really want to know who the lover of the main character is? What? And I? Kakashi-sensei, teach me a cool technique. Jumped under our Jinchuriki tree. And you blow the chakra. Still, I have an interesting team. The end. POV Kakashi. I'm not going to sit idle, so I'm going to the bridge, and I'm going to train myself. Yesterday I improved the clones, and they became stronger. And their best advantage is that even if I faint, they will not dissipate. This has not yet been tested in practice, so it is not a fact that my theory is correct. But I can't create more than one at a time, it requires too much chakra. By noon, I arrived at the training site. This is a rather large clearing, surrounded by trees, with smooth rocks, 15 to 20 meters in height. If you climb them, you will have a magnificent view of the sea. But now I'm not up to nature, I didn't come for this. I need to form the types of fireballs to the end. The most difficult thing is fire drill and fire shuriken. For this I need to create a clone, otherwise I won't be able to. But I won't train the latter now, because he will immediately eat the entire reserve. This is for emergencies only. After folding the seals, I made several clones, and each of them began to form a technique. Basically, doubles are trained, because one day the technique got out of control and almost exploded right in the hand. So my safety is more important to me. Separated, they began to form a fire drill, some could not stand it and scattered, and some simply exploded. But it's time for me to stop admiring and get down to business myself. I walked up to the rock and started to form the fourth stage fireball. I usually stick with the third one because the last one uses up too much chakra. Yes, and it's not easy, I'll tell you, you need to constantly control the flow, spin it at a very high speed. But over time, it becomes a habit, and already on the machine you create a technique. Taking a deep breath and closing my eyes, I concentrated, and opening it, I immediately hit the stone. Upon contact, an explosion occurred, crushed stone and dust flew into the air, staining my clothes and injuring my hand. The same sounds were heard from the right and left. I hope we do not attract attention. It is of no use to us. When the smoke settled, I looked at the dent with black burning. This is an even circle with a meter deepening in the rock, and a diameter of 2. There were cracks all over the surface, and between them there was red-hot rock. Something went too far with strength. After a while, the fire that was around the edges went out, and I moved to a new place. Now I will train the fire drill. The effect of it is amazing, but it takes a lot of time to form. It's a pity that it is not so much in battle. The radius of destruction is 4 meters deep and somewhere 3 in diameter. The result is not bad, but you need to train further. Chapter 12. Chapter 12. This oath. Despite this cruel world, and all my best efforts, you surprise me with just how perfect you are. Even with all my flaws, and my bad examples, you surprise me with just how perfect you are. Honey Thief, Original Halu, Copyright. Against this cruel world, June 17, 1056, 2001. I don't know how much time has passed since the beginning of the training, but it was not in vain, since it's even difficult to get back on your feet, and a lot of training goes that way. Before losing consciousness, before burns, abrasions, broken bones. No other way. It's better that way than later in battle, I mutter, barely moving the fingers of my right hand. The body hurts, the limbs ache. The bandages were burned, the skin was burned up to the elbow, and there were many bruises on the body. Before I go home, I will wash in the stream and treat my hand with a special ointment. Reporting to someone is not one of my favorite activities. I wonder how did you train? I hope they're all right. I left that clearing 3 hours ago, when the chakra was already at 0 and I had to start physical exercises. It is a pity that I had to cause huge damage to the environment, but there was no other choice. I already had practically nowhere to train. But on the other hand, I improved 2 types of fireball out of 3, which is good. The memories from the clone have already arrived, and as expected, this country is in trouble because of Gato. Many live in fear, and for good reason. People are dying of hunger, especially old people who cannot work, and children who have lost their parents. But a few years ago this country prospered. Hopefully, when the bridge is completed, everything will return to normal. With these thoughts, I walked through the forest. Twilight has already descended over the cool earth, but the road is still visible. At night in the forest it is cold, quiet, dark. Every rustle, every sound, every cry of birds of prey is heard. The animals hid in their burrows and fell asleep, and it was the perfect time to attack, for both animals and humans. But even so, at night in the forest is delightful. Some kind of mystery and magic appear, and if there are no clouds in the sky and there are no lights nearby, then it seems that the galaxy touches the tops of the trees. The way home went well, and I returned just in time for dinner. The house had a cozy atmosphere and a pleasant smell. This 2-story house is made of wood, there are not many things in it and it is quite spacious. Naruto and Sasuke were already eating with Sensei, Tazuna's daughter was rattling dishes at the sink, and the architect himself was telling something. Only Inari, Tazuna's grandson, was missing, a dark little boy with hazel eyes and freshly brewed coffee hair. Appearance all in mom. We crossed paths with him once, but at first glance it is clear that he does not like shinobi. He is absolutely sure that we will be killed. It looks like a cute child of about 8 years old, as if at this age children enjoy life, play and have fun, but he is not like that. During his short life, he managed to lose faith and hope. I quietly excused myself and joined the meal. The head of the house told us about the local hero and the courage that everyone had lost. And after this difficult conversation, Naruto, who decided to prove to everyone that the heroes remained, ran to train on trembling legs. Of course, he acted unwisely, but it's not for me to say this, because I myself have no measure in training, and I don't want to tell the truth. As soon as the door closed behind Naruto, I thanked the hosts and decided to go to bed so that tomorrow with the first rays of the sun I would go to training. But before she had time to step onto the stairs, she heard the mentor's serious voice. "Ariza, show me your hand," he said and came up to me. "What with her?" "I'm fine, I just got burned," I answered reluctantly. Take off the bandages, please." I wasn't going to disobey and had already begun to unwind the bandages under Kakashi's curious gaze, when suddenly Sasuke was next to me. "Let's go, I'll help you," he said calmly and gently, taking my elbow, dragged me upstairs. And I, without resisting, just shrugged my shoulders and said goodbye to the crazy teacher. We quickly went up to the 2nd floor and entered my room. "Thank you," I said, otherwise I would have been bombarded with 1,000 questions and just as many instructions. He just grinned and sat down on the futon, and I, having taken out the ointment for burns, sat down opposite. Without saying a word, he began to smear my hand, a little wrong, clumsily, but carefully. And only when he finished, he asked where I was. "Where are you?" Dodged the question and began to treat his left hand. She was in strange burns that were clearly not from fire. I think I know from what. Studied Kakashi's technique. Well, I studied technique, I replied to Sasuke's narrowed eyes. Don't worry, you'll see later. Then why did you need to pretend at the academy? Abruptly changed the subject. Why were you running after me? I remembered all the same. What should I do? How I don't want to lie to him. So that the three of us get on the same team. He already opened his mouth, but I put my finger on his lips, but I will never say the motive for this. I ended intriguingly and began to enjoy the change in his face. At first, his eyebrows crept up to the bridge of his nose, and he himself made a thoughtful face, then he bowed his head and exhaled doomedly. Did he finally realize that he was not going to achieve anything? And the last reaction surprised me. He smirked slyly and left, saying in the end, I'll find out someday. After this funny phrase, the corners of my lips lifted, and I went to put myself in order. I have big plans for tonight. You have to go where you haven't been in a year. And that is in the inner world. There were numerous attempts to get there, but all failed. Staying there for the last time, I tried to open the door. It is logical to assume that if there is a door, then there is where to enter. But no matter how I pushed it, unfortunately, I could not open it. She also looked out the window. There was only darkness, as if just glass in front of a black stone. Having settled comfortably, I began to separate consciousness and subconsciousness. According to the internal clock, I sat for an hour, a second, and already realizing that nothing would come of it, I decided to wrap up. But as soon as I opened my eyes, I realized that I had succeeded. I sat in a chair in front of the computer and was a little freaked out. As if nothing had changed in that time. The same room, the same furnishings, except for one small detail. It seems that the computer has a manufacturer. I pressed the button sharply and the screen turned on. Oh, yo, damn it. Exactly, I looked at the same symbol as on the body, and my mouth opened and closed in surprise. This is a black triangle on a white background, in which is a red three-leafed flower. What it is? And where the hell from? After walking around a bit and coming up with dozens of theories, I calmed down and sat back at the table. I'll leave it for later, anyway, no one will bring the answer now on a saucer, the main thing is not to interfere. She rubbed the bridge of her nose and directed her gaze to the characteristics, which were also on a white background. In health status, everything is fine, so is the state of mental health. These figures suited me perfectly, so with a calm soul I went to break the door again. Stopping in front of her, I decided to first pull the handle, but after all, the door did not unlock either here or there. An idea appeared in my head to find the key, but I threw it away, since there is no well at this red door. Then she came up with a bunch of ways to open it, from the Alohomora spell to searching for a secret button, but all to no avail. So, it is necessary to compare the current situations. I was thrown out of the subconscious after I kicked the door last time, appearing here again. I found some kind of symbol here. Maybe this is the key. Maybe someone wants to help me. I even have guesses who. It must be Rikudo Sennin, he's watching me. Okay, all the assumptions for later, but now we need to focus on what is happening. I closed my eyes, put my hand on the door and began to mentally imagine this symbol. If there was a chakra, then I would slap her, but, alas, I can't control her here. Suddenly she felt her hand begin to burn, and, opening her eyes, she took 2 steps away. On this red door, but already large, pattern began to be displayed with fire, as if it had been walked through with hot metal. It glowed for another minute and then went out, turning into a deepening of black color. And, as soon as everything passed, the incredible happened, the door opened slightly. Is this crazy idea a success? And yet somehow illogical. Maybe it's a trap. Slowly, I walked to the door and carefully reached for the handle. I was curious to know what was there, but one way or another, even if I'm not afraid, I have to be on my guard. What if a chupacabra jumps out? Opening the door away from me, I went out into a rather bright corridor, which was 1 step below the room. It was such an endless corridor that if you turn your head, you will see nothing but white fog. Ceiling, floor, walls, everything is brilliant white. A question to Phil, where does the light come from if there are no lamps? The floor was ankle deep in crystal clear water. It was neither warm nor cold, a rather pleasant temperature, so much so that you won't even notice unless you look. Under the ceiling there were white small pipes that led somewhere, only forward or backward, you have to guess. It must be my chakra circulation system, which is amazing. Without much thought, I went. What difference does it make where to go if you don't know the way anyway? My path, oddly enough, was short-lived. 10 minutes later, she stopped in front of a fork. 3 roads, like a crossroads of fate. The big problem is that I can get lost. If I go right or left, then there, for sure, there are also forks, then I will definitely get lost. It's better to go ahead. It's a pity, I'm unlikely to be able to somehow make a note here. The walls are strong, as if made of steel. I checked, I didn't even scratch it. And so I will know where to go if I get bored. If this is a maze, then you can try to find a way out. To do this, you just need to go along the left or right wall from the very beginning, and in order not to get lost, you can touch it with your hand. Yes, for a long time, but if there is a way out, then sooner or later you will find it, but I don't think there is a way out of here, so go ahead. I moved for another minute, and then I was simply thrown out of my subconscious. Suddenly. So much so that I didn't even realize where I was right away. Oblamingo, damn it. I look at my watch and realize that I've been sitting there for half an hour. The whole body is already numb. Taking a deep breath, I take a blanket and head to the roof. I still can't sleep right now. And so at least I'll look at the universe and think. I close my shoji behind me and step out into the fresh air. A cool wind immediately beats in the face, waving loose strands. But after a second he calms down. The divine smell of iodine and algae wafts from the quiet sea. One wants to sit and enjoy it for hours. Going down to a small balcony without a fence, I noticed Sasuke. He was sitting and looking somewhere in the distance, either at the sea, or at the stars. I came up behind and threw on a blanket. All of a sudden it would get sick. How is he not cold? Why do not you sleep? I said softly and sat down next to him. He looked at me and smiled a little, and then returned his gaze to the sky. To the tin moon. An unusually large moon, which is only occasionally covered by caravel clouds floating across the sapphire sky. And how did you not notice? It fascinated, as if attracting to itself. It is even hard to imagine that with such dimensions it is so far from us. I caught myself thinking that I was shivering from the cold, but suddenly, something covered me and pressed me to itself. It became somehow warm and very pleasant, there, somewhere deep in my soul. What is this indescribable feeling of happiness that has never been before? I can't compare it to anything else. I can't even find the words to describe. Ari, have you ever been afraid of losing yourself, turning off the path? He asked in a whisper. Yes, she answered his question. I am really afraid to betray myself and my principles, or even worse, to bend under the weight of this world and break like a fragile porcelain doll. And you? Very. But I will not deviate from the chosen road. I looked at the star, which is the brightest in the sky. I wonder what it is called. Never. I have something that I hold on to and that gives me strength. What is this? It's you, she said without hiding. In response, silence. And you have me. Just follow me. I will be your guiding light. Well, he smiled and squeezed my hand in his hot palms. I chuckled at this funny action and clung to Sasuke, who, oddly enough, smelled of peaches. And where did he get shower gel with that smell? I agree. Now go to sleep. Nah, go yourself. Without removing the smile from her face, she began to argue. Let's go together. We laughed a little. Yes, the jokes are flat. But it's so easy with him, you don't have to put on all the created masks and pretend. With Sasuke, I can be myself. You see, you have recovered, he added unexpectedly and incomprehensibly. What are you talking about? I haven't been sick for a long time, and my immunity is good. About emotions. About what emotions? And here they are. Stop. What? Yes, I know everything. His words are like thunder from a clear sky. I quickly move out of my comfort zone and look at these familiar shapes. Blinking frequently, I open and close my mouth in an attempt to say something. How long have you known? The first thing that comes to mind. I get up and walk 2 steps away. Almost from the very beginning. What? Why didn't you say? I look into his obsidian eyes and can't understand what he's thinking now. I saw you trying to manifest them. I thought it was because of the injury. He stood up and walked over to me. The cold wind picked up and blew the blanket off his shoulders. What is he talking about? Did he really think that this was a mental trauma after the death of his parents? It's sort of justified. I understand what he's doing, but what the hell is that feeling that's eating me up inside? It seems that this stupid emotion is called resentment. But, to whom? He took a step, I took 2 steps back. Please don't come near, I can't figure out why and for whom I feel these mixed emotions. Am I offended at Sasuke, or at myself? And is it really an insult? Maybe fear or surprise? I need to be alone. Before leaving quietly, so as not to be heard, I say, I'm sorry. I didn't tell anyone. I just wanted to help you. Sasuke's worried voice comes as I quickly hide behind the door and head to my room. We need to think it all over. Still, it's self-loathing. No, it's not Sasuke's fault, he showed me how far I've gone since I thought I was smarter than the rest. Now I can't say for sure who knows and who doesn't. Though there is no doubt that Sasuke didn't tell anyone. Or maybe it's an insult that he didn't tell me right away. Damn, how hard it is. Emotions quickly replace each other, as if there was some kind of failure. They want to take over me, but I try to control myself. You shouldn't have done this with him. Act like a stupid girl. Should I apologize, or how do they act in such situations? Damn, I'm lost. I fall on the futon with thoughts that I need to sleep, and then think with a fresh mind. June 18, 10:56, 5:22. I find myself in a rather big green meadow, and to my left there is a large gorge. Around some kind of muddy fog, and then it is not visible. I'm trying to hear something, but it's like I'm in a vacuum. What am I doing here? I don't remember what to do, I don't know. I go forward, and then something clicked in my soul, and I ran. It's as if they are waiting for me there is something important there. Anxiety rises in the heart. I force myself to speed up, but in spite of this, I run even more slowly. As if the attraction became 10 times stronger. In front of me, 20 meters away, 2 male silhouettes appear. They stand with their backs to the gorge, and one of them closes the second with itself. I can't see who it is, it's like a mist in my eyes, but I feel that it's Naruto and Sasuke, and this makes it scarier. There is some noise and other screams. For a second it seems that I am the source, but, never mind. A poisonous crimson spatter of blood froze in the air. As if he had soiled white paper and stopped time. Something sharp and large pierced them both. I can't see who attacked them, because the whole space turns white, leaving them alone, as if focusing the frame. Some kind of wild pain breaks the soul. I want to rush to help, but I can't move, I can't say a word. Fear freezes the blood, and something cuts deep in the soul. I don't want to see this. A few more seconds and I'll go crazy. 3, 2, 1. I emerge from sleep, as from ice water into an ice hole. Hands tremble and cold sweat drips from his face. My heart beats loudly in my chest, as if it wants to jump out. It's been so long since I felt emotion that I forgot the feeling. Is it fear? But not for myself, but for my friends. Suddenly it's them. Suddenly they will be killed, and I will not have the strength to save. I'm too weak. If I stay like this, I won't make it. It's morning now. I put myself in order, take food and go to training. Along the way, the thoughts of the dream do not come out of my head, stuck like chewing gum in my hair. But I know a great old-fashioned way to get out of trouble. So run to the clearing, and there. If I can't sit down 1,000 times, then I'll do 1,500 times. Clenching her fists with enthusiasm, she ran forward. Yes, girls usually don't do such physical exercises, but I'll probably be an exception. The sun has just risen, there is no longer a painful cold, and there is still a long time before the unpleasant heat, the perfect time. The dew glistened on the blooming flowers, and wonderful aromas came from the thicket. I didn't really get enough sleep and didn't eat, but as I wanted, because I left long before breakfast. But I perfectly understand that there is less time to prepare for the battle every hour, so I'll be patient. When I got there, I started to exercise. It was an hour. Walked the second. And at the beginning of the third, I noticed a look on myself. Ushacha, 3D sat, 1, unable to stand it, breathing heavily, fell on my stomach. Ugh. Damn, it's not easy. Muscles burn with fire and tremble, but I get up. I don't like being watched. With some apprehension, I begin to turn my head, and then tune into sensory abilities. To the north of me, about 100 meters, I found a small source of chakra. Either this shinobi perfectly hides chakra, or an ordinary person. If a ninja, then not very good, although I have already figured out what I will do. But if civilian, then do not care. I turned my body to the observer and saw a small childish face peering out from behind a tree. It looked for another second and disappeared. It seems to have run away. I don't even have to guess who it is. Why did Inari come? Better mind your own business. Turning back, I wanted to start a set of exercises that increase speed, but I froze like a column. In front of me, Kakashi is sitting on a log. Damn it, how did I not notice? He just wasn't there. I would feel. I need to be more careful. What if it was an enemy? You should get some rest, Ariza-chan. He shoved his hands into his pockets. No. Why are you stressing yourself so much? Do you understand that it is unreasonable to do so? He didn't take his eyes off me. Yes, but once I already lost everyone I loved, I won't let that happen again, she explained to Sensei. I'm glad I came across such a team, he said in a barely audible voice and disappeared. I wonder why he came. Because I didn't attend breakfast, or because of yesterday's incident? Although okay, what am I standing? Since she didn't do push-ups, then the weights on her feet and forward 200 laps, at the same time to think. Circle, another and another. Like a stream of thoughts in my head. Closed. Fast. They spin about the same thing. What would happen if I just got here, and not with the Rakuto mission? Would you become a shinobi or remain an ordinary person? There is no answer, because I am no longer the girl who graduated from school well. Perhaps I would have been curiosity and become a ninja, or I would have wanted a normal life. Surely, most of the hitmen, who simply skidded the wrong way, would want to become a ninja. Some to get cool abilities, and others to protect their idols. I kind of want to save Naruto and Sasuke too, but that's a different case. I was not their crazy fan, I didn't collect figurines, I didn't kiss posters before going to bed, I didn't cosplay, and even more so I didn't want to die and end up here. I know many people would like to be in my place, because it's about affection. Over the years, those who watch this anime simply become attached to the characters as if they were friends. This explains the fact that if a fan got here, he would run to save everyone. After all, no one wants dear people to die, even if it is a fictional character. I stop abruptly and pull out a kunai. Feeling like someone is staring at you. Looks, not coming off, but is not near. I turn my head. I look in all directions. But I can't find it. No sight, no sensory ability. It seemed, I say unhappily. I don't like it. I'm getting old, damn it, since the glitches are all ready. No, it's not from overvoltage, I'm just paranoid in the head. You have to come to terms with this. Therefore, thoughts aside and forward to train, I still need to complete the clones. 2047. By evening, I trudged home. Tomorrow I will have to look like a cucumber, otherwise they won't take me to the bridge with me. Very tired, but the result is positive. Now I can safely use improved clones. If enough chakra is invested, they will fight until they die. And only when they die do they disperse. The perfect deception. I was walking through the thicket of the forest, but suddenly, instead of the singing of birds and the murmur of a stream, I heard someone's delicious falls. Of course, I couldn't get past. Curiosity got the better of me and I headed in that direction. Naruto was sleeping on the picturesque edge without hind legs. He was sweaty, covered in cuts and bruises. And the tree in front of him was all cut up by a kunai. These streaks extended almost to the top. Apparently, his training is already coming to an end. Hi, I smiled and shook my shoulder a little. Ramen, what are you? Delicious, he mumbled with his eyes closed and already wanted to roll over onto his side. Does he want to sleep here? Yes, I agree. But get up, otherwise you will get sick. Realizing that this will not work, she leaned a little closer and shouted, Naruto. Get up, we are being attacked. Ah! He jumped up with a cry and pulled out a kunai. The reaction is not bad, but foresight is not enough. Ariza-chan, don't scare me like that. He rubbed the back of his head, looking sleepy. Ha, don't sleep here, she tousled his hair and laughed. Can I help you? Aha! He smiled his trademark smile. I explained it to him again, then showed it in practice, and while I was doing it, Sasuke came, who also looked like he was training. We exchanged a couple of phrases with him, pretending that nothing happened. I could not start a conversation, although it would be more correct, I did not even start, so we only occasionally looked at each other. He probably thinks I'm still offended. I want him to think so. I hope next time there will be nothing to hide, the consequences may be bad. When Dobe was already calmly getting to the top, we went home, but we didn't go a few meters, as the uzumaki could not stand on his feet and fell. So I had to bear it. So the three of us on the threshold and tumbled. And since, opening the door, you immediately go out into the kitchen, you could see the set table and feel the aroma of the prepared dishes. It looks like someone got it, Tazuna said at the table. There was also Kakashi-sensei, Inari's mother, and, oddly enough, the boy himself. I managed. I climbed to the very top. Okay, now for a new task. From tomorrow, guard Tazuna. Hooray! Exclaimed the Jinchuriki and fell to the 5th point, pulling us along with him. What an idiot you are, Naruto! Team said, and I just chuckled to myself, although I did not share his point of view. By the end of dinner, Naruto was almost asleep on the table, and Tsunami was clearing the dishes. To put it bluntly, everyone was full and happy. Although, most likely, not all. I wanted to ask, the architect began, why are you helping us, knowing that I deceived you? He who deviates from the path of justice has no courage. But when there is a strong leader, there is no room for cowardice. That's what the first Hokage said, Hatake replied seriously, and suddenly we heard a soft sob. Why? Inari lowered his head and clenched his fists. Why? He stood up, tears streaming from his eyes and dripping onto the table. Your stupid workouts are a waste of time. Gato will kill you all. The weak will never defeat the strong, I'm convinced. His words began to piss me off, but I remained silent. I don't like whiners, tears won't accomplish anything. Yes, I understand that it hurts to lose loved ones, but only those who try and, despite the pain, go forward, are worthy of respect, and I just feel sorry for people like him. Don't speak for everyone. It's different for me. Naruto replied sharply. I can't see you. I'm sick of you. You don't understand anything. He shouted, and that was the last straw. Stop whining. I got up from the table, which definitely surprised everyone. If you want to sit in a corner all your life and tremble with fear, then go ahead, and we will survive and, if necessary, we will kill this Gato. Your words are empty words. Your friends will be killed, and then you too. And you can't protect them. He said as if he had hit him right in the heart. But what if, as in a dream, I stand like a statue and look at the death of people dear to me? No. I will protect them even to the last heartbeat. But not as reincarnations, but as friends. He who cannot give his life for friends is not worthy of it. So I swear I won't let any of us die. I clenched my fists. Your oath means nothing. You don't understand how much it hurts when you get in the way with dirt. Listen to yourself. You whine and squish all day like a weakling. Uzumaki could not stand it and got in. You're just a coward. Naruto and I didn't want to hear his whining anymore and left the room, leaving Sasuke, the adults, and a crying Inari at a loss. Even though I worry about the upcoming battle, I have no right to show it. After all, tomorrow we will not only return peace to this country, but also show everyone that walking over the corpses of friends is not our ninja way. Commentary on Chapter 12. This Oath, Chapter 13. Chapter 13. We won't die now. No. Not gonna die tonight. We're gonna stand and fight forever. Don't close your eyes. No. Not gonna die tonight. We're gonna fight for us together. No, we're not gonna die tonight. Not gonna die. Original Skillet, copyright. We will stand in the eternal struggle. Someone is nearby. Someone looks at me with a tender look. But it does not pierce, but slides. I feel like my eyes are closed. It is not difficult to guess who it is, but I recognize this chakra among thousands of others. I pretend to sleep, I still breathe easily, I don't move. For some reason, I don't want him to leave, let him stay nearby. I'm pleased. According to the internal clock, it is already somewhere around 10. I was supposed to wake up a few hours ago, but I overslept due to fatigue. I adjust my abilities and feel what is happening at home. Kakashi is discussing something with Tazuna and his daughter in the kitchen, Naruto is sleeping, Inari is sitting by the window in his room, and Sasuke is squatting in front of me. He looked for a moment and then quietly left the room. I rolled over on my side and wanted to continue my exciting activity, but suddenly one simple truth dawned on me, which made me jump on the bed, despite all the pain in my muscles. They want to leave without me. Laughing a little at my slowness, I began to dress hastily. Kimono, bandages, equipment. All is ready. I ran out of the room like a bullet and quickly went to wash my face. I can already feel them leaving. Here are the bastards. Having done everything in a matter of minutes and even leaving the clone, she instantly went down to the first floor. I didn't eat, I didn't have time, so, wishing Tsunami a good day, I left the house and ran after the team. Naruto did not dare to wake up. I hope that he will wake up himself. If anything, I have a safety net, a clone. Actually, if it wasn't for Sasuke, I wouldn't have woken up, so thanks to him. The bright sun accompanied me all the short way, and in a minute I caught up with the team on the forest path. Good afternoon, everyone. Team and Kakashi didn't look surprised at my appearance, but Tazuna almost jumped when I was suddenly there. I knew you were awake, Sasuke remarked with his signature poker face, but I can tell you he's glad. And you know a lot, I answer with the same brick face, but my eyes give me away. Yes, I am unspeakably glad to see him, although I do not show it. The rest did not answer, and we silently headed for the bridge. We arrived just in time for a date. The cold fog began to thicken again, and in it I felt the chakra of our potential enemies. Kakashi warned us and we turned our backs to each other. I looked at Sasuke and saw fire in his eyes. He looked forward to the coming battle. Sorry to keep you waiting, Kakashi. I see you are still messing around with youngsters, we heard an ominous voice from the fog. Clones of Zabuza suddenly appeared around us, but in the blink of an eye, Sasuke dispelled them all. I didn't bother him, he wouldn't like it. It's already clear from him that he wants to beat them up, but I have a bad feeling about it. Looks like you have worthy opponents, Haku. They came out of the fog and stood in front of us. I already reached out for the Chikuto, but I had to pull out the kunai. And all because the sword was forgotten at Tazuna's house. My girlish memory. Damn it, why exactly at this crucial moment? So my assumptions were correct, Hatake remarked as I mentally slapped myself. So it was just a blatant lie? The architect was outraged. The girl is fine too, choose whoever you want, Haku, it will be interesting. The demon of the hidden mist smiled slyly under the mask. It feels like we're at an auction. But no matter who he chooses, there is only one payment, death, and there is a discount on it today. You are right. Albeit, the Ice Prince didn't have time to make his decision, as my partner interrupted him. I will be your opponent. Sasuke stepped forward. I volunteered. Go ahead, Haku. Yes, he said and began to quickly move towards the Uchiha, and at that time I created 3 ordinary clones and surrounded the architect. When Haku and Sasuke got into a fight, their speed was equal. Haku attacked Sasuke with a long senbon while the Uchiha defended with a kunai. After several unsuccessful attacks, Yuki switched to ninjutsu. He created ice needles from the water and directed them at Sasuke, but he dodged and, with a good kick, sent him to Zabuza. Still, Team won him in terms of speed, and even without Sharingan he saw his movements. Handsome. No wonder he is the best rated in our stream. Standing up, Haku began releasing ice chakra. And it gave me goosebumps all over my body. How can a chakra be so icy? I hate the cold, the heat is better. When he released enough energy and made only one seal, mirrors of ice began to appear around Sasuke. Incredible technique. He transforms chakra at a distance from him. Amazing control of your element. It only proves how weak I am, that I need to train more. Kakashi ran to the mirrors, but Zabuza blocked his path. Your opponent is me. Zabuza stopped him in a rough voice and pulled out his sword. You can consider him dead. Thanks to this technique, he will be finished. As soon as he said this, we heard a heart-rending cry of pain that came from the mirrors. It was like someone was being torn to shreds. That cry made my heart go cold. Again this fear. It permeates all bones and freezes the mind. I don't know what to do next. I really want to save him, but I can't. I cannot. After all, this way I will leave Tazuna alone, and this cannot be done. It's not human to leave one to die in order to save another. Calm down and concentrate, I whisper to myself, trying to get my self-control back. But I can't do anything. Damn it, why doesn't he use the Sharingan? After all, he has already developed it to the 2nd stage in training. Stop. Workout. Exactly. He trained Chidori yesterday, and this technique simply devours chakra. What was he thinking? His reserve simply did not have time to replenish. Damn, I have the same bullshit. My reserve is only 1/3 full. If I go there, I will have to leave one improved clone here, and he requires 1/5 of the total reserve. Then I would have exactly enough chakra left for the body flicker technique to move myself and another person. Sasuke isn't strong enough right now. But if I use it, then my reserve will be completely empty, and I will simply die. Where is Naruto? Why haven't the clones' memories come yet? What happened there? Here, pancake, and changes of the canon. From the mirrors, the cry of a comrade was heard again, and I bit my lip so that the pain somehow distracted me. I need to take control of myself and start thinking clearly. My feelings are of no use. If I don't intervene now, Sasuke will die. But if you look at other options for the consequences, they also do not lead to anything good. I remember that in the anime, Sakura was in my place, and she would definitely die if Zabuza decided to attack Tazuna. So, he did not attack or Kakashi defended. Finish him, Haku. You've been messing around too long, said the swordsman. It will be done, we heard a voice from the mirrors. Ariza, the alarmed sensei addressed me. And you could tell from his look what he was thinking. You know what to do. I nodded and created 4 regular clones and 1 enhanced clone around Tazuna, which formed much more slowly, giving the impression that he materialized out of thin air. She did not wait long and quickly went to the mirrors. To destroy, you need to attack from the outside and from the inside at the same time. Come on, Sasuke. I yelled, and we both began to make seals for the fireball. Our target was 1 ice mirror, which we aimed our techniques at. As soon as the fire went out, we saw the same ice, which had only slightly melted. Well, it looks like our attacks are too weak for such ice, completely filled with chakra. This is where Madara would be with his great fiery destruction. You need to learn this technique somehow, but okay. This is for later. And now we need to solve the problem of how to get Sasuke out of the trap. You won't be able to melt the ice with fire that small. Now if you'll excuse me, I'll have to kill you. This is Zabuza-san's order, Haku said sadly and began to create ice needles. It doesn't seem to be in the anime. Or did I just forget? The mirrors began to glow with a bright light, as if blinding, and then these ice needles flew at Sasuke. The next second, I took off and flew straight into the mirrors. I'm acting stupid, but I can't help myself. Fear and adrenaline took over my body. Moving as if on reflexes, I quickly opened a kunai from my wristband and began to reflect the flying needles. But you don't need this, Haku said, and after a few seconds I lost my wristband. Damn it. Plan B is cancelled, all my explosive seals were there. I deflected a few more needles and the attack stopped. How strange that I saw his needles, but he himself was not. It only means that he deliberately threw them more slowly so that we could reflect. Maybe he specifically wanted to lure me into a trap. Or just didn't want to kill us. Which is very illogical for a killer machine. My thoughts were interrupted by a strange feeling of numbness in my thigh that made me fall to my knees. I saw the wound. The ice began to turn red, and blood dripped onto the stone. I'm sure the adrenaline will pass soon and the pain will return. But never mind, by then Naruto would have come for sure. I remember one technique that I created when I was just starting to learn Irai ninjutsu. This is a freezing of nerve endings using the wind chakra and the water accumulated by the body. But here water is not needed, because, one might say, it's stuck into me. So I quickly melt the ice, treat the medical jutsu, and start dressing the wound. I turn to Sasuke, who is on one knee, breathing heavily. There are many small scratches on his skin, from which blood flows, but, fortunately, none of the ice needles hit him. Where did you go? He hissed, and gave him a worried look. This offended me a little, but I remained silent. I understand perfectly well that he is worried. And you are strong guys and move well, Haku praised us in one of the mirrors and pulled out senbons. Has he now decided to stuff us with needles, like a needle bed? How does he attack? Sasuke said out loud. I look at him and I understand from his eyes that he is deliberately playing for time. Yes, and it can be seen that he is already close to the solution. He's moving, team, I said unexpectedly and stood up. The essence of his technique is in the mirrors, in which only he is reflected. I nodded towards the nearest mirror, in which we, like vampires, were not reflected. And in them it moves with great speed. We for him, most likely, do not move at all. You're not wrong. That's right, I noticed, the enemy chuckled. What is this technique? Sasuke asked a rather interesting question. This is a Kekkei Genkai of ice. This technique is only inherited. I continued to play for time. Sasuke needs to rest, and I need to accumulate chakra. After all, while I'm talking, Haku is unlikely to attack. After all, he has honor and dignity, although he, I'm not afraid to say, is just a weapon in the hands of a swordsman. And it's impossible to copy even the strongest Sharingan. This technique is based on genes. Damn, the Uchiha gritted through his teeth and showed 2 fingers, thereby answering my coded question. During my explanation, I asked him how many more minutes he needed before his Sharingan activated. Suddenly, the mirrors began to glow, blinding us, and a bunch of senbon flew out of them. At first I couldn't follow them. They dug like a sting, first into the hands, then into the legs. But now, I'm bending over. Step aside. She fought off the weapon with a kunai and was about to get closer to Sasuke, but another attack from the enemy made her fall. Damn, I whisper, holding back my screams and trying to get up on my trembling legs. Does he want to beat us to death? For us to bleed to death? Why does he have so many senbon? Does he really use cloning? Wait, cloning? Exactly. A plan suddenly formed in my head. I know how we can get out. To do this, I will have to use a fire drill, but without Sasuke I cannot do it. I have accumulated the right amount of chakra to use the body flicker technique, but only on me alone. There won't be enough for Sasuke, but I'm not going to leave him. That is why I do not use this technique. Sasuke, I have an idea, but I need your help, I called out to him as Haku stopped attacking. Apparently, he also needs time to rest. The Uchiha nodded and we stood with our backs to each other. This makes it easier to defend. As soon as I opened my mouth to say, the enemy interrupted me. Forgive me, but I won't let you get out of here, that sad voice again, as if by force they force us to kill. I feel sorry for him, even though he caused us a lot of pain. Your end will come on this bridge. No! We won't die now. I shouted and created clones that began to attack the mirrors, while I myself remained next to Sasuke. In response to my action, ice needles flew at us again. They are not so fast, and I have time to dodge. While my clones are distracting, I should have time to say, Sasuke, listen carefully. As soon as I started to speak, suddenly the needles accelerated so much that I didn't have time to blink an eye, as all the clones dispersed. Why did they get so fast? A sudden pain in my left leg caused me to fall to my knees and hold on to the wound. Crap! I already stood almost on one leg, now I can't move the other. Before I was attacked, I decided to look at a friend to see how he was doing. And his deeds are really bad. Even though he activated his Sharingan, the problem is that his body can't keep up with the reaction. So in a second, he lost his kunai. Sasuke! Escaped my lips. He turned to my voice and shouted back, behind, do not have time. Just goes through my head when I turn around. And I already know what will happen, I will not have time to dodge. If I calculate the trajectory of at least one of the 3 needles flying at me, then they all aim at the vital organs. I see that Sasuke takes 3 senbon from his bag and throws them with the intention of knocking off the needles. Ugh, it's gone. I mentally breathe a sigh of relief. Sasuke saved me. A fraction of a second before they collide, ice needles freeze in the air, waiting for the senbons to fly by. And they are moving again. What the heck is that? Surprised, I could not even move, and I could only wait for my fate. And time, as if on purpose, became rubber, stretching this moment. Is this the end? I think, but suddenly Sasuke is facing me. I look up and see that he has already buried himself. Sasuke closes his eyes and waits for the pain, but I still can't move. I can't move. Something must be done. Push Sasuke away or repel an attack. Anything but save him. I just don't have enough chakra to heal his wounds. I cannot let him die. Damn, come on. I touch Sasuke's hands and quickly use body switch. The first thing I feel is chest pain. Strong, piercing the whole body to the bones. Blood trickles down his chin, and his eyes begin to water. I don't know what's damaged, but I can't breathe. My legs give way and I fall backwards. For what? Sasuke asked softly when he caught it. For what? I look into his eyes full of despair, as if I cannot stop looking. You said you wouldn't die. I don't know. Somehow it happened on its own, I say dully. A feeling arises in the soul. Is it sadness? Maybe sadness? Don't know. I wanted to tell you, I'm sorry. You can't die now. Will not die. I want to listen to his voice in the end, and also to feel his smell. 'Cause he's so sweet. But despite the fact that he is close, instead of peaches, I smell blood, and instead of his voice, only ringing in my ears. Thoughts begin to get confused. I don't know what to think about the fact that I will never fulfill the mission of Rakuto, or about the fact that I haven't lived long in this world. But I know for sure that I want to live. Very much. I don't want to die. I don't want to be eaten. But I can't do anything. It starts to get dark in my eyes, and my consciousness falls somewhere into the abyss. Again this feeling, with a note of sadness flashes through my head. Feeling like I'm being watched. Did Rakuto decide to watch me screw up? He was right, it's not that easy to be a hit. Chapter 14. Chapter 14. Having created us, the original did not wait and ran to Sasuke. Noticing this, Momochi only chuckled and didn't even try to stop him. Apparently, he greatly overestimates Haku's abilities. And you did well, Kakashi, sent his student to her death, Zabuza quipped, smiling slyly. They stood opposite each other, but did not fight. Why is Sensei playing for time? You underestimate my students. Sasuke and Ariza are the smartest and strongest graduates, and Naruto is the most unpredictable ninja, Hatake praised us. And from this my lips broke into a smile. How damn nice. You know yourself that they can't do it. I made a real killing machine out of Haku, he smiled, baring his teeth. And I was really wondering why Sensei sent my original there. He already knows that Haku is strong. And in the anime, if not for the nine-tailed, they would have died. Does he really want me to show all my abilities there? Is this some sort of test? Although his doubts in me are logical. A graduate who has passed 50% of the practical part cannot become so strong in such a short period of time. I showed the ability to walk on water and vertical surfaces, body flickering technique, good taijutsu, and just now the original also showed Gukikyu no Jutsu, fireball technique. So only 4 assumptions can arise here. First, I am a spy for an enemy village. Second, I have another sensei. Third, I am self-taught. And fourth, and most interesting, I'm Root's undercover agent who keeps an eye on the Jinchuriki and the genius of the Uchiha clan. Oh, I feel like my original is going to have some problems. Although, maybe not, it all depends on this battle. Yes, I understand, Kakashi answered Zabuza's question and lifted the bandage to reveal his Sharingan. They are unlikely to cope, so I just have to finish with you as soon as possible. Didn't I say that the same technique doesn't work on me twice, said the swordsman and folded the seal. Hiding in the fog. After his words, visibility dropped to 0, and I only had to listen to the sounds. Don't worry, Tazuna-san. We will protect you, I decided to reassure the man, otherwise he was trembling like an aspen leaf. I carefully look around, but I cannot see or hear anything. Hell, we're dealing with a silent killer. It's useless. Only sensory abilities remain, which cannot now properly recognize the location of the enemy, since the chakra comes from all directions at once. I turn my head and look back into the thick fog. There is nothing, but I feel that there is a little more chakra. At first, it seemed to me that it was becoming more and more, and only then, when the chakra became too much, I cast aside my doubts. I see a silhouette running towards us. It's definitely not Kakashi. I quickly run around Tazuna and stand up. Momochi brandishes his sword, but suddenly Sensei stands in front of me. He takes the hit. There is a silent pause. Sensei stands and holds onto his chest and Zabuza holds onto his sword. He must have hurt him deeply, since a pool of blood formed under him, albeit a small one. Your mind is clouded, Kakashi, but have fun with me some more. I would like to repay you with pleasure. Don't worry, he grabbed the sword more comfortably, soon Haku will finish off your kids, and you will go after them. Ah! Sasuke screamed from the mirrors. I won't forgive you. I'll kill you. And at that moment, all the clones, except for me, dispersed. And what does it mean? Asked the architect. I just took a serious look at the mirrors and turned back, where I was met by 3 pairs of curious eyes that were waiting for an answer. It seems that my original is having a hard time, I answered calmly, although there was no peace in my soul. What happened to them? From Sasuke's cries, it feels like the original was killed. And the rest of the clones dispersed. I hope the original just passed out. Maybe I'll have enough chakra to patch up. Ha ha ha. Zabuza began, and his insane laughter gave me goosebumps. The girl is already finished. Soon you will all die. I ignored the speech of the enemy and shifted my gaze to Sensei, who was looking at me as if he thought I was an original. And, as if in excuse, she shook her head. I don't even like the idea that my original could do that. Sending a clone there would be more correct from the point of view of tactics, but in a moral sense, this act would be low. Sensei looked at me for a second and looked at the mirrors, leaving me in thought. I would have continued to stand like this if a familiar voice had not brought me out of the maelstrom of thoughts. Naruto Uzumaki has arrived. Now everything will be fine. I will save everyone. This unlucky ninja appeared loudly. Even putting it mildly. There was a lot of smoke around him, and he got into a cool pose. Before I could make the hand-face gesture, I had to save him. Indeed, at that very moment, many shurikens flew at him, and he stood like an idol and looked at them. In an instant, I appeared in front of him and repulsed all the weapons. Naruto, did you come here to be a target? He shook his head at my words. Better help my original. Arisa-chan. He looked at me blankly, and I gently hinted at the icy mirrors that were behind him. Ah, I see. He turned around. Fine. Why did he listen to me? Okay, don't care, anyway, here he will only get in the way, and then let him help Sasuke. I returned to Tazuna, and we stood quietly for a while longer. Only then did the show begin. Some screams were heard again from the mirrors, and then a terrible chakra wafted from there. She was so vile that I grimaced. I never thought that the Kyuubi's chakra could be so aggressive. Anger boils in her. And the hate is almost palpable. Previously, in Naruto, I could only sometimes catch the fox's chakra, and even then, it was not so strong. In the blink of an eye, the air warmed up. What is the temperature there, if I'm already hot here? Suddenly, some growls were heard from Kakashi and Zabuza. It seems Sensei called for the dogs. And this is a rather clever solution. Because of the fog, he could not see, and because of the ability of the enemy, he could not hear. And the most reasonable thing was to rely on the scent. Our sensei is truly an amazing shinobi. At the same time, we heard the sound of breaking glass. And Haku flew in our direction, who, apparently, was hit hard. All the mirrors crumbled into small fragments, and I saw someone's silhouette. What is happening there? The architect shook his head. We didn't know where to look. Wherever you look, the intensity of the battle is everywhere. Apparently they are having fun without us. I decided to play a little joke, although it was not funny. Unfortunately, the architect did not understand my unsuccessful joke. Suddenly, from Kakashi's direction, we heard the sound of 1,000 birds flying, and I couldn't help but look. Had he decided to use his signature technique? Oh, the fog is clearing. Tazuna exclaimed from behind me. Really, she looked around. The picture became a little clearer, but in the direction of the sensei, only silhouettes were still visible. We would not have seen anything further if a strong wind had not blown and dispelled the fog. And now we know what happened. Still, the canon took its toll. I don't understand why it's all canon. Where are the changes? It's a parallel world. To hell, now there's no time to think about it. She shook her head, throwing away all thoughts, and then looked ahead. Haku threw himself under Kakashi's technique, protecting Zabuza, who was held by the dogs, clinging to the flesh. Momochi wanted to use this moment to his advantage and had already swung his sword. But the teacher managed to jump away, taking the dead guy with him. While they were looking at each other, eating with their eyes, I noticed Naruto from the other side, who, like us, stood and watched. Naruto, where are Sasuke and the original? I shouted. In response, silence. He just looked and turned away. Kind of a bad feeling. Tazuna-san, let's go. If we go together, we will not violate the order. I decided to act. I need to know what happened there since the clones disappeared and Naruto used the Kyuubi's chakra. He nodded back and we ran towards Naruto. I hope my assumption is wrong. Naruto, stay here and cover us, she called out to her comrade, but he just lowered his head. Without waiting any longer, we moved on. And when they ran, they froze in horror. What the? I trailed off, unable to find literary words. Sasuke and the original lay side by side in their own blood, holding hands. Looking over their wounds with my eyes, I realized that not all was lost. They can both be saved if you act quickly. Pay no attention to me, at such moments you need to cry, the man said, trembling, and turned away, unable to look at it. Crying won't help here, Tazuna-san. But I can say with confidence that Sasuke will live. She did not stand for a long time, and, pulling herself together, went first of all to a friend, despite the fact that the original was doing worse. I just can't get started with it. I sat down next to him and began to examine the wounds. He has a lot of damage, but, thank God, there are no such ice in the body as the original. First of all, she took up her chest, where there were several senbons. I pulled out the one that was in the chest cavity, and then began to remove blood from the lungs and heal the wound. The next senbons were in the abdominal area. One of them pierced the duodenum, and the second thick. I dealt with them faster and wanted to start those that did not hurt the vital organs, but Tazuna's voice stopped me. And you? The architect asked quietly and swallowed. Will you live? I looked at it, and then at the original. I've lost a lot of blood, but my heart is still beating. This is the survivability of the uzumaki. Probably, I answered doubtfully and decided to finally start the original. She still has a mission to complete, so I won't let her die on her first mission like that. At first, I decided to pull out the needles in the limbs and apply a tourniquet. When the deed was done, I pulled out the needle that was closest to the heart, and as soon as I did, the blood poured out like a fountain. Her face, of course, was not splattered, but her hands are now covered in blood. Crap! It can be seen that a large artery is affected. It's good that no one pulled out these ice cubes, so there would have been more blood loss. I began to quickly stop the blood, and then proceeded to the internal tissues. It's good that the rest of the needles didn't pierce either the spine or the heart. I definitely wouldn't be able to handle this. And so I just have to connect the tissues, nerve endings, blood vessels and the rest. It is not known how correctly I will do it. The main thing is not to leave her a cripple. But I still don't have a choice. So it's time to act. A few minutes later. I did everything in my power, I answered seriously, and breathed a sigh of relief in my soul. I connected all the bones, muscles and large vessels, but I didn't have enough strength to fuse them completely. She died? The builder asked in a grave voice. No, she is alive and, I hope, will live for a long time. Also, Tazuna-san, I'm about to run out of chakra, but tell Kakashi-sensei that I have all the necessary ointments and medicines in my backpack. And carry it very carefully, otherwise the fabric will tear. She also needs a blood transfusion, she has type B, I said quickly and clearly. There would be more chakra, I would grow stronger and stronger, otherwise it's like snot. I hope for her regeneration. Tazuna nodded and wanted to say something, but the chakra ran out, and I just vanished. End of clone memories. I didn't think that everything would turn out like this, and I would be able to open my eyes again, I thought as I peered at the white ceiling. My head was spinning a little, and the bandages were painfully pressing on the wounds, so I just had to lie still and think. I created a cover for myself, without knowing it, and then forgetting about this clone. It seems to be silly, but if you look from the outside, it seems that everything is thought out. The doppelganger I left in the house wasn't sitting idle either. After Naruto left, Gato's bandits arrived and the clone confronted them. But then one of them took Inari's mom and ran away. Therefore, my clone had to wait for Uzumaki to come and run with him after Tsunami, because if he went on his own, he would probably dissipate, and Naruto would never know where the mercenary went. But everything ended well, and we saved her. I breathed a sigh of relief and closed my eyes. The sound of the surf and the cry of seagulls reached me, and the sea air filled the room. Everything is quiet and calm. Like the sea after a night storm, when the black waves calmed down and stopped beating against the coastal rocks, and the haze that covered the sky disappeared, allowing the rays of the rising sun to illuminate the serene ripples with their highlights. There is nothing more beautiful than this moment, because that the sea after the storm, that the feast after the victory brings peace to the soul. And there is a fresh look at things and the same look into the future. Someone broke this harmony and entered the room. She did not immediately open her eyes. She decided to listen to the sounds and pretend to be asleep. I always do this. You don't have to pretend, Sasuke said quietly and continued even more quietly, I know you're not sleeping. I opened my eyes, and immediately a bright light made me close my eyes. For some reason, when the sun shines, I always feel good in my soul. How did you know I'm awake? She asked softly and turned her head to the window. For some unknown reason, I didn't have the courage to look him in the eye. I don't know. I just feel it. He stepped closer, and I smelled the pleasant smell of flowers. By the sound, he put these flowers in a vase, and he sat next to the futon. How long was I unconscious? 3 days. Clear. Asking Sasuke to tell me what happened next, I fell silent, and my friend began to tell. I didn't recognize anything supernatural, everything was the same as in the canon. Gato came, but Sabuza killed him, and this gang of bandits that came with him were driven away by Naruto clones and the villagers who were gathered by Inari. He's great, I have no doubts about him. And here's where I screwed up. Whatever I thought about during the battle. Disgusting concentration. I need to learn to let go of the past and the future and focus only on the present moment. Otherwise, I won't go far. Oh yes, we should stop our stupid attempts to play a joke, otherwise it looks pathetic. Although it would be better if I learn it. Just wondering how it works? How do people even joke? Oh, okay, I hope I can find books on this subject in the village, but for now it's better to rest. Promise me you won't do that again, Sasuke suddenly said, pulling him out of his thoughts. I don't want to make a promise that I can break, I whispered, turning away. He walked around the futon and sat on the other side, so I had to turn away again. I can't look you in the eyes when I feel guilty. Yes, everyone makes mistakes, it's natural, but I don't forgive myself for mistakes. After all, the one who knows the future, even only approximately, has no right to lose. Every problem, like every task, has a solution. It does not happen that a problem does not have a solution, it is incomprehensible to the human mind, and the mind will always dodge in such a way as to find it. Even if it doesn't satisfy. I am sure that there was a way out of our situation that would allow us to remain safe and sound. I just wasn't smart enough to find it. Look at me, he said after a minute. I felt warm hands wrap around my face. Please, Ari. She didn't resist anymore and opened her eyes. And when she focused, she saw Sasuke's face, which was very close. His obsidian eyes looked at me restlessly, as if trying to understand something. From such closeness, my heart began to beat quickly, and my cheeks, it seems, began to redden. Why is he looking at me like that? I made an attempt to turn on the other side, but was intercepted in a weak embrace that did not allow me to move. And no more power. The whole body is aching with fatigue. Gently embracing, he lifted me, thereby reducing the distance between us. Don't leave me alone, he whispered to me, and I felt the breath on my face. I won't leave you, but I'm also afraid of losing you, I'm afraid to shiver in my body, to the bones, and I can't help myself. Fear swallows me whole. And the thought that after death they can get to the devourers is crazy. I have such a phobia, and I'm powerless here. You won't make a promise, will you? He asked, knowing the answer. No. I can't give it. Why? The Uchiha pulled away. Because you are very dear to me, you are not just a friend to me, escaped my lips, and I immediately pursed my lips. After a few seconds, I dared to look at Sasuke. Our eyes met and he leaned close to me. We were silent, feeling each other's breath. There were only a few centimeters between our lips. Each of us understood what was going on, but we never found out who would be the first to break the distance, as suddenly someone knocked on the door. Sasuke moved away, and at the same moment, the head of the mentor peeked out of the doorway. He called Sasuke, and he only silently left, not even looking back. I stared at the door for another minute and then sighed heavily. Literally a little remained before the destruction of our long-term friendship. And who would be to blame for this? If that's what I wanted too. We are standing at a large gate that opens the way to the continent, a pleasant wind is blowing, and the sound of the surf is heard. There are many happy people around who celebrate this significant day. The bridge is completed. Now everything will be fine. Mostly adults and Naruto and Inari chat, and I just keep quiet and watch. How wonderful that all the bad things are behind, but how sad that it's time to leave. Only a few days have passed since I woke up, my body is already strong, and we are forced to leave such a welcoming country. Sensei warned me to go slowly as my wounds hadn't fully healed yet. Now there is a replenishment in my collection of scars. Many shinobi walk around crippled, and I am no exception. My body is only 13 years old, and already there are 7 huge scars and a few more small ones. And all because of the fact that I have thin pale skin, on which any scratch will leave a scar if not healed in time. One of these scars left me Sasuke a year ago, and it was after him that we no longer fought. Then, in the forest, as always, we arranged sparring, but not just taijutsu, but with chikudo and other melee weapons. Our fight lasted a long time, and in the end I lost. By your own stupidity. Sasuke wanted to attack me with a fireball. And when I almost got out of the attack, I accidentally activated the trap set by Sasuke in advance. Several kunai flew at me, but because of the Uchiha's fire, I did not notice them. And one of them, having flown through the fire, became very hot and pierced into the left palm. Due to the shock of pain, I passed out, one might say, instantly. And I woke up later in the Uchiha clan with a bandaged hand. It's good that Sasuke's mom is an Iranian. However, I still had to run to the doctors for a long time and restore my arm. But I started getting along with Sasuke's father that way. Previously, he did not like me in our friendly relations, too, but now he is quite neutral. Since that day, I have had an unsightly scar on the palm of my hand, which I hide under a glove. And from that day on, Sasuke, under no circumstances, agrees to fight with me anymore. Someone's gaze brought me out of the pool of memories, and I immediately realized whose it was. Sasuke stood nearby and looked at me. From his look it is clear that he wants to move away to talk, and preferably without extra ears. I was never able to talk to him. At every meeting I was shy and turned away, and when we were all together at the table, I tried not to look at him at all. And this is not so bad. Sometimes I noticed an unexpected surge of strong emotions from scratch. What the hell is going on with my body, and most importantly, with me? I act like a little girl and I still can't control myself. I feel like I'm really in love. And for that second when we looked at each other, it was possible to understand that our feelings are mutual. I don't know how to explain it, as if there is an invisible thread between us. Kakashi-sensei, can Sasuke and I go and talk? She asked him, to which she received a surprised and interested look. Well, just not for long, we'll be leaving soon. He scratched the back of his head. We had just begun to move away when we heard the voice of Naruto and Inari behind us. Sister Ariza, where are you going? Inari asked in tears. Yes, indeed, where are you going, Dadabayo? Dobe furrowed his brows, who, apparently, was also crying from parting. We'll be right back, Naruto. There's something we need to figure out. Sasuke replied quickly. Yes, Naruto, don't worry, I added, and we used Shunshin to move to a branch of a tall tree that had a magnificent view of the settlement. At the same time, the foliage hid us from the outside world, preventing anyone from noticing. For a moment, I thought we were being watched. This fact worried me a little, but I switched to Sasuke. He stood in front of me and looked so calmly that I felt uneasy. He seems to be serious. And from this, the heart is ready to jump out and burst, and the legs are already trembling. I started looking away again, looking anywhere but at Sasuke. It's just so close. Ariza, please don't run away from me, he said softly, never taking his eyes off me. I had to nod, because I couldn't speak because of the lump in my throat. I wanted to apologize to you. For what? It was I who lied to him, smiling falsely. I can justify myself by saying that I am not allowed to speak, but this does not make my conscience clearer. You have nothing to apologize for, I stuttered in a whisper, stuttering from trembling, and lowered my head. This makes it easier for me to speak, and I will find the strength to say everything. Lord, why do I act like a child in his presence? It is I who must apologize to you for that moment on the roof. I did not take offense at that time. I try to keep my composure, but all attempts fail when Sasuke gently takes my hand and squeezes gently. I know you're not offended, and I don't blame you for anything, Sasuke said softly, and I felt him lift my chin. His face was so close that I think I blushed. I hope this is another emotional glitch that will pass quickly. You knew? I was surprised, even though I had such assumptions. Ariza, I know more about you than you think, and I even know what you want. Sasuke smiled in anticipation, and there was some mystery in his bewitching gaze. What? I realized what he was talking about only after a moment, when I felt the gentle touch of his lips on my lips. Despite the fact that my heart was beating even faster, and it was as if a current had passed through my body, I relaxed. All sounds disappeared in an instant. Only he and I remained. I just wanted to touch him, but, contrary to my desire, I could neither move nor return the kiss. His head was spinning, and his legs could no longer hold. Then I can justify myself by the fact that I was dissolved in euphoria. But really, I just fainted. As I understand you now, Hinata. Commentary on Chapter 14. The Guiding Star of Obsession. Hi all. I hope you enjoyed this chapter and express your opinion in the comments. And yet, about how the clone saved the original and Sasuke, I want to say that I am not a doctor or a nurse, so there may be mistakes. If there are those among you who want to help and are more aware of what manipulations should have been written, then I do not mind listening to you and improving the text. For those who love action and fighting, 2 to 3 more chapters of pink snot and bullshit, and then it will be hotter. Chapter 15. Chapter 15 New Acquaintances, both friend and foe. You must be good. Who is kind by nature? You will not find malice in that. Hurt a friend, you make an enemy. Embrace the enemy, you will find a friend. Omar Khayyam. Copyright, July 12, 1056. 1538. Naruto, you should be more reasonable, I said calmly as we carried him and Sasuke after another assignment. Several weeks had passed since that mission in the Land of Waves, during which we were mainly doing D-rank missions, although there were also C-rank ones. But somehow Naruto managed to get himself into trouble with them. You always need help, the Uchiha grinned wryly to spite the Uzumaki. What? He abruptly freed himself from our hands. Oh you. He was about to pounce on Sasuke, but I held him back. Something lately Naruto and climbs into a fight with a friend. But, to be honest, from the outside it looks funny and fun. Anyway, they get closer. Where is your teamwork? Scratched the back of his head Sensei, who was walking behind and reading his book. That's it. Blame Sasuke. Naruto pointed at the Uchiha walking a little ahead. If you don't want to remain in my debt, then become stronger, Sasuke said, looking around, as if adding firewood to the fire. Well, it's time to leave. I still have to write a report. Kakashi looked at the serene sky and suddenly disappeared in a white cloud. In the end, we were left alone. They looked at each other, not taking their eyes off, as if they were eating. But after a second, Sasuke pretended that nothing had happened, and turned a casual look at me. Ari, let's go for a walk tonight, shall we? He asked, smiling slightly. Come on, I nodded happily. Now we began to walk more often and spend time together, and, thank God, these emotional swings have passed. I no longer worry in his presence. Bye guys. We said goodbye, and I went home with a calm soul. I just need to take my things and go to the range. I began to devote more time to training than before. And when it's the weekend, I even spend the night at the training ground. It's uncomfortable, but it pays off. Now I can safely create clones without printing, and also extend the beam of fire from the wakizashi by 2.5 meters. Recently, I have also been training shuriken jutsu with fishing line. In itself, my throwing is excellent. Sasuke and I learned this together from Itachi-san, although he only showed and then dumped, but that was enough for us. So hitting targets that are in the blind zone is not difficult for me. My only problem is taijutsu. Yes, I bought new weights, yes, I honed old tricks and created new combinations, but this is not enough. I'm at a level higher than Chunin in taijutsu, but there are so many strong enemies ahead that they will roll me on Mother Earth like plasticine. While I don't expect great power on a silver platter, the path to a highly skilled shinobi is bumpy. But I have shock motivation, so I won't waste time, but rather I'll run home and warm up at the same time. As soon as I was about to jump on the nearest house, I felt an odious chakra, clearly not human. What a fool. I said reproachfully and hit myself on the forehead. How could I forget about Gaara? My girlish memory. I need to look more often at that sheet where I wrote about the future. And then with my leaky memory, I turned around 180 degrees and was about to run, but as soon as I took a step, I immediately stopped. So calmly. Inhale, exhale. Without panic and any emotions, you need to meet the guests. Taking a few deep breaths and exhaling, I more calmly used the fiery body flicker technique. My landing place was a fence, so I appeared in spectacular fashion. I opened the picture about the same as it was in the anime. In a small alley between the clans, enclosed by a wooden fence, ninja from Sunagakure and Konohagakure gathered. And they were clearly not friendly. Gaara, Temari, and some other painted guy in a black jumpsuit, whose name I have safely forgotten, stared at the beaten Naruto, Sakura, and the kids, led by Konohamaru, who was lying on the ground. And Sasuke took the position of the observer and sat on the tree opposite me. But as soon as I appeared, all eyes turned to me. Someone looked with curiosity, someone with joy, and Sakura with obvious annoyance. About Ariza-chan. Hello. Naruto waved his hand, smiling broadly. I nodded to him and looked at the Kazekage children. First I will resolve the issue with them, and then I will find out who once again beat the Uzumaki. Although there are already guesses. I folded my arms and chuckled as I decided to break the silence. Did the Sangenin come to Konoha to take the Chunin exams? I asked a little pathetically, and at that time I tried to understand what Bijou Sakura had forgotten here. Yes, it's true, the girl with wheaten hair and a fan behind her bared her teeth in response. It turns out that not everyone here is stupid. She glanced at our restless blonde. Another little one, the puppeteer added irritably, but I ignored his statement. What is this Chunin exam? Naruto narrowed his eyes, and Konohamaru decided to answer his question. As they chatted among themselves, the one-tailed Jinchuriki and I did not take our eyes off each other. I looked into swamp green eyes, as if drowning in them. He really has no pupils. How does he see? Where is his crystal? There were black circles around her eyes from lack of sleep, and her hair was the color of gore. He himself was not particularly handsome, but it is immediately clear that he is strong, and his chakra is tasteless and as if lifeless. His gaze was indifferent, but if you look closely, it becomes clear that he is interested. Temari, Kankuro, let's leave, Gaara calmly ordered and went back, and I began to interrogate. Naruto, who beat you? I asked seriously and quickly, barely holding myself back. Ariza-chan, well, here I am. He began to mumble and stammer, obviously not wanting to answer. Sister Ariza, it's all this ugly thing. Konohamaru yelled, pointing at Sakura. Oh you. Already preparing to hit him, she answered, but I interrupted her with an icy voice. Sakura, I warned you. Yes, I don't care what you said. She shouted angrily, looking straight at me. And I immediately wanted to teach her a lesson. I already asked her not to beat Naruto, but to no avail. I hate it when my friends are beaten, especially if these friends are children. The only thing I hate the most is child abuse. Beating in a fight or in training is one thing, but to beat a person, knowing that he will not be able to raise a hand against you, is another. Well, it's time to put it in its place. What do you think I'll do with you next time? She said in an icy voice in her ear, when, demonstrating her speed, she was nearby in the blink of an eye. I put one hand on her shoulder, and slowly began to draw the sword with the other. Yes, I'm a fucking plagiarist who just copied a familiar scene from the second season, but I'm completely purple, I'm the only one in this world anyway. You can't, she said confidently, but her appearance betrayed her. And I decided to intimidate even more, starting to release ki. I can feel you trembling, Sakura-chan, I drawled mockingly and put the sharp end of the chikudo to the back of her head. Do you really think I can't? She swallowed at my question. Behind. Friends. I will kill. You. Understood. Don't do this, Ariza-chan, Naruto said dejectedly from behind me, making it clear that I had gone too far. Naruto, with a heavy sigh, I put the sword back into its sheath and walked over to him. I hope that now she will understand me and leave behind poor Dobe, otherwise raising a hand against a girl outside the arena is not in my principles. If she can't control herself, then I will. It seems to me that this is wrong, he said in confusion when I treated his black eye. I don't think so. Joyful Konohamaru put in his 5 ryo, by the way, he also needs to be treated, he also received it from her. Well done, little sister Ariza, so her. Can't control. Sakura thought thoughtfully to herself. I can't control myself. Yes, you are such homeless people. You have no father or mother, so you behave as you want. She exclaimed furiously, pointing her finger at Naruto and me. There is simply no one to follow you. What a pity that Sasuke-kun came to you. Am I a homeless child? I was spinning around in my head as Naruto said something. I never thought that her words would hurt me so much. That's what it's like to have emotions. How would it be so? But how unpleasant it is to hear this. It even hurts a shame. It's not my fault that my parents died, and Naruto is not to blame for the fact that his mother died. Yes, there is no one to follow me, but Ari, don't take it personally. Sasuke's voice came over my ear, and I felt him put a hand on my shoulder. And how did he get there so quickly? Sakura, he continued seriously, you'd better leave. Sasuke-kun. In a good way, he added with a touch of contempt. And Sakura, almost bursting into tears, ran away. I think Sasuke behaved too cruelly. And I already wanted to tell him about it, but we were distracted. What is your name? Came a soft voice from behind us, and the three of us turned around. I thought Gaara left, but it turns out he saw everything. Me? Naruto called out next to him. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. No, not you, but you, with red hair. Ariza Saito, I replied, surprised but not showing it. He stared for a second, then turned around to leave. And what is your name? Sasuke asked indignantly and took a step forward. Dog no Gaara, he turned around halfway. I also became interested in you, what is your name? Uchiha Sasuke, the friend said proudly, and the sand trio left the alley. Oh well, it's a day. Sister Ariza, a girl with red hair gathered in eccentric ponytails approached me. It seems to be a friend of Konohamaru and her name is Moegi. Yes. I thought she came just to meet, but the next question took me by surprise. Is it true that you're dating your little brother Sasuke? She asked with a sly smile. What? Naruto was the first to yell, almost jumping his team, and I stood in a stupor. This is true. Why am I the last to know, Dadabayo? He pointed his finger at us. You misunderstood. I put my hands forward, and Sasuke and I took a few steps back at the same time. Don't be shy. Speak, we understand. Sarutobi waved his hands enthusiastically. You must have already kissed. Pissed, I said quietly, covering my friend's mouth. We have to tick away from here. Yes, quickly, he nodded, and we dumped with our favorite method, that is, shunshin, finally hearing not very good words addressed to us. Ugh, I drawled when we appeared in the park. I knew someone would spread the rumor. We sat down on a nearby standing favorite bench. We usually walk in the morning when it's quiet and calm here. We do not take Naruto, as he goes to ninja courses in the mornings, which are taught to genin after graduation from the academy. Almost all of our classmates go there, so I sometimes have to drop in for cover. But we were just walking together, he said thoughtfully, looking at the sky. Probably, someone has nothing to do, so they gossip. I leaned on my elbows. Ari, Sasuke turned to me with a greyhound smile. Maybe we really. He began to lean towards me. Nah, I said coquettishly and ran my hand over his chest, pushing him away. Are you shy? He reminded me of that kiss with a cheeky grin. It seems that any guy will raise his self-esteem if a girl faints from his kiss. What else? Leaning over to his ear, I whispered, it's just that we are still children. He smirked slyly, and full-fledged words followed his trademark grunt. And when will we grow up? 2 years later, I smiled. Anyway, I won't kiss Sasuke right now, and it's not that he's still, a child, so to speak, but that I don't want to feel like, a pedophile. Maybe earlier. I can't resist, Sasuke insisted, putting his arm around my waist. And when did you become so arrogant? I tousled his hair unceremoniously and stood up. I have to get down, otherwise I'll give in. When did you get so bold? He stood up behind me. I'm not going to be like that with you, so for now, unable to resist the temptation, I quickly kissed him on the cheek and jumped onto the nearest tree. Wait! He suddenly shouted. What about Kakashi's relationship? And what does Sensei and us have to do with it? I turned around in surprise. Because he's the only one who knows that you didn't just get dizzy then. He reminded me of the excuse that I rubbed after that kiss. I knew we were being followed. If everything was in order with my emotions then I would immediately notice the asshole. I hope you. Yes, he interrupted me. I asked him to keep quiet. Thank you. July 13th 10:56, 8:54. It wasn't the alarm that woke me up this morning, it was Kakashi who told me about an urgent team meeting in 20 minutes. As soon as he left, I immediately ran to the bathroom, making 2 clones along the way. The first double went to prepare breakfast, and the second put things in order in the room. I will never stop thanking Tobirama for creating this indispensable technique. I quickly dressed and ate and left the house. It is not a long journey to the place where we meet, but, as always, I have time to review and analyze yesterday's situation. What worries me the most is the moment where I threatened Sakura. I definitely overdid it. And I'm not in the sense that Haruno will hate me, but in the sense that those unknown shinobi who followed us from the tree will think. Yes, I knew from the very beginning that they were there and that performance was for them. I wanted to draw their attention to me so they wouldn't even think about Sasuke or Naruto. How it turned out, then I'll find out. But now I can say with certainty that they are not from our village. Probably the Chunin who came for the exam. They don't reach the Jonins, they hide the chakra too sucks. However, I myself made this mess, which means that I myself will disentangle it. But this is later, someday. And now it is better to think about what to do with the inner world. Yesterday I went there again and, as always, just walked along the corridor. When I did this last time, I was thrown out after a while. But this time the universe took pity on me, and I finally reached the end. And it was not just a dead end, but a real door. But, unfortunately, the life hack that I did with the last door did not work on this one, and I had to strain my brain again. What did I do there? But it turned out that you just had to pull the door handle on yourself. And at that moment, as luck would have it, the law of meanness appeared to me. As soon as I opened the door, I immediately flew out of my subconscious. Hatake, as always, was late for the meeting place. But on the other hand, he compensated for this by giving us recommendations for passing the exam. Sensei said that only those who want to go to the Chunin selection exam. But I decided not to complicate our lives, and in front of him I asked my friends if they wanted to go. The answer came immediately, and we safely dispersed. 1538. And so I walk home along the main street, not paying attention either to the hot sun, or to the noise of the crowd around, or to the pain in my muscles. And all because I can't take my eyes off the application, on which the following was written in liquid calligraphy ink. Chunin Selection Exam Recommendation. Ariza Saito, born in 1043. A genin from Konohagakure no Sato. The first stage of the exam will take place on July 15, 1056 in room 301 of the Shinobi Academy. Come before 1500 hours. Member signature. Well, I have no choice, and even if I had, I would agree. I'm not that weak after all, so I'll survive. But I won't talk about the rest of the participants. Every year about 40 people die in these exams and many more go missing. That's such an unsightly statistic. Putting the paper away, I looked at the street filled with people. And, to my surprise, I saw someone who shouldn't be here. Namely, Sasuke Uchiha, who should be in training now. Strange. Ariza-chan, let's go for a walk, he asked, coming closer, and I saw through him at the first word. And not only on the word, this is not his chakra. She is too impulsive and cheerful, while Sasuke is more calm and pleasant. I bet it's a pre-exam test. Oh Sasuke-kun. I played along. Let's better train at our favorite training ground. Joyfully smiling, I took him to a place where we never go, namely to the 4th training ground. I wanted to poke fun at him a little, but I decided not to torment this poor fellow. We were silent all the way, he walked in front, and I was behind, while thinking about what to do. And when we were in place, I decided not to hesitate and immediately created 10 clones that surrounded us. And she herself put a wakizashi to the back of his head. What do you need? And you are quick-witted, that stranger said haughtily, whose chakra I recognized in the first second. You must know the main ninja rule. You must never turn your back on the enemy, right, Arika-sensei? I said triumphantly. One more thing, Sasuke never uses suffixes. Well done, Ariza-chan. Irika threw off the henge, and I dispelled the clones and removed the wakizashi. I'm proud of you. Sensei put his hand on my head and smiled broadly, but it was clear from his eyes that he was shocked. Oh, I feel the 5th point. Soon I will have to talk with our highly respected Yondaime Hokage. Chapter 16. Commentary on Chapter 16. Friends or enemies? There will be some pretty unusual chapters going on right now, so just read on. There will be an explanation later. Chapter 16. Friends or enemies? Most of the time, the one who wins. Who was not taken seriously. Copyright Erasmus of Rotterdam. July 15, 1056. Ariza-chan, hi. Naruto waved cheerfully at me as soon as I came around the corner. He radiantly smiled and began to turn his head again, examining the shinobi unknown to us, standing around. Sasuke stood beside him with his hands in his pocket and slightly arching his back. It is immediately clear that he came first, and was not late, like me. Hi guys, sorry for being late. Something happened? Sasuke looked at me a little surprised, because I always arrived on time. Yes, the key was stuck in the keyhole of the door, neither stick it out nor turn it, I had to break it. I waved my hand. Let's fix it, Sasuke suggested. He always helps me when something breaks. I never cease to wonder, how does he know what is right? Sharingan copied, or what? Or did your father teach you? I would be very grateful, I smiled, and we headed towards the entrance. As soon as we went inside, I had no choice but to say, I looked at the flea market ahead. Someone just stands, someone chats, but one thing is clear that we will make our way for a long time. But here you just need to register and give recommendations. Guys, I had an idea how to get there faster. Oh great. What to do? Dobe smiled. Repeat after me, I said, and in a second I was on the ceiling. Why not show off? When everyone is walking on the floor, we will be walking on the ceiling. Strange, but it will do. Sasuke lifted the corner of his lips, and we went forward to the indignant and surprised exclamations of the others. We went up to the second floor already. Like normal people, we created clones there, who carried the recommendations to the first floor, and ourselves went to the stairs to the third. Along the way, we met a bunch of genin who were trying hard to get into the 201st auditorium, and Guy's team was the most active participants. People like you will never pass the exam, Izumo chuckled in the henge of his young self, scattering the genin like children. Examiners have nothing to do, how to beat the participants in the exam. Let's get through. The Uchiha stepped forward. I don't think we need room 201, Sasuke, I said, and everyone else started whispering. You're right. Therefore, remove this barrier that you created using the illusion technique. We have business on the third floor, he added in an unwavering voice. And you guys didn't miss, but you just guessed, Kotetsu said with a grin and attacked his friend. The same one decided to counterattack him from the turntable, but their blows were instantly blocked by a guy with a haircut under the pot. Ha, just like in the anime. This guy in green overalls with thick eyebrows and rather round eyes held their limbs for a second, demonstrating his excellent physical fitness. And Sasuke, all this time, bored him with a piercing gaze, clearly trying to figure out what kind of technique his opponent used. We agreed not to draw attention to ourselves. I heard a pleasant voice, and after a few seconds the owner of this voice approached Lee. It was a guy with long hair, a beige sweater and knee-length dark shorts. His eyes were a slight shade of lavender, and on his forehead was a Konoha shinobi forehead protector. All the facts pointed to Niji Hyuga standing before us. Not far from him stood Tenten in a light pink vest and blue pants. I know her, we saw each other in a store with weapons for shinobi. There they met. They repeated something to their friend, but he did not listen to them at all. And when they finally fell silent, he walked towards us. And stood in front of me. My name is Rock Lee, you are Ariza, right? Straightening up, he stood in front of me. Let's meet. He smiled and gave a thumbs up. I will protect you until death. I wondered. I wonder if any other girl would have been in my place, would he have approached her too? Damn, what an awkward situation. Why doesn't he find Sakura and offer it to her? Hey Rock Lee, do you have enough problems? Sasuke stood between us, thus blocking me with himself. Don't go near her. Why so? The guy said in obvious bewilderment. None of your business, Sasuke didn't have time to finish, as I took his hand and quickly led him to the stairs, at the same time grabbing Naruto. Yes, I acted ugly, but if I didn't do it, they would absolutely fight. What are you doing? Ariza-chan? Naruto was surprised, and, as if agreeing with him, Lee called out behind us. Hey! Where are you going? I advise you not to get involved in any conflicts. I carefully looked at the disgruntled team. He already wanted to free his hand, but we were interrupted. What is your name? Someone behind us said, and when the three of us turned around, we saw Niji looking at Sasuke. Introduce yourself first, he replied, barely restraining his anger. Hyuga Niji, the boy narrowed his white eyes. Uchiha Sasuke, the friend replied, already calming down. They looked at each other for a while longer, and then we headed for the stairs. As we walked, no one uttered a word. I analyzed the abilities of new opponents, Sasuke, it seems, too, but in what clouds Naruto flew, no idea. But, as soon as we left the corridor into a spacious hall, where there was a staircase we needed, we were all distracted by Lee's loud voice. Uchiha Sasuke! Shouted the guy behind us, and we turned around. How about a duel here and now? My name is Rock Lee, a student of the Green Beast of Konoha came down to us from the balcony. The duel is here and now, you say? Yes. I want to test how effective my technique will be, and also, he turned his head in my direction. Ariza-chan, I love you. Why did you run away? Let me talk to you about this later, I said reluctantly. I don't want to quarrel with him, and offend him too, he's a good guy. Too bad I don't have Sakura's address, I would definitely send it to her. Well, if you remember what Sakura Lee said in the anime, then sending him to her would be too cruel of me. I warned you, don't go near her. Sasuke put his hand on the sword, thus silently agreeing to the duel. Yes, why is that? Naruto suddenly shouted. It's all Sasuke does Sasuke. Why is he cooler than me? Why does everyone only ask his name? He began to rebel. And then he committed a clearly thoughtless act, he ran to Lee. I wouldn't attack like that in the forehead, I would start with shurikens to find out the speed. Although I don't need it, I already know that Lee is strong, but Naruto seems to underestimate him. And very in vain. In the next second, Dobe got to know the wall closer, not even being able to hit, and Lee stood calmly as if nothing had happened. Wow, all his movements are polished and precise. I want to fight him. I caught myself thinking this. Of course, there is nothing surprising in this. When we were children, everyone in our stream, except Shikamaru and me, wanted to fight someone. Tom was lazy, but I did not see the point. But now I see. We are equal in speed, but in taijutsu he definitely surpasses me. You are no match for me. Do you know why? Because I am the strongest genin in our village. But I would argue with this, escaped my lips. Ariza-chan. I will prove that I am the strongest, and you will be with me. That's it, you got it, fat-browed. Ari, don't interfere, I'll deal with him quickly. Sasuke pulled out his sword and ran towards him. His first attack failed, Lee disappeared from sight and wanted to attack with a roundhouse kick, but Sasuke set up the chikudo in time. In order not to hurt his leg, he quickly moved and decided to counterattack from below. I felt the chakra in his body rush to my leg, and I understood what was happening. Sasuke, go away. Don't block. I shouted, and he managed to jump away. It was just a warm-up, now let's get down to business, he said next to me and activated his Sharingan. But, there were no longer 2 tomos, but 3. So, he still awakened the 3rd stage then. Without standing still for long, he ran to Lee. The same one wanted to hold him an uppercut with his foot, but the Uchiha dodged and attacked the chikudo. It seemed that he would win now, but the hope was not justified. Lee grabbed the sword with both hands and was about to throw it away, but the unexpected happened. Sasuke ran a lightning bolt through the blade. Lee can't take it, I thought, but I was wrong. Despite the strong current, he not only did not let go of the blade, but also properly kicked the Uchiha from his foot in the stomach. They jumped away from each other, both looking startled. Sasuke, if we don't go now, we'll be late, I looked at my watch. There is only half an hour left before the exam starts. Yes, 5 minutes is enough for me, he stood up, holding on to his stomach. And you, it turns out, are not so weak as your clan mate, Lee repeated the action after him, and I immediately guessed who he was talking about. But I will prove that the diligent outperform the talented. What do you mean? Now you'll see. In a second he moved behind his friend and carried out a quick series of blows. So fast that Sasuke didn't really have time to block. He saw, but did not have time. Sasuke! Watch out! I was about to rush into battle, but I stopped in time. No matter how much I worry about him, I have no right to interfere. It would be disrespectful to them. Although I will still intervene if I deem it necessary. What is this? Sasuke asked as he stood up. His face was all broken, and the chikudo lay on the opposite side of the hall. My technique is just taijutsu. It's probably hard for you to believe, but it's true. He suddenly moved behind the Uchiha and just as suddenly avoided the blow. They say that the Sharingan can predict any technique. Maybe it is, but taijutsu techniques are not so easy to predict. What does it mean? He means that if you see his strike with your eyes, you won't have time to react with your body, I explained to Sasuke. Ariza-chan is right, if you are talented because of the Sharingan, which is inherited, he emphasized the last word. Then I brought my techniques to perfection with my diligence. He deliberately angered Sasuke even more, and he ran at him. And I immediately had a question, why is he provoking him? I don't remember exactly what will happen, but I'm sure only that Lee wants to test something on Sasuke. Suddenly remembering exactly what Lee wanted, I immediately rushed after my friend. Maybe Lee wants to test the wrong technique in this world, but I can't risk it. Lee was about to kick him, but I managed to forcefully push them apart. What are you doing? Sasuke scoffed, getting up. I'm saving you. I was just as outraged. I don't feel might guy here, which means that there was no one else to intervene besides me. Ariza-chan. Lee was also indignant, but I found something to say to him. What were you thinking about when you were going to show your personal technique? Where are you from? You yourself said before the fight that you want to test how effective your technique is. Hey! What happened? Naruto came running up to us. I want to know the same. For no apparent reason, a white fog appeared next to us, and a second later we saw behind it. Big. Red. Turtle. With a ninja headband. Lee! The turtle called to him, and the guy quickly moved to her. This is something I don't remember. Have you been watching us? Lee asked. Did you really want to use a forbidden technique? The turtle retorted. So. Stop. This turtle, as I understand it, is someone's call. Probably Might Guy. Then where is he? And why didn't I feel either his chakra or that turtle's chakra? I tried to figure out what was the matter. Damn, too much confusion. Can animals become ninja sensei? The Uzumaki asked, pointing at Lee, who was now reporting to the turtle. I think so, I answered after thinking for a bit. On Mount Mayaboku, there are toads that, like sensei, can teach. But not official, and not in this situation. What? Has there been a resolution? The turtle asked reproachfully. Guy sensei, please. To finish us off completely, a second later a man appeared on the turtle in a strange pose and in a green tights. Another one is out. Naruto yelled, almost jumping up and down. Lee, come here, Guy said seriously, and Lee, obeying the order, came closer. Probably scold me, I thought, but, to my surprise, Guy, without saying a word, hit Lee with all his might. But the show didn't end there either. After that, the green beast of Konoha began to explain something to the crying guy, and we, like dumb fish, looked at it. They cried. Embraced. Then they cried again. We looked somewhere in the distance, as if at sunset. And with some kind of acquired enthusiasm, they went somewhere. What the hell is going on here? I said silently, blinking frequently. And then she added, where are you going? Now it's going to be, well, that's the Chunin exam. Exactly. He turned to us. Guys, how is Kakashi-sensei doing? What do you know, Kakashi? Sasuke asked a question. And not only I know, he smiled a little and put his hand to his chin. We are called eternal rivals. And I'm stronger than him. I do not believe. Naruto shouted. And we did not have time to notice how Might Guy appeared behind us. Now that's speed. It's definitely faster than Kakashi-sensei's speed. What kind of day is today? I wonder, I admire. At the moment, our score is 50 to 45. To my advantage. He raised his thumb and smiled a brilliant smile. I'm sorry that Lee caused you so much inconvenience. But, as I can see, you are also strong. He gave us an attentive look. Now, you'd better go to the auditorium. Good luck and goodbye. He already waved his hand and wanted to leave, but I immediately rushed to him. Guy-san, wait. She shouted, stopping sensei. When in my life will I have such an opportunity again? Eh? He looks at me with surprise. Can you train me, please? You are cooler than Kakashi. I have heard that you have no equal in taijutsu. I said with admiration, looking at Guy with a plea. I need to tighten up taijutsu, I'm pretty weak in it. Oh, what enthusiasm. The power of youth burns in you. Come to the third training ground, my students and I are always there. He raised his thumb up, smiled a brilliant smile and disappeared into a white cloud. Thank you, I finally said. Sasuke-kun, I came here to find out what I'm capable of. And I have to report that, unfortunately, the most powerful genin in Konoha is one of my team members, not me. So prepare well for the exam. You, like Jiro, are my target. He said seriously and left. Let's go to the auditorium, I interrupted the resulting silence. So the Uchiha clan isn't that cool after all? The Uzumaki threw his hands behind his head. You're wrong, Naruto. Well, since Sasuke lost to him straight away, he answered indifferently, but it was clear that he was very puzzled and a little upset. Not dry. Still, he's very strong. Where does he get such strength from? Is it some kind of magic? Uzumaki drawled. No. Everything is much easier. You know, it's so clear, Lee trains every day. For many hours. From morning till night. This is his success, I expressed my point of view. I understand how hard it is to train to shaky limbs and the taste of gore in the mouth, so Lee deserves respect. Let's go, Sasuke said, and then with great anticipation he added, there are so many interesting things ahead. When we went up to the third floor and went out to the 301st auditorium, Sensei appeared to us. He stood in his usual manner, with his hands in his pockets and the look of a weary stray dog. But only to us, those who know him quite well, it was clear that he was both worried and happy at the same time. You've all come, he said, looking around at us. I stood in the middle, with Naruto on the left and Sasuke on the right. Sasuke, Ariza, Naruto, you are a team that I am proud of. Now you have the opportunity to show all your knowledge and strength. We all smiled and went to the door. Let's do that. I said enthusiastically. Let's tear them down. Naruto added as we opened the door at the same time and, tun. Isn't that too much, huh? I whispered in a barely audible voice, looking around at this crowd. There were many genin of all ages from different villages, but they had one thing in common, They all looked at us like a boa constrictor at a rabbit. If you look closely at their clothes, then we can be considered clowns, since most of those present were dressed in black or gray clothes. Of course, I felt them long before I entered, but I had to show surprise. Cool, was all Naruto could say. Sasuke same silently drilled eyes all. The genin looked at us for a bit, and then went about their business. The silent pause would have been a little longer if Sakura and Ino had not suddenly appeared. They screamed at the guy, while pushing each other. Of course, I am not inclined to be jealous, but I definitely do not like their behavior. Sakura, get off me, Sasuke began to fight them, and while he was doing this, all the newcomers approached us. And that is, the team of Inoshikacho, Hinata with Kiba and Shino, and, of course, the team of the pink-haired beast, Jiro and Makoto. I don't know what Jiro, Makoto, and Sakura have learned from Itachi, but you shouldn't underestimate them. Did you come to this boring exam too? Nara yawned. He stood hunched over with his hands in his pockets as Choji crunched next to him. All in full force, Kiba said, standing in front of his comrades Shino and Hinata. As soon as I saw my friend, I immediately went to her. We haven't seen each other for so long that I'm already bored. Hello, Hinata-chan, I smiled, and we moved aside to chat about the girls. Hi, Ariza-chan, how are you? Everything is alright. As usual, I train and complete missions. What about? She turned to Naruto and, immediately blushing, turned away. Naruto? Waiting for a small nod, I told Hyuga with a never-tearing smile that Naruto had become stronger and smarter, and it was pure truth. Naruto, of course, makes a lot of mistakes, but he learns from the same mistakes. So, Hinata-chan, don't worry, in a few years Naruto will become very smart, strong. I put my hand on her shoulder, and, no doubt, a beautiful shinobi. I winked at her, and we laughed. How can Naruto be considered ugly? He is also a blue-eyed blonde, as well as a wonderful and kind guy. How are you and Sasuke-kun? Her awkward question made me smile shyly, look around, and then whisper in her ear, everything is fine. She was delighted with my words, and we, after talking a little more about all sorts of nonsense, went to our people, who, no longer paying attention to anyone, were actively talking. Yeah, it won't be easy on the exam, said a gray-eyed guy with short red hair. It was Makoto, Jiro's friend and part-time teammate. He didn't interact much with the others, unless on business. He and I were on the same team at the academy several times, when it took an hour to find traps and neutralize them. In fact, he is a capable guy, only the blood is weak. What did you think, got into a fairy tale? I joked a little with a former classmate. Of course not. I may not become a chunin, but I will definitely defeat you. Well, keep dreaming. He wanted to respond to my caustic phrase, but the worst came true. A bespectacled Naruto manga antagonist approached us. Hey, you, be quieter, Kabuto approached us chiding. I recognized him right away, but not because I remembered from the anime that he has a purple shirt, pants of the same color or round glasses, but because his hair is the same color that I sometimes dyed in a past life, ashy. What is he doing here? Damn it. I clenched my teeth for a second, but then relaxed. What is it with you? He looked at me, confirming my thoughts. So he is a spy in this world too. It cannot be otherwise. I'm good at hiding my emotions, and a genin can't recognize them without the Sharingan. Unless he's a genius, of course. Why should we be silent? I declined to answer. You are newcomers who have just graduated from the academy, you should not draw attention to yourself. He smiled good-naturedly and adjusted his glasses, but I felt with my skin that he was clearly unfriendly. Yes, who are you? Ino screamed. My name is Yakushi Kabuto. And you'd better look around. If you are inattentive, you will kick your hooves ahead of time. Kabuto-san, interested Sakura turned to him. So you are not passing the exam for the first time? I'm passing it for the 7th time and have been trying for the 4th year, the guy replied indifferently. Cool. Naruto shouted. What's cool here? How many times to try and still not become a chunin? Do you know everything about the exam? Sakura asked again. Shikamaru grumbled, and the others sighed just as hard. And he quickly ingratiated himself, like a highly skilled spy. Well, maybe share information with newcomers using maps? He asked rhetorically and pulled orange cards out of his pocket. What is this information? Sakura asked, and he placed the deck on the floor and took one card. Here is all the information about all the participants. He began to pour his chakra into the map, and it depicted a political map of our world. Among these cards, are there any that can show personal information about each individually? Team asked as he stepped closer. To also keep abreast of events, I stood on the right side of a friend, and Jiro stood on the left, who, apparently, also cared. Are you interested in someone? He asked a counter question, flashing his glasses. Yes. I need information on 3 shinobi. I cannot guarantee that the information is perfect, but I have identified and stored it. He took the deck in his hands, including information about you. Tell me, who do you need? Dog no Gara, the Uchiha said in a cold voice. Do you even know the name? Who is next? He smiled slyly. Show it first, the Uchiha frowned, and in a second he pulled out a card. Here he is. He poured in chakra, and the portrait of the Kazakage's son was depicted on the card. He is new, there is no detailed information, but it is surprising that he has already completed a mission of rank beef once. We looked at the card, where there was a photo of the Jinchuriki and his teammates. Now Rock Lee, Sasuke said in a commanding voice, and after a while Kabuto pulled out a second card. He is older than you by 1 year, experience in completing tasks, Class D 15 times, Class C 9 times. Improved taijutsu over the last year, but otherwise bad. He looked at the blue pentagon, where the top corner below the taijutsu kanji had the most red. Who is the third? Kabuto asked curiously, but Sasuke was in no hurry to answer. I myself was terribly curious about who this third person was. Well, Sasuke closed his eyes, as if gathering courage, and then with surprising determination said, Ariza Saito. Chapter 17, Commentary on Chapter 17. What a fiasco. If this chapter seems strange to you, then know that I will continue to explain everything that happens. Chapter 17, This is a fiasco. When God wants to send you a gift, he wraps it up in a problem. And the bigger problem he turns him into, the greater the gift is hidden under this wrapper. Norman Vincent Peale. Who is the third? Kabuto asked curiously, but Sasuke was in no hurry to answer. I myself was terribly curious about who this third person was. Well, Sasuke closed his eyes, as if gathering courage, and then with surprising determination said, Ariza Saito. What? I exclaimed sharply. Sasuke, are you crazy? I ran over and immediately pursed my lips, feeling a pang of guilt. The feeling of excitement because he would now reveal all my strength in front of the others covered me like a wave and immediately let go. Ari, don't disturb me, I want to check something, he snapped and looked at the card that Kabuto had just pulled out. For what? I'll explain later, he grumbled and turned to the guy. Show me already. Ariza Saito, member of the Team No. 7, along with Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. Yakushi stopped at this, looked once more at Sasuke and, not seeing any doubts in him, continued, experience in completing tasks. Class D, 10 times, Class C, twice, Class B, once. After all, that mission in the Land of Waves was counted as a B rank. Academy-level taijutsu, ninjutsu, and genjutsu. He chuckled at the latest figures. What level is she? Din, grh, Naruto started, but I managed to cover his mouth with my hand. Be quiet, Naruto, my abilities haven't fallen, I whispered in his ear and waited for him to nod, and then threw a murderous look at Sasuke. Here is the infection. Was it hard to predict Naruto's reaction? You already had Class B assignments? Shikamaru looked at us in surprise, and you didn't even get scratched? We have a strong sensei, I said, ahead of Sasuke and Naruto, and shrugged my shoulders with a smile. If you knew, Shika, how we were lying in the blood there, you would have kept silent, I mentally commented. The situation was completely out of control. Something urgently needed to be done. I knew it. Sasuke took the card in his hands, and then handed it to me. Kabuto, on the other hand, was looking at us attentively all this time, as if trying to predict what we would do next. Is it stronger? Orochimaru's assistant guessed with a sly smile, or maybe not his assistant in this world. I don't know. I don't know. Without taking my eyes off, I tore up the card. I wanted to burn it in my palms, but only the last fool would burn my elements in front of all these participants. Looking at all my actions, Kabuto did not move, but only smirked and adjusted his glasses. What are you doing? I heard Sakura's dumbfounded voice behind me and turned around, hiding the rest of the card behind my back. It's not yours. It's not your characteristics, but mine. What would you do if your strength burned out on the eve of the exam, Sakura? She did not find an objective answer to my question, but, in order not to disgrace herself, she answered, it's none of your business. Give the card back immediately, she began to scream even more. There's nothing to give away. With an impudent and contented smile, I pulled out the rest of the card and, squeezing it, threw it into a far-standing wastebasket. The conflict is over, I shrugged. Oh, you, only Sakura was about to read a moral to me, when a voice was heard louder and more authoritative. Sorry for the delay, the first Chunin selection exam has begun. I am your examiner Marino Ibiki. A man in a black cloak with 2 scars on his face appeared at the front of the auditorium, and next to him were about 20 examiners in gray uniforms. Calm down, Sakura, and write the test part well. I want to meet you at the exam, I quietly addressed her. A few minutes later we were seated at different desks, with Naruto sitting somewhere in the middle and Sasuke not far from him. I got the crown seat, on the last row, away from the Chunin examiners. We were given forms and explained the essence, which was terribly simple. Set on fire for cheating, disqualified. Examiners sat on chairs along the walls of the auditorium and looked at us like we were prey. For them it was probably nothing more than entertainment. It is immediately clear that there will be no mercy. We were given only 1 hour for 10 questions. The last question will be in 45 minutes. Everything is like in the anime, except for one thing. Naruto is smarter in theory here, tutors studied with him, and I taught him a little. However, it does not matter, if everything is like in a cartoon, then they will not be needed at all. Started. Ibiki yelled as the hands on the clock showed 15:30. And at his signal, everyone, turning the sheets over, set to work. So, I'll look at everything first and start with the easy ones. First task, yeah, text. Yes, next. Second, without looking around, I started to act. The parabola B in the drawing depicts the trajectory of the farthest flight of the shuriken of the enemy shinobi A, located on a tree 7 meters high. Using the elliptical curve shown in the figure, tell us about the distinguishing features of the enemy ninja, and also make an assumption about what his maximum throwing range will be during the battle in the plane. And give an explanation for your answer. Why yes, few people here will solve it, but it's not too difficult, just math. Maybe even Naruto can. Having gone over the rest of the questions, I wanted to take my words back. Naruto won't fix it. At the beginning, tasks from the shinobi training course, but then it gets more and more difficult, and at the end there are tasks from such sections as solid geometry, trigonometry and strength of materials. Okay Sopramat, but what did the first two forget there? In general, what side did it turn out to be here? Why bother filling the heads of children with this garbage? It would be better if they taught skills that will really help in life. Here Naruto is a good example of the fact that, having a powerful desire, but not having the knowledge from school, you can achieve a lot. And yet I can solve this. It's not in vain that I became an excellent student, having never written off from the GDZ, which, by the way, does not exist here. 15 minutes later. I breathed a sigh of relief and ran my eyes over the solution one more time. She did everything. I wrote the whole sheet, there is nowhere else. While I was doing the tasks, I had a question. What would I do if I didn't have this information? Well, let's say I don't know, that's all. How do all these people sitting in front of me get information now? If you just look, it seems that they just write. But in fact, the chakra pockets flare up one after another. I swept my eyes around the audience, noticing how the members were cheating, until I settled on Naruto. Damn! He's probably racking his brains right now on how to write off. And he has no special abilities. We need to come up with something. I mentally set the task and began to think about its solution. A few minutes later a very interesting idea came into my head. What if we make little clones and send them to Naruto? And what? Worth a try. It's risky, but whoever doesn't take risks doesn't drink sake. I made my final decision and, placing my hands on the desk, focused on controlling the chakra. At the very beginning of the training, I only got small clones, about 7 or 8 centimeters. Now we need to make a clone somewhere in 1 centimeter, otherwise they will see. My first clone turned out to be quite large, about 10 centimeters, thank God that it appeared under the table and without sound. So, let's keep trying. After 10 minutes and many attempts, I got something worthwhile. I did not think that I would learn to concentrate a large amount of chakra in such small objects so soon. Although in such a situation, you will not learn this. Don't scream, Naruto. Just don't scream. I mentally begged my friend when I sent the clone. Everything depended on his reaction. A minute after the clone left, Naruto suddenly started shaking his head. No! He raised his hand to scratch his ear. There's a clone there. I watched as Naruto's hand, before reaching its destination, suddenly stopped. He froze. It was like that for about 3 seconds, and then he leaned over and began to write. I nearly jumped out of my chair. Oh my God, it worked! I managed. Super. Hooray! Now we'll all score points. So. All. Glad and enough, and now to the point. There are 32 minutes left, which means I'll have time to drive into the subconscious, pretending that I want to sleep. I put my head on the desk and slipped into the inner world. I did not appear in the room, and not even near that mysterious door that I opened last time. I feel like I'm somewhere in between. Without thinking twice, I ran forward to the door. In general, there are no indicating signs here that would tell what and where is located. I just felt in my gut that the same door was ahead. It didn't take long for me to walk from the spawn point to the door. And as soon as I ran up, I didn't even have doubts about to enter or not. I pressed the handle sharply and in a second I was in the room. Wow, I drawled, looking at the brilliantly clean room. Although it was small in itself, about 20 by 20, but because of the white walls, white ceiling and white floor, it seemed huge. And the most amazing thing is that in the middle there was a rather large pool, filled with either water or slurry. I looked at it carefully, and the question immediately arose in me, where are the ripples on this liquid, if there is not even wind here? What happens if I dip my hand? I immediately discarded the last question. I don't want to take risks, and I still need a hand. There is a hypothesis, it remains only to prove it. And I think I know how. I remember Naruto, when he fought the Kyuubi inside himself, used shadow clones. Maybe I should try too. Trying is not torture. I said casually and, going to the pool, I folded the seal. At first, nothing happened, but then the liquid became a little less, and a clone appeared next to me. So this liquid is chakra, and it can be used in this room, I summed up. And yet, much is still incomprehensible to me. Where does the chakra come from in this pool? How does she get here? Why couldn't I use it in that room? Why is the chakra in the pool? Can I create anything with the power of thought? What are these walls made of? Maybe marble or quartz. What the fuck is quartz? What the hell am I talking about?